आज मैं लाइव चला के जुड़ा था।
अब क्या थी फिर?
हमारा तो forever
Weak balance. Feeling unsteady when you walk. Weak balance. Feeling unsteady when you walk. Or, maybe you've already had a small fall and it shook your confidence. If that sounds like you, or someone you love, please don't scroll away. Because today, I'm sharing 6 simple stability exercises that can literally help prevent dangerous falls and give you your confidence back. Falls are not just part of aging. Losing balance is usually a sign that certain muscles, joints, and nerves have become weak from lack of use. The good news, you can rebuild balance at any age. Even if you're over 60, 70, or beyond. I've seen so many older adults regain steady walking, stronger legs, and better posture just by doing a few gentle movements every day. No gym, no equipment, just your body and a little consistency. Let's start with exercise number 1. Stand tall behind a chair or near a wall for support. Place your feet hip-width apart. Slowly lift one foot off the floor and try to balance on the other leg. Hold for 10 to 20 seconds, then switch sides. Don't worry if you wobble, that's normal. Even 5 seconds is a great start. This simple move wakes up your balance system and strengthens your ankles, knees, and hips. Weak balance. Feeling unsteady when you walk. Or, maybe you've already had a small fall and it shook your confidence. If that sounds like you, or someone you love, please don't scroll away. Because today, I'm sharing 6 simple stability exercises that can literally help prevent dangerous falls and give you your confidence back. Falls are not just part of aging. Losing balance is usually a sign that certain muscles, joints, and nerves have become weak from lack of use. The good news, you can rebuild balance at any age. Even if you're over 60, 70, feeling unsteady when you walk. I've seen so many older adults maybe you've already had stronger legs and better posture just by doing a few gentle movements every day. Small fall and to shook your confidence. No equipment. If that sounds like you, and a little consistency. Let's start with exercise number 1. Stand tall behind a chair or near a wall for support. Place your feet hip-width apart. Slowly lift one foot off the floor and try to balance on the other leg. Hold for 10 to 20 seconds, then switch sides. Don't worry if you wobble, that's normal. Even 5 seconds is a great start. This simple move wakes up your balance system and strengthens your ankles, knees, and hips. Do this 2 to 3 times on each leg. Exercise number 2 is heel-to-toe walking. Imagine you're walking on a straight line, or someone you love. Place one foot directly in front of the other so your heel touches your toes. Today, take slow steps forward, keeping your eyes straight ahead. Use a wall or counter if needed. Sharing 6 simple stability exercises to work together and improves coordination. Try 10 slow steps forward, then rest. Now exercise number 3. Sit to stand. This one is powerful. Sit on a sturdy chair. Cross your arms over your chest or place hands on your thighs if needed. Slowly stand up, then slowly sit back down. Don't rush. Feel your leg muscles working. This strengthens your thighs, glutes, and core, the exact muscles that protect you from falling. Start with 5 repetitions. Work up to 10. Exercise number 4 is side leg raises. Stand holding the back of a chair. Keep your body straight. Slowly lift one leg out to the side without leaning. Lower it back down. Repeat on the other side. This strengthens your hip muscles, which are critical for side-to-side balance. Do 10 reps on each leg. Now let's do exercise number 5. Marching in place. Stand tall and gently lift one knee at a time, like you're marching slowly. Keep your core tight and chest up. If needed, hold onto a chair. This improves stability, coordination, and confidence while walking. March for 30 seconds. Rest, then repeat once more. Finally, exercise number 6. Toe and heel raises. Hold onto something steady. Slowly rise up onto your toes, then lower back down. Next, lift your toes while keeping heels on the floor. This strengthens your lower legs and ankles, a major key to preventing trips and slips. Do 10 toe raises and 10 heel raises. That's it. 6 simple exercises, just 10 minutes a day. Now listen carefully. You don't need to do everything perfectly. You don't need to be strong already. You just need to start. Most falls happen because the body becomes weak quietly over time. Muscles shrink, reflexes slow. Balance fades, but movement reverses that. And your body responds. I've seen seniors who are afraid to walk outside regain confidence. People who needed help standing up now move freely around their homes. Not because of expensive treatments, but because they stayed consistent with simple movements like these. If you're watching this right now, it's not by accident. Your body is asking for care. Give it 10 minutes today, and tomorrow, and the next day. You may not notice big changes in the first week, but by week 2 or 3, you'll feel steadier. Your legs will feel stronger. Your steps will feel more controlled. And that fear of falling, it slowly fades. Always breathe normally. Never hold your breath. Move slowly. Wear supportive shoes or go barefoot on non-slip floors. And always keep something nearby for support when starting. If you have severe pain or dizziness, stop and talk to your doctor. But for most seniors, these exercises are safe and life-changing. Remember, aging doesn't mean giving up independence. Your balance is trainable. Your strength is rebuildable. Your confidence is recoverable. Before you leave, I want to ask you something. Are you willing to give your body 10 minutes today? If yes, type "I'm starting today" in the comments. I'd love to see how many of you are taking this step. And if this video helped you, please like it and share it with someone who might need it, a parent, a grandparent, or a friend. Don't forget to subscribe to Daily Health Life USA for more simple, natural tips to stay strong, mobile, and independent after 50. Your future self will thank you. Stay healthy, stay active, and I'll see you in the next video.
चले
वो शुद्ध हवाले में कोई गाल नहीं आता। क्यों?
Don't look up moringa. Seriously, just skip this. You walk past it in the market. You hear the name here and there. But nobody tells you what moringa actually is. And honestly, that's the part that frustrates me. Because this one plant has 23 times the iron of spinach, 7 times the calcium of milk, 11 times the vitamin A of carrots, 10 times the vitamin C of oranges, 15 times the potassium of bananas, 4 times the fiber of... And honestly, that's the part that frustrates me. Because this one plant has
somehow you never
23 times the iron of spinach, 7 times the calcium of milk, 11 times the vitamin A of carrots, 10 times the vitamin C.
Come close. Moringa contains 92 of the 102
of
nutrients
oranges,
your body
15
uses
times
in one simple leaf. But the truth is, this isn't the only ingredient
the potassium of
nobody explains
bananas,
properly.
4
There
times
are
the
dozens
fiber
of everyday herbs and foods with incredible potential, but people use them wrong, combine them wrong, or don't use them at all because nobody taught them how.
And
That's
honestly,
exactly why I created the Natural Healing Handbook. After 20 years working with herbal medicine,
that's the part
I
that
realized
frustrates
most
me.
people don't need
Because
more
this
pills.
one plant...
They need clear, simple guidance on how to use the ingredients already in their kitchen. Inside this handbook, you'll find
123 times the iron of spinach, 7 times
natural remedies organized by the problem you
the
want
calcium
to solve.
of milk,
Full
11
color
times
pages
the
with
vitamin
big
A of
fonts
carrots,
and easy
10
layouts
times
that
the
show
vitamin
exact
C
measurements
close.
and
Moringa
step-by-step
contains
instructions.
92 of
Remedies using everyday ingredients like moringa, garlic, honey, turmeric, ginger, mint, lemon, and more. Spiral-bound design, so it lays flat while you're preparing your recipe. No overwhelm, no complicated herbal jargon, just practical remedies that make sense and actually fit into your day. Right now, the Natural Healing Handbook is 75% off, and it includes 2 free bonus PDF guides, including one on how to grow your own healing herbs. And yes, you're covered by a 60-day money-back guarantee, so if it's not helpful for you, you lose nothing. But if it is helpful, it may become the most used book in your kitchen. Click the link below to get it while the offer is still available. Your body will thank you later for what you learned today.
100 of oranges,
your body
15
uses
times
in one simple leaf. But the truth is, this isn't the only ingredient.
the potassium of
nobody explains
bananas,
properly.
4 times the
There are
fiber
dozens of everyday herbs and foods with incredible potential,
Let's start
but
growing
people use
maximum
them wrong,
freshness.
combine them wrong, or don't use them at all.
With Colgate Max Fresh.
Over 60 and low energy. Try daily these 6 morning foods to
everyday
fight
herbs and
disease.
foods with incredible
naturally.
potential.
Let's start growing
people
Are
use
you
them wrong,
over 60
or don't
and
use
waking
them
up
at all.
tired
Colgate Max Fresh.
every single morning? Your body might be missing the exact over 60 nutrients and low energy to heal
Try
and fight
daily
diseases.
these 6 morning
Start
foods
including these
to
6
fight
powerful
disease.
morning
with
foods
incredible
daily, and
Are you
subscribe
over
for more natural
don't
waking up
use
content.
Max Fresh.
every single
Let's
morning.
begin with pure
Your body
solutions.
might be missing the
Food
exact
number 1.
over 60
Warm
and low
lemon
energies
water
to heal.
plus
Try
fight
daily
honey.
these 6 morning
Start
foods,
detox
including these
to
6
fight liver
powerful
support
morning foods.
and immunity activation. Subscribe for more the body's overnight detox
Every
slows down.
Let's begin.
Toxin
Your body
solutions stay
might be
longer.
missing the
Food
exact
inflammation
number
rises.
60
Warm
digestion
lemon
energy
water
slows.
and you wake up
To heal. Try
tired.
daily
Honey.
these
That
6
is why warm lemon water with a little honey is one of the most powerful ways to turn on the body's healing system in the
Let's
morning.
begin.
How to make it stay low. 1 cup warm water, 1 TSP lemon juice rises, 1 half TSP honey, optional.
And you wake up
Direct
healed.
benefits
Daily
on
uses
pure
these.
solutions.
Why
Warm lemon water flushes
with
toxins
honey.
instantly. Your liver pushes out toxins at night. Lemon water helps flush these toxins faster,
1 cup warm
gives
water.
reducing inflammation
1 TB
that causes fatigue, headaches, and
and
stiffness.
Optional. And you wake up
Direct reduces inflammation naturally. After age 60, flushes inflammation becomes the root cause of back pain, joint stiffness, slow healing, low energy, chronic disaster.
1 cup warm
Lemon
water
contains bioflavonoids that calm inflammation from the first sip. Vitamin C helps immune cells wake up and fight infections better. Seniors especially benefit because immunity weakens with age. Improves morning digestion. Warm water activates the digestive tract, helping with constipation, bloating, slow metabolism. If your stomach doesn't move in the morning, your whole day especially feels heavy because it clears acidity and supports the liver. Even though lemon tastes acidic, it becomes alkaline in the body, gives reducing acidity and heartburn.
Bloating.
Best
Slow
timing,
metabolism.
drink it immediately
If your stomach
after waking up.
doesn't move in the
Then
morning,
wait your whole 10 minutes before eating. Clears acidity and food. Number 2, oats with chia seeds, stable blood sugar,
becomes alkaline.
sustained energy, heart health.
Reducing acidity.
Low morning energy
bloating
is usually due
Slow
to poor
metabolism.
fuel
Drink
choices.
it immediately. If your
After
stomach
60,
waking up doesn't move
sugary
in the morning,
breakfast items like tea or biscuits, parathas, or bread cause energy spikes and crashes. The solution: a high fiber, high omega-3, high antioxidant breakfast that keeps energy stable. Oats plus chia seeds is the perfect combination. Benefits of oats: slow
Que mais deu no pior, que nem mais comida bom se que
release energy for 5 to 6 hours.
पैसे नहीं लगे पे मेरे
You don't feel tired or hungry quickly. Great for seniors with weak metabolism. Beta-glucan fiber reduces cholesterol. It protects the heart, especially important because heart disease risk increases dramatically after age 60. Smooth digestion. The natural fiber removes waste that causes bloating and fatigue. Benefits of chia seeds. Omega-3 reduces inflammation, perfect for knee pain, arthritis, shoulder stiffness, and swelling. High calcium supports aging bones. Stronger bones equals better mobility. Regulates bowel movement. No more constipation or gas. How to prepare: 1/2 cup oats, 1 TBSP, chia, warm water or milk, add berries, banana slices, or cinnamon for extra benefits. Food. Number 3, boiled eggs or Greek yogurt, muscle repair, healing, anti-aging, gut strength, asterisk, after 60. The body loses 3 to 8% muscle every decade, a major reason for weakness, poor balance, fatigue, slow healing, falling risk. That's why morning protein becomes extremely important. Option A, to boiled eggs benefits, builds muscles to improve stamina, supports bone health, boosts metabolism, helps brain function. Eggs contain high-quality protein that seniors can absorb easily. Option B, 1 cup Greek yogurt, benefits, strong gut bacteria for immunity, improves digestion, good calcium source for bones, helps nutrient absorption, reduces stomach heaviness. Greek yogurts, probiotics, help seniors fight harmful bacteria naturally. Food number 4. Walnuts brain power, heart protection, anti-inflammation, steady energy, asterisk, asterisk, for women over 60. Walnuts are one of the most effective morning superfoods because they tackle all age-related problems at once. Weak memory, joint pain, swelling, tiredness, and heart issues. Eating 3 to 4 soaked walnuts every morning can bring major health improvements. 1. Strengthens memory and brain function. Women after 60 face a natural decline in memory, sharpness, processing speed, which repairs brain cells, improves nerve communication, reduces brain inflammation, and lowers the risk of dementia and Alzheimer's. This makes walnuts one of the best brain foods for seniors. 2. Protects the heart. With age, blood vessels become stiff and cholesterol builds up. Walnuts contain arginine, which opens blood vessels, improves blood flow, and reduces heart strain. They also lower LDL cholesterol and support healthy blood pressure, making them essential for heart safety in older women. 3. Reduces joint and body inflammation after 60. Inflammation becomes the root cause of knee pain, back stiffness, shoulder pain, swelling in legs. Slow healing walnuts are packed with polyphenols and omega-3, which reduce deep inflammation naturally. This leads to less pain, smoother movement, and better mobility. 4. Provides long-lasting energy. Walnuts provide slow-burning, healthy fats that release energy throughout the day. No energy crash, no weakness, no dependency on sugary snacks. This makes mornings smoother and increases productivity. 5. Supports gut and hormone health. Women after 60 often experience poor digestion due to hormonal decline. Walnuts support good bacteria in the gut, helping with constipation, gas, bloating, slow digestion, nutrient absorption. Better gut gives better energy, gives better mood, gives stronger immunity. Best way to eat: soak 3 to 4 walnuts overnight. Eat them on an empty stomach.
Channel monetize.
This increases nutrient absorption and makes them easier to digest. Asterisk, asterisk. Food number 5. Apple or papaya. Digestive repair, liver support, immunity boost, daily detox, asterisk, asterisk, for women over 60. Digestion becomes one of the biggest reasons: sluggish mornings, poor nutrient absorption, weak immunity, belly bloating. Your energy is directly connected to your gut health. If digestion is weak, your entire body becomes weak. no matter what you eat. That SY fruit, like apple or papaya in the morning, can completely transform your energy and healing ability. Apple, the morning gut cleaner. Apples contain a special fiber called pectin, which cleans the digestive system deeply. 1. Removes bad bacteria from the gut. Bad bacteria cause gas, acidity, bloating, and low energy. Pectin removes these harmful microbes and supports clean digestion. 2. Supports liver detox. Apple fiber helps the liver remove toxins that make you feel tired and heavy. 3. Improves heart health. Apple nutrients reduce cholesterol and supportant for older women. 4. Strengthens immunity. The antioxidants in apples protect against infections and inflammation. 5. Controls appetite. Naturally, one apple reduces cravings and prevents overeating in seniors. Papaya, the natural digestion healer. Papain, a powerful digestive enzyme. 1. Removes constipation. Papain softens stool and helps bowel movement. 2. Reduces bloating and gas. Papaya calms the stomach and supports smooth digestion. 3. Anti-inflammatory effect, perfect for women with arthritis, swelling, or joint pain. 4. Improves skin health. Papaya increases collagen, reducing dullness and dryness common after 60. 5. Repairs gut lining. This improves the absorption of vitamins, especially calcium and iron, essential for senior women. Which should you eat? If you want better digestion, gives papaya. If you want better detox plus immunity, gives apple. If you have constipation, gives papaya. If you want cholesterol control, gives apple. Both are excellent for women over 60. Best timing for maximum benefit: eat apple or papaya 20 minutes before breakfast. This gives the digestive system a clean start and activates nutrient absorption for the whole day. Food number 6. Turmeric plus warm milk. Turmeric mixed with warm milk is one of the most powerful healing combinations for women over 60. This simple morning drink supports immunity, reduces inflammation, improves digestion, and boosts joint health, all in a natural and gentle way. At this age, your body needs foods that heal from the inside, and turmeric milk works exactly like that. Turmeric contains curcumin, a bioactive compound that lowers chronic inflammation, the root cause of joint pain, muscle stiffness, heart issues, memory loss.
आओ मैं ले लेता हूँ।
तो फिर 1 लीटर कम लेना। सोच रहे हैं ना क्यों? क्योंकि नेस्ले बुनियाद से बने 1 लीटर सिर्फ 250 रुपए में, जिसमें है आयरन प्लस, कैल्शियम, विटामिन सी। सिर्फ बचत नहीं, फायदा भी। अब मेरा नुमान पीछे नहीं रहेगा और एग्जाम्स में भी देगा अपना बेस्ट। नेस्ले बुनियाद आयरन प्लस, बेहतर जिंदगी की मजबूत बुनियाद।
Slow healing and low energy. Women over 60 often struggle with inflammation without realizing it. When you start your day with turmeric milk, You give your body the fastest anti-inflammatory support. Warm milk provides calcium, protein, vitamin D, B vitamins, and healthy fats, all of which are essential for bones, muscles, and hormonal balance. Together, turmeric and warm milk make a nutrition-packed morning medicine. Below are the exact reasons this drink becomes a daily healing solution. 1. Reduces joint pain and morning stiffness. Women over 60 commonly face stiffness in the knees, lower back, hips, shoulders, and hands. Curcumin in turmeric works like a natural pain reliever. It reduces swelling in the joints, improves blood flow, and relaxes tight tissues. Warm milk supports cartilage and bone strength, helping reduce friction in joints. Many women notice improved walking ability and reduced morning stiffness within 2 to 3 weeks of daily use. 2. Boosts immunity and helps fight diseases at age 60 plus. Immunity naturally weakens. Turmeric is one of the strongest immune-boosting spices on earth. It increases the activity of immune cells, making your body better at fighting infections and reducing seasonal sickness. Milk adds vitamin D and protein, both essential for strong immunity and rapid recovery. Drinking this combination daily helps prevent flu, cold, fevers, and long-term inflammation-driven diseases. 3. Improves digestion and gut-healing digestive issues, gas, acidity, bloating, constipation, slow metabolism are extremely common in older women. Turmeric cleans the digestive tract, balances gut bacteria, and helps the stomach digest food more efficiently. Warm milk soothes the stomach lining, reduces acid, and provides gentle nourishment. Together, they heal the gut, reduce digestive discomfort, and improve nutrient absorption, which is crucial for energy and strength. 4. Supports brain function and memory. After 60, many women struggle with forgetfulness, slow thinking, and brain fog. Curcumin increases blood flow to the brain and reduces inflammation in nerve cells. This helps improve focus, clarity, mood, and overall brain performance. Drinking turmeric milk regularly may also help protect the brain from age-related decline and maintain sharper memory. 5. Enhances bone strength and prevents weakness. Milk alone is great for bone health, but when combined with turmeric, it becomes a super solution. Turmeric reduces bone inflammation, while milk provides calcium and vitamin D, the two most important nutrients to prevent osteoporosis. For women over 60, strong bones mean improved mobility, reduced risk of falling, and better posture. 6. Helps control blood sugar naturally. Women over 60 often experience fluctuations in blood sugar levels. Turmeric improves insulin sensitivity, helping your body use sugar more efficiently. Milk provides slow digesting protein and fat, preventing sharp spikes in sugar after breakfast. This morning drink supports more stable energy levels for the entire day. 7. Supports heart health and blood flow. Turmeric improves blood circulation, prevents plaque buildup, and reduces inflammation inside blood vessels. Milk contributes potassium, which helps maintain balanced blood pressure. This combination strengthens the heart and keeps blood flowing smoothly throughout the body. 8.
सेंसिटिविटी के लिए लोग अक्सर लौंग का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन ये इस बात का हल नहीं है। लौंग एक टेम्परेरी सोल्यूशन है जो दांतों के सेंसिटिव एरियाज को वक्ती तौर पे नम कर देता है। जस्ट यूज द राइट प्रोडक्ट। न्यू सेंसोडाइन रैपिड एक्शन सेंसिटिविटी से सिर्फ 60 सेकंड्स में आराम देता है। मैं न्यू सेंसोडाइन रैपिड एक्शन रेकमेंड करती हूँ बिकॉज इट वर्क्स।
जब ऑलपर्स क्रीम से पराठे और टोस्ट पर सजी भरपूर ग़िज़ाइयाँ तो सहरी को मिली वाली गुडनेस। ऑलपर्स क्रीम से बढ़ाओ वाली गुडनेस।
Promotes better sleep at night. When taken consistently in the morning, turmeric milk regulates hormones, reduces stress signals in the body, and improves sleep quality at night. Women over 60 often experience disturbed sleep, but the nutrients in this drink help relax the body naturally. How to make it? Morning recipe ingredients. 1 cup warm milk. 1/2 teaspoon turmeric. A pinch of black pepper. Helps absorb curcumin. Optional. 1/2 teaspoon honey method. Mix turmeric in warm milk. Add black pepper. Stir well and drink slowly. Honey can be added for flavor and additional healing benefits. When to drink it? Best time, morning, on an empty stomach, or with breakfast. Daily benefits summary for women over 60 fights inflammation, eases joint pain, strengthens bones, boosts digestion, better blood sugar control, enhances sleep, protects heart health, boosts daily energy and healing. 7 morning mistakes that slow healing for women over 60 and how to fix them. Skipping water first thing in the morning. Many women drink tea, coffee, or breakfast before drinking water. This slows digestion, reduces circulation, and increases fatigue. Dehydrates cells, slows brain function, reduces joint lubrication, weakens digestion, increases inflammation. Drink 1 full glass of warm water within the first 5 minutes of waking. This activates digestion, boosts energy, and helps the body absorb your morning foods better. Drinking tea or coffee on an empty stomach. Tea and coffee increase stomach acid, raise cortisol levels, and irritate the digestive lining, especially in older women with weaker gut health. Causes acidity and bloating, weakens the gut lining, increases stress hormones, reduces nutrient absorption. Triggers inflammation. Fix. Eat something small. First, almonds, banana, yogurt, or warm water with lemon. Then drink tea or coffee after 10 to 15 minutes. This protects the stomach and keeps energy levels stable. Eating breakfast too late. Women over 60 often delay breakfast until mid-morning. This forces the body into stress mode and slows metabolism. Why it slows? Healing raises stress hormones, slows metabolism, reduces morning energy, causes overeating later. Eat breakfast within 60 to 90 minutes of waking. This stabilizes blood sugar, increases morning strength, and helps your body use nutrients efficiently. Relying only on carbs for breakfast, most older women eat paratha, bread, biscuits, or tea foods, low in protein and high in sugar. Why? It slows healing, weakens muscles, reduces morning strength, causes cravings. Add protein plus good fats every morning. Examples: eggs, yogurt, nuts, chia seeds, oats, plus milk, turmeric milk. Not getting morning sunlight. Women over 60 need vitamin D more than any other group. Without it, healing slows, bones weaken, immunity drops, and mood suffers. Low vitamin D, weak bones, low mood, hormonal imbalance. Get 10 to 15 minutes of sunlight between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. This boosts vitamin D naturally, improves energy, and strengthens immunity. Staying sedentary in the morning, sitting for long periods, after waking, after breakfast, or during tea time, slows blood flow and increases stiffness. Why? It slows healing, increases joint pain, reduces circulation, slows digestion, lowers metabolism, weakens muscles. Move for 5 to 10 minutes. Right after breakfast, gentle walk, stretching, light yoga, shoulder and back mobility. This activates healing and boosts morning energy. Eating breakfast in a rush, fast eating increases acidity, slows digestion, and prevents nutrient absorption. Why? It slows healing, causes gas, bloating, and discomfort.
सब गुस्सेले जवानों के लिए स्प्राइट लेमन मिंट हाजिर है गुस्से के सारन पे म्यूट दबा इफ्तार के वक्त हौसला फरमा खाने की रीलें देख के दिल को ना तू जला मिंट लगा ठंड मचा सहरी तक यही वाइब चला साजी ठंडा आ गया है मिंट लगा ठंड मचा मिंट लगा ठंड मचा मिंट लगा ठंड मचा मिंट लगा ठंड मचा मिंट लगा ठंड मचा
Reduces nutrient absorption, slows metabolism, increases stress. Eat slowly. Take 8 to 10 minutes to finish your meal. This improves digestion and allows your morning foods to work more effectively. Ignoring morning pain signals. Women over 60 often ignore early signs of joint stiffness, fatigue, dizziness, or digestive discomfort. Why? It slows healing. Early symptoms turn into bigger health problems. Pain increases during the day. Healing becomes slower. Pay attention to your body every morning. If you feel stiffness or weakness, add turmeric, milk, ginger, tea light, stretching, warm water. Small corrections early in the morning. Protect your body. Morning checklist for women over 60. Healing boost plan. Follow these steps daily. Drink warm water. Eat something small before tea, coffee. Eat a balanced breakfast within 60 minutes. Add 1 healing food. Oats, yogurt, nuts, eggs, chia seeds, turmeric, milk. Move for 5 to 10 minutes. Get sunlight. Eat slowly. Avoid stress. Your morning decides your entire day, and these small mistakes can block healing without you noticing. Fix them daily. Eat smart, and your body will thank you with more energy, stronger immunity, and better health, even after 60.
As we grow older, something very quiet but very powerful begins to happen in our lives. We start lowering our expectations. Things that once felt abnormal slowly start to feel normal. Feeling tired all the time, waking up without motivation, needing more rest after small activities, forgetting little things, losing strength, and most people are told the same sentence again and again. This is just aging. But what if that sentence is only half true? What if your body isn't actually breaking down the way you think it is? For many seniors over the age of 50 or 60, low energy is not caused by age itself. It's caused by silent vitamin deficiencies that develop slowly over time. Deficiencies that don't cause immediate pain, but gradually drain your strength, your focus, and your joy. Think about this. You sleep for 7 or 8 hours, yet you wake up already tired. You eat your meals, but still feel weak. You sit down to rest, but never feel fully refreshed. This isn't laziness. This isn't lack of willpower. This is your body running on low fuel. After the age of 50, the human body changes in very specific ways. Digestion becomes slower. The stomach produces less acid, which is essential for absorbing key vitamins and minerals. The intestines become less efficient. On top of that, many seniors take medications for blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, or pain, and these medications often interfere with how vitamins are absorbed. So even if you believe you're eating normally, your body may not be getting what it actually needs. This is why vitamin deficiencies are so common in older adults, and why they are so often missed. One of the most important vitamins connected to energy in seniors is vitamin B12. This vitamin plays a direct role in producing red blood cells, which carry oxygen throughout the body. It also keeps the nervous system functioning properly. When B12 levels drop, oxygen delivery to the brain and muscles decreases. This causes a deep, heavy type of fatigue that rest alone cannot fix. Seniors with low B12 often describe feeling weak, lightheaded, or unsteady. Some experience tingling or numbness in their hands and feet. Others notice difficulty walking, poor balance, or sudden clumsiness. And many feel mentally foggy, like their thoughts are moving through thick air. What makes vitamin B12 deficiency especially dangerous is that it can exist for years without being diagnosed. Blood tests are not always ordered, and symptoms are often blamed on aging. Meanwhile, the deficiency continues to damage nerves and drain energy. Many seniors are shocked when they finally correct a B12 deficiency and realize how long they've been living below their true energy level. Vitamin D is another critical nutrient that deeply affects energy and strength in older adults. Often called the sunshine vitamin, vitamin D does much more than protect bones. It supports muscle function, immune response, and even mood regulation. As we age, our skin becomes less efficient at producing vitamin D from sunlight. Seniors also tend to spend less time outdoors, either due to mobility issues, weather, or lifestyle changes. As a result, vitamin D deficiency has become extremely common worldwide, even in sunny countries. Low vitamin D levels are linked to muscle weakness, fatigue, body aches, low mood, and increased risk of falls. Many seniors describe feeling heavy, slow, or physically fragile, not realizing that vitamin D may be playing a role. There is also a strong emotional side to vitamin D deficiency. Research shows that low levels are associated with feelings of sadness, low motivation, and lack of interest in daily activities. Seniors may feel emotionally flat or disconnected, assuming it's just part of growing older, when in reality their body chemistry is out of balance. Iron is another nutrient connected to energy that should not be overlooked. Iron helps transport oxygen in the blood. When iron levels are low, cells do not receive enough oxygen to produce energy efficiently. This results in extreme tiredness, weakness, shortness of breath, and pale skin. In seniors, iron deficiency can be caused by poor absorption, limited dietary intake, or underlying digestive issues. Even mild iron deficiency can significantly reduce stamina and make simple activities feel exhausting. What's important to understand is this. Energy is not just about how much you rest. It's about how well your body can convert food into usable fuel. And that process depends heavily on vitamins and minerals. Many seniors believe that slowing down is inevitable. But slowing down too much too soon is often a sign that something is missing. There is also a psychological impact of low energy that many people don't talk about. When seniors feel tired all the time, they start saying no to activities. They avoid social events, they stop going for walks, they sit more, they isolate themselves without realizing it. Over time, this leads to loneliness, stiffness, and emotional decline. Low energy doesn't just affect the body, it affects identity. People who were once active, independent, and confident begin to feel like a burden. They may say things like, "I'm too old for that now," or "That's for younger people." But in many cases, their body is capable. It just lacks the nutritional support to perform. This is why correcting vitamin deficiencies can feel life-changing for seniors. Not because it makes them young again, but because it gives them back what aging quietly took away: strength, clarity, and confidence. It's also important to say this clearly. Vitamins are not stimulants. They don't give fake energy like caffeine or sugar. They support natural energy production at the cellular level. This means the improvement is gradual, stable, and sustainable. When the body receives the nutrients it needs, energy returns naturally. Mornings feel lighter, movements feel easier, thinking feels clearer, and daily life becomes less of a struggle. If you are over 50 or 60 and you feel constantly tired, please understand this. It is not a personal failure. It is not weakness. It is often a biological signal that your body needs support. And if you are watching this for a parent or loved one, know that fatigue in seniors should never be ignored. It is not something to simply push through. Addressing it can dramatically improve quality of life. And which vitamins help the immune system stay strong and responsive with age. But for now, remember this one powerful truth. Growing older does not mean living exhausted. Your body still wants to function well. Sometimes it just needs the right help. As we move into the later years of life, one of the most frustrating and sometimes frightening changes many seniors notice is how often they get sick. A simple cold feels stronger than before. Recovery takes longer. A small infection can leave the body weak for weeks. And many seniors quietly start living in fear. Fear of flu season, fear of hospitals, fear of getting sick and never fully bouncing back. Most people are told your immune system gets weaker with age. The immune system doesn't simply shut down as we grow older. What actually happens is that it becomes slower and less efficient. And one of the biggest reasons for this is vitamin and mineral deficiency. After the age of 50 or 60, the immune system needs more support, not less. But unfortunately, this is the time when many seniors are getting fewer nutrients due to reduced appetite, digestion problems, medication interactions, and limited food variety. This creates a dangerous cycle. The body becomes less protected, illness becomes more frequent, recovery becomes slower, and each illness weakens the body a little more. Vitamin C has long been associated with immunity, but its importance becomes even greater in older adults. Vitamin C helps white blood cells function properly. These cells are the body's frontline soldiers against viruses and bacteria. Without enough vitamin C, immune cells become sluggish and less effective. Many seniors don't realize they are low in vitamin C because deficiency doesn't always cause obvious symptoms. Instead, it shows up as frequent infections, slow healing, bleeding gums, and general weakness after illness. Another critical role of vitamin C is its ability to reduce inflammation. Chronic low-grade inflammation is extremely common in older adults and weakens immune response over time. Vitamin C helps calm this inflammation, allowing the immune system to respond more clearly and efficiently when real threats appear. Zinc is another nutrient that becomes absolutely essential for seniors. Zinc plays a direct role in immune cell communication. It helps immune cells recognize threats and respond quickly. Without enough zinc, the immune system becomes confused and slow. Even a mild zinc deficiency can increase the risk of respiratory infections, pneumonia, and prolonged illness in seniors. Many older adults consume less zinc than they need, especially if they eat limited amounts of meat, seafood, or whole grains. What makes zinc deficiency especially dangerous is that it often goes unnoticed. Seniors may simply believe they are catching everything, without realizing their immune system lacks a key tool. Vitamin A is another important but often overlooked immune-supporting nutrient. Vitamin A helps maintain the health of the skin and the lining of the respiratory and digestive tracts. These surfaces act as physical barriers, preventing germs from entering the body. When vitamin A levels are low, these barriers weaken. This allows viruses and bacteria to enter more easily, increasing the risk of infections. Seniors with low vitamin A may experience frequent respiratory issues, dry skin, and slow healing. Vitamin D also plays a powerful role in immune defense, far beyond what most people realize. Vitamin D helps regulate immune response, preventing both weak immunity and overactive inflammation. Low vitamin D levels are strongly linked to increased risk of respiratory infections, flu, and even severe illness outcomes in older adults. Many seniors have dangerously low vitamin D levels without knowing it. They may rarely go outdoors, avoid sun exposure, or have difficulty absorbing vitamin D through digestion. This leaves the immune system underprepared. There is also an emotional side to weak immunity that deserves attention. Seniors who get sick often may begin to feel anxious, dependent, or isolated. They may avoid social gatherings out of fear of infection. They may stop visiting family or friends. Over time, this isolation can lead to loneliness, depression, and further decline in physical health. Weak immunity doesn't just affect the body, it affects confidence. Many seniors say things like, "I can't risk getting sick," or "My body can't handle it anymore." While caution is important, living in constant fear is not healthy either. Supporting the immune system nutritionally helps seniors feel safer and more in control of their health. Another key nutrient for immune health is selenium. Selenium acts as an antioxidant and supports immune cell protection. It helps the body fight oxidative stress, which increases with age and weakens immune function. Even small amounts of selenium deficiency can impair immune response in older adults. B vitamins also indirectly support immunity by helping the body produce energy and maintain healthy cells. When energy production is low, immune cells struggle to function effectively. Seniors with multiple vitamin deficiencies often experience both low energy and weak immunity at the same time. It's important to understand that immunity is not about never getting sick. It's about how well and how quickly the body can fight back. Seniors with proper nutrient support often report fewer infections, milder symptoms, and faster recovery. One of the biggest mistakes seniors make is waiting until they get sick to think about immunity. Immune strength is built daily, quietly, over time. Just like muscles, the immune system needs consistent support. Nutrition alone is not everything, but it plays a foundational role. Without proper vitamins, no amount of rest or medication can fully compensate. There is also something empowering about understanding your immune health. Instead of feeling helpless or afraid, seniors who focus on nutritional support often regain a sense of control. They feel proactive rather than reactive. Of course, supplements should always be chosen carefully. Seniors should look for age-appropriate formulations and consult healthcare professionals, especially if they take medications. When memory starts slipping or focus becomes weaker, many people immediately think of aging as the enemy. They assume that mental decline is unavoidable. But the truth is, while aging does affect the brain, a large part of cognitive decline is influenced by nutrition, especially vitamin and nutrient deficiencies that quietly worsen over time. The brain is one of the most energy-demanding organs in the body. It requires a constant supply of nutrients to maintain communication between billions of nerve cells. When those nutrients are missing, the brain doesn't stop working. It just works less efficiently. Thoughts slow down, focus fades, memory becomes unreliable. And seniors often blame themselves, thinking they are losing it, when in reality their brain is undernourished. One of the most important nutrients for brain health in seniors is omega-3 fatty acids, especially DHA. DHA is a major structural component of brain cells. It helps maintain flexibility and communication between neurons. When DHA levels are low, brain cells struggle to send signals efficiently. This can show up as forgetfulness, difficulty concentrating, slow thinking, and even mood changes. Many seniors consume very little omega-3 in their daily diet. Fish intake decreases. Appetite changes. Food choices become limited. Over time, this creates a gap that directly affects brain performance. Studies consistently show that seniors with higher omega-3 intake tend to have better memory, improved attention, and slower cognitive decline. B vitamins also play a critical role in protecting the aging brain. Vitamins B6, B9 folate, and B12 work together to reduce homocysteine, a compound in the blood that, when elevated, is strongly linked to brain shrinkage and memory loss. High homocysteine levels damage blood vessels in the brain and interfere with nerve communication. In seniors, B vitamin deficiencies are extremely common, especially B12 deficiency. Low B12 doesn't just affect energy, it directly impacts memory, balance, and mental clarity. Seniors with low B12 may feel confused, disoriented, or mentally slow. Some experience sudden changes in personality or mood. These symptoms are often mistaken for early dementia, when in reality they are caused by a correctable deficiency. Folate, or vitamin B9, is equally important. It supports DNA repair and neurotransmitter production. Without enough folate, the brain struggles to maintain healthy nerve cells. Seniors with low folate may experience depression, poor concentration, and memory problems. Vitamin B6 supports the production of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, chemicals that regulate mood, motivation, and focus. When B6 levels are low, seniors may feel emotionally flat, irritable, or unmotivated, further affecting cognitive health. Vitamin E is another powerful nutrient that deserves attention in older adults. It acts as a strong antioxidant, protecting brain cells from oxidative stress. Over time, oxidative damage accumulates in the brain and contributes to cognitive decline. Vitamin E helps slow this process by neutralizing free radicals before they damage nerve cells. Seniors with adequate vitamin E intake often show better cognitive resilience, meaning their brains are better able to handle aging-related stress. Vitamin E doesn't make the brain younger, but it helps protect what is already there. Magnesium also plays an important role in brain health, yet it is frequently overlooked. Magnesium supports nerve transmission, learning, and memory formation. It also helps regulate sleep, which is essential for brain repair and memory consolidation. Poor sleep is one of the biggest enemies of brain health in seniors. When sleep quality declines, the brain cannot clear waste products effectively. This leads to increased inflammation and impaired memory. Magnesium deficiency can worsen sleep problems, creating a cycle that damages cognitive function over time. Vitamin D, which we discussed earlier for energy and immunity, also affects the brain. Vitamin D receptors are present throughout the brain, particularly in areas responsible for memory and executive function. Low vitamin D levels are associated with increased risk of cognitive decline, depression, and slower information processing. Many seniors feel mentally slower without realizing that vitamin D may be playing a role. Correcting deficiency can improve mood, focus, and overall mental well-being. There is also a deeply emotional side to cognitive decline that is often ignored. When seniors begin forgetting things, they may feel embarrassed. They may stop participating in conversations. They may withdraw socially to avoid making mistakes. Over time, this isolation worsens cognitive decline, creating a painful cycle. Brain health is not just about memory tests. It's about confidence. It's about feeling capable and present in daily life. The good news is that the brain remains adaptable, even in older age. This adaptability is called neuroplasticity. the brain's ability to form new connections. Proper nutrition supports this process. When the brain receives the nutrients it needs, it becomes more responsive, more resilient, and better able to adapt to aging. It's important to understand that vitamins do not cure neurological diseases, and they are not miracle solutions. But they provide the foundation the brain needs to function at its best. Without that foundation, no amount of mental exercise or medication can fully compensate. Seniors who focus on brain-supportive nutrition often notice subtle but meaningful improvements: better focus, clearer thinking, improved mood, and increased confidence. These changes may not happen overnight, but over time, they add up to a better quality of life. Of course, supplements should be chosen carefully. Seniors should avoid excessive doses and consult healthcare professionals, especially if they take medications. The goal is balance, not excess. If you are over 50 or 60 and you worry about your memory or mental clarity, please hear this. Cognitive decline is not always inevitable, and it is not always permanent. Many symptoms are influenced by nutrition and lifestyle, and addressing these factors can make a real difference. And if you are watching this for a parent or loved one, supporting their brain health is one of the most meaningful gifts you can give them. Subscribe to Daily Health Life USA for simple, honest health guidance designed for adults over 50. Growing older changes the body. It doesn't have to take the mind with it.
Did you know that the very vitamins sitting on your kitchen counter, the ones you've trusted for years, might actually be silently damaging your heart, brain, and immune system? It sounds impossible, right? But shocking new research from leading U.S. medical institutions reveals that many of the supplements older Americans take every single day could be speeding up aging instead of slowing it down. For millions of seniors over 60, this is more than a simple mistake. It's a hidden health trap. The wrong vitamins can trigger inflammation, drain your energy, cloud your memory, and even increase your risk of heart disease and cancer. And the worst part, most people don't even realize it's happening. But there's good news. While some vitamins are quietly working against you, others can reverse the damage, rebuilding strength, sharpening your mind, and helping you stay independent for years to come. Today, we're uncovering the truth about supplements for seniors, backed by real science, not marketing hype. You'll discover the 4 worst vitamins you should never touch and the 4 life-saving ones your body truly needs every single day. So stay with me, because by the end of this, you'll never look at your vitamin bottle the same way again. Before we dive in, if you haven't subscribed yet, I recommend you hit that button and turn on the bell so you never miss another health tip made just for you. If you enjoy this video, type 1 in the comments. If not, type 0 to let me know how I can make better content for you. Part 1. The 4 worst vitamins seniors should never take. Worst vitamin 1, high-dose vitamin E supplements. It sounds harmless, doesn't it? A simple little capsule labeled vitamin E, heart and immune support. Many seniors take it every morning, believing it's keeping them young and strong. But the truth is far darker than the label suggests. Dr. Karen Mitchell, a cardiologist from the Cleveland Clinic with over 30 years of experience, says she's seen this mistake too many times. I've had patients in their 70s come in with heart palpitations, fatigue, even chest pain, and they thought they were just getting old. When we looked deeper, the common thread was high-dose vitamin E supplements. You see, while vitamin E is an antioxidant in small amounts, once you cross the safe threshold, about 400 IU a day, it turns into the opposite, a pro-oxidant. That means instead of fighting free radicals, it starts creating them. Imagine something meant to protect your cells now tearing them apart from the inside. A major Johns Hopkins meta-analysis involving over 135,000 people found that seniors who took large doses of vitamin E had a higher risk of heart failure and early death. Why? Because too much vitamin E can thin your blood, disrupt clotting, and damage heart tissue silently, without warning. Take, for example, George, a 72-year-old retiree from Florida. For years, he proudly took 1,000 IU of vitamin E daily because he'd read it was good for the heart. But after months of unexplained bruising and dizziness, his doctor discovered that the supplement had dangerously altered his blood's ability to clot. What he thought was helping him could have ended his life. So, before you reach for that extra dose of protection, remember this. In the world of vitamins, more isn't better. Sometimes it's deadly. And if you think vitamin E is the only one hiding such risks, wait until you hear about the next so-called healthy vitamin that may quietly raise your risk of cancer instead of preventing it. If you're still watching and finding these insights helpful, please comment number 1 below to let me know you're with me. Now let's move on to point number 2. Worst vitamin 2, synthetic beta-carotene, the fake vitamin A. For years, many seniors have been told that vitamin A keeps the eyes sharp and the immune system strong. Walk down any pharmacy aisle and you'll see bottles promising healthy vision or antioxidant protection. But hidden behind those shiny labels is a dangerous secret, one that even costs some people their lives. Dr. Michael Andrews, a pulmonary specialist from the Mayo Clinic, recalls one of his patients, a 68-year-old former smoker named Robert. He was taking a supplement with synthetic beta-carotene every day, Dr. Andrews explained. He believed it would protect his lungs and vision. 6 months later, his CT scan showed the beginnings of lung cancer. What Robert didn't know was that the very vitamin he trusted had been proven in major studies to increase the risk of cancer in older adults, especially smokers and those exposed to pollution. In a massive study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, researchers followed more than 29,000 people and discovered that those taking synthetic beta-carotene had a 28% higher risk of developing lung cancer. Why? Because fake beta-carotene, the kind made in labs and stuffed into cheap multivitamins, behaves nothing like the natural form found in carrots or spinach. Inside the body, it oxidizes quickly, creating toxic free radicals that damage DNA, accelerate aging, and fuel the growth of abnormal cells. Worse yet, many vision and immune support supplements for seniors still contain this synthetic version, often labeled just as vitamin A as beta-carotene. It sounds innocent, but for someone over 60, it can quietly turn from a helper into a hidden enemy. If you want to protect your eyes and lungs, real food, not a pill, is the answer. Bright vegetables like sweet potatoes, kale, and spinach give your body natural carotenoids that heal, not harm. And if you think this story is unsettling, wait until you hear about the next vitamin, one that slowly builds up in your blood like rust on metal, quietly damaging your heart, brain, and even shortening your life. Worst vitamin 3. Iron supplements when you don't need them. Iron sounds like something we all need, right? It's what gives your blood strength and energy. But here's the terrifying truth most seniors don't realize. Too much iron can quietly poison you from the inside out. Dr. Susan Harper, a hematologist at Johns Hopkins, explains, iron is essential, but the body has no natural way to get rid of the excess. Once it builds up, it stays in your liver, your heart, even your brain, slowly causing damage year after year. And for older adults, this damage often hides behind symptoms we blame on aging: fatigue, joint pain, or foggy memory. Take the story of Margaret, a 74-year-old grandmother from Texas. She'd been taking an over-the-counter multivitamin with added iron for almost a decade, thinking it was helping her fight tiredness. But when she began feeling short of breath and her doctor ran tests, the results were shocking. Her iron levels were 3 times the normal range. The buildup had already started scarring her liver and weakening her heart. "I thought I was doing something good for myself," she said, "but I was poisoning my own body one pill at a time." Science backs her story. Research published in the Journal of the American Heart Association found that seniors with high ferritin, a marker of stored iron, were significantly more likely to develop heart disease and dementia. Excess iron acts like rust, thinking it's a safety net, when in reality, it might be the most misleading health trap of all. If you're still watching and finding these insights valuable, please comment number 1 below to let me know you're here. Now let's keep going with point number 4. Worst vitamin 4, mega multivitamins. It's a morning ritual for millions of older Americans, a big colorful pill promising complete daily nutrition, immune support, and energy for life. The label sounds reassuring, almost medicinal. But here's the chilling truth that few people over 60 ever hear. Those so-called mega multivitamins could be silently overloading your body, straining your heart, liver, and kidneys every single day. Dr. Robert Klein, a geriatric specialist from Boston, says he's seen this mistake more times than he can count. "Many of my patients come in with fatigue, dizziness, or muscle weakness," he says. "When we review their supplements, they're often taking high-dose multivitamins designed for young athletes, not aging adults. Their blood work tells the story. Too much vitamin A, too much B6, too much E, and iron levels off the charts." A Harvard study that followed over 160,000 adults revealed something shocking. Taking large daily multivitamins didn't lower disease risk or extend lifespan. In fact, for seniors, it was linked to increased inflammation, higher oxidative stress, and even kidney strain. The problem is simple. Your body after 60 doesn't process nutrients like it used to. What it doesn't use, it can't easily eliminate. And over time, those excess vitamins, especially the synthetic ones, build up, quietly turning into toxins. Take Helen, a 79-year-old retired nurse from Ohio. For years, she believed her complete senior multivitamin was keeping her healthy. But when her skin turned slightly yellow and her doctor ran liver tests, the culprit was clear. Years of oversupplementation had damaged her liver's ability to filter toxins. "I thought I was doing everything right," she said through tears. "I just didn't know too much of a good thing could hurt me." If you're taking a multivitamin, make sure it's made for seniors, low in iron, moderate in B vitamins, and derived from natural sources. Because in the world of supplements, more isn't better. It's dangerous. And now that we've uncovered the 4 hidden villains, let's turn to the truth that can change everything. Coming up next, the 4 essential vitamins every senior should take daily. The ones that don't harm, but actually heal, protect, and rebuild your body from within. Part 2. The 4 best vitamins seniors should take daily. Best vitamin 1, vitamin B12, methylcobalamin form. As we grow older, our bodies begin to change in quiet ways we can't always feel. One of the most dangerous being the gradual loss of vitamin B12 absorption. By the time many Americans reach their 60s or 70s, the stomach produces less acid, which means far less B12 is extracted from the foods we eat. The result is a slow, invisible decline that can look like aging. when in truth, it's a deficient world. A 76-year-old retired engineer from Oregon. He had been struggling with fatigue, balance issues, and forgetfulness. His doctor suspected Parkinson's or Alzheimer's until a blood test showed his B12 was dangerously low. Within weeks of taking a daily 1,000 micrograms B12 supplement in the methylcobalamin form, the kind most easily absorbed, Harold felt his energy return. It was like someone switched the lights back on in my mind, he said. Science confirms his story. Studies in the Journal of the American Geriatric Society show that maintaining healthy B12 levels reduces the risk of cognitive decline by nearly 30% and improves nerve health and mobility. It's a small vitamin with enormous power, especially for those who wish to stay mentally sharp and physically steady long into their golden years. But B12 isn't the only key to a longer, stronger life. There's another vitamin, one you can't get enough of from food or sunlight alone, that quietly protects your heart, bones, and immune system every single day. Let's talk about vitamin D3, the sunshine your body still needs even after the sun goes down. If you're still watching and finding these insights helpful, please comment number 1 below to let me know you're with me. Now let's move on to point number 2. Best vitamin 2, vitamin D3. For most of our lives, we've been told that sunlight is the best source of vitamin D, that just a little time outdoors each day will keep our bones strong and our immune system sharp. But here's the reality for older adults in America. After 60, your skin simply doesn't produce vitamin D like it used to. Even if you spend time in the sun, your body may still be running dangerously low, and the consequences can quietly affect nearly every part of your health. Dr. Alan Becker, an endocrinologist from the Cleveland Clinic, calls vitamin D3 the cornerstone of aging well. He explains, low vitamin D levels are linked to weak bones, higher fall risk, poor mood, heart problems, even a higher chance of early death. It's not a vitamin you can afford to ignore. It's the one that keeps the entire system running. Take Eleanor, a 71-year-old widow from North Carolina. She loved gardening, but started feeling chronic pain in her hips and knees. I thought it was arthritis, she recalls, but the pain got worse every winter. Her doctor ran a simple blood test and found her vitamin D level at only 14, dangerously deficient. After 3 months on a daily 2,000 IU vitamin D3 supplement, her energy returned, her pain eased, and she began sleeping better. I didn't know a tiny vitamin could make such a difference, she said, smiling. And science backs her up. A Harvard study found that seniors with healthy vitamin D levels had a 41% lower risk of fractures, better balance, and stronger immunity. It even plays a role in brain health, helping prevent the cognitive fog and mood swings that so many mistake for just getting older. If you're over 60, a daily dose of vitamin D3, ideally paired with magnesium or calcium, can be life-changing. It's not about chasing youth. It's about keeping your strength, your steadiness, and your independence. But as powerful as vitamin D3 is, there's another nutrient even more vital for your heart and energy. One your body's natural supply starts to lose the moment you hit middle age. Up next, we'll uncover the secret behind CoQ10, the fuel your cells are begging for. Best vitamin 3. CoQ10, ubiquinol form. There's a quiet reason many seniors feel drained, weak, or short of breath. And it's not just age. It's because their bodies have begun to lose one of the most vital nutrients for energy and heart health, CoQ10. This vitamin-like compound lives inside every cell, fueling the power plants that keep your muscles, brain, and heart alive. But here's the part most people don't know. After 60, your natural CoQ10 levels can drop by nearly 50%. And if you take cholesterol-lowering statin drugs, which millions of older Americans do, your CoQ10 can plummet even faster. Dr. Rebecca Lynn, a cardiologist at Stanford University, explains it plainly. CoQ10 is the spark that keeps your heart beating strong. Without enough of it, the heart muscles tire, the brain fogs, and energy disappears. She's seen patients who thought their fatigue was simply old age, when in fact, their cells were starving for fuel. Take Frank, a 78-year-old veteran from Arizona. He loved walking his dog, but found himself winded after just a few steps. I thought my heart was failing, he admitted. His doctor discovered his CoQ10 levels were dangerously low, a side effect of his statin medication. Within weeks of starting a 100 milligram daily supplement of ubiquinol, the active form of CoQ10, Frank's energy came roaring back. It felt like I was 20 years younger, he said. I could breathe again. I could live again. Scientific research supports stories like Frank's. A major study in the European Heart Journal found that CoQ10 supplementation significantly reduced hospitalizations and deaths from heart failure in seniors. It doesn't just energize, it protects. It shields your heart from oxidative stress, sharpens your thinking, and helps every organ work the way it was meant to. So if you've been feeling tired, foggy, or low on stamina, your body might be pleading for this cellular fuel. And while CoQ10 brings life back to your heart, there's one more nutrient that brings calm, clarity, and protection to your mind, the essential oil your brain can't live without. Next, let's talk about omega-3, nature's miracle for sharper memory and a stronger heart. Best vitamin 4, omega-3, fish oil or algae oil. If there is one nutrient that every doctor wishes their senior patients would take, it's omega-3. These essential fatty acids found in fish oil and algae oil are often called liquid gold for the brain and heart. Yet, according to the CDC, more than 70% of older Americans are deficient, unknowingly starving their most vital organs of the protection they desperately need. Dr. Emily Rhodes, a neurologist at Johns Hopkins, explains it best. Omega-3s are like oil for the gears of your body. Without them, inflammation builds up in your heart, your joints, even your brain. And that's when things begin to break down. One of her patients, a 75-year-old teacher named Margaret, came in complaining of forgetfulness, joint stiffness, and mood swings. She thought it was just aging, Dr. Rhodes recalls, but her blood test showed dangerously low omega-3 levels. After just 8 weeks of daily supplementation, 1,000 milligrams of purified fish oil rich in EPA and DHA, Margaret's joint pain eased, her memory sharpened, and her energy returned. It was like fog lifting from my mind, she said. Science supports what Margaret felt. Research in the Journal of Gerontology found that seniors with higher omega-3 levels had 40% lower risk of Alzheimer's, better blood flow to the brain, and a stronger heart rhythm. Another study from Harvard linked omega-3 intake to fewer heart attacks and longer lifespan. These fats calm inflammation, lower triglycerides, and protect the fragile linings of arteries, all while improving mood and vision. The beauty of omega-3s is that they heal silently, cell by cell. Whether you get them from wild-caught salmon, sardines, or a clean algae-based supplement, they work to rebuild the very foundation of longevity. Because when your brain is clear, your heart steady, and your joints free of pain, life feels lighter again. And as we bring it all together, remember this: your future health isn't written in your genes. It's written in your choices. Coming up next, we'll reveal how these 4 super vitamins work together to protect your independence, your memory, and your golden years from fading too soon. The power to age stronger is in your hands. So now you know the truth. The difference between aging well and aging painfully often comes down to the smallest of choices: the pills we take, the nutrients we feed our bodies, and the awareness we carry each day. For too long, many seniors have trusted bright labels and empty promises, believing every supplement on the shelf was made to help them. But the reality is sobering. Some vitamins silently harm, while others quietly heal. When you choose wisely, vitamin B12 to awaken your brain, vitamin D3 to strengthen your bones, CoQ10 to energize your heart, and omega-3 to calm inflammation and protect your mind, you're not just taking supplements. You're investing in your independence, your clarity, your ability to laugh, move, and live freely for years to come. Dr. Karen Mitchell, a geriatric physician with over 35 years of experience, says, aging doesn't have to mean decline. It means learning what your body truly needs and giving it just that. Her patients who follow this simple truth don't just live longer, they live better. So tonight, as you look at the bottles in your medicine cabinet, ask yourself, is what I'm taking helping me heal or quietly harming me? Because every capsule, every meal, every choice you make after 60 is either pulling you closer to strength or slowly taking it away. And the good news? You hold that power in your hands. Choose wisely. Live intentionally. And remember, it's never too late to start aging stronger from the inside out. These lessons are meant to inspire you to live fully and authentically. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Take a moment to reflect and share one thing you've learned and plan to apply in your own life. Let's support each other on this journey toward embracing these truths. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment with one. If not, feel free to comment with 0. Your feedback means a lot to us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more content like this. Thank you for watching, and here's to living life on your own terms.
When was the last time you thought about your legs? Not just whether they hurt or feel tired, but really considered how critical they are to everything you do? Getting out of bed, walking to the bathroom, climbing stairs, getting in and out of the car, playing with grandchildren, living independently. Your legs are the foundation of your mobility, your independence, and your quality of life. And here is the harsh truth. After age 50, you lose about 1 to 2% of your leg muscle mass every single year. By the time you reach 80, you could have lost 30, 40, or even 50% of the muscle in your legs. This is why so many older adults shuffle when they walk, why they struggle to stand from a chair, why they are terrified of falling. But here is what most doctors will not tell you. This muscle loss is not inevitable. You can have strong, functional legs even after 80, even after 90. The secret is not some expensive supplement or complicated exercise program. It is food. Specific foods that provide exactly what your leg muscles need to stay strong, repair themselves, and maintain their power. Today, I am going to share 7 foods that build and maintain leg strength at any age. These are foods backed by science, proven in research, and available at any grocery store. By the end of this video, you will know exactly what to eat every single day to keep your legs strong and keep yourself independent. Let us get started. Let us start with number 1, Greek yogurt. This creamy, protein-packed food is one of the absolute best things you can eat for building and maintaining leg strength, and I am going to tell you exactly why. First, let me talk about protein content. 1 cup of plain Greek yogurt provides about 20 grams of high-quality, complete protein. That is more protein than you get from 3 large eggs or a small chicken breast. This protein contains all the essential amino acids your leg muscles need to maintain and repair themselves. But what really makes Greek yogurt special is the type of protein it contains. Greek yogurt is made by straining regular yogurt to remove the whey, which concentrates the protein. The result is a product that is about 80% casein protein and 20% whey protein. This combination is incredibly powerful for leg muscle health. The whey protein digests quickly within 30 to 60 minutes. Your blood amino acid levels spike rapidly, which triggers muscle protein synthesis. Your leg muscle tells your muscles to start building new proteins. 1 cup of Greek yogurt provides about 2 to 2.5 grams of leucine. This is right in the sweet spot for maximally stimulating muscle growth in older adults. Research has shown that older adults need about 2.5 to 3 grams of leucine per meal to overcome the anabolic resistance that comes with aging. Greek yogurt delivers this amount in a single serving, making it one of the most efficient ways to trigger leg muscle growth. But Greek yogurt provides more than just protein. It is rich in calcium, providing about 200 to 300 milligrams per cup. Calcium is essential for muscle contraction. Every single time your leg muscles contract, whether you are standing up, walking, or climbing stairs, calcium floods into the muscle cells to trigger that contraction. Without adequate calcium, your muscles cannot contract forcefully. They become weak and unresponsive. Greek yogurt also contains probiotics, which are beneficial bacteria that support gut health. Your gut is where you absorb nutrients, including the amino acids from protein. If your gut health is compromised, you do not absorb protein as efficiently. The probiotics in Greek yogurt improve gut health, which means you absorb more of the protein and amino acids you consume. This makes Greek yogurt not just a protein source, but also a protein absorption enhancer. Greek yogurt provides several B vitamins, including vitamin B12, which is crucial for nerve function. Your leg muscles depend on healthy nerves to receive signals from your brain, telling them when to contract. Vitamin B12 also supports red blood cell production, which is necessary for oxygen delivery to working muscles. Here is what I love about Greek yogurt for older adults. It is incredibly easy to eat, even for people with reduced appetites or chewing difficulties. It is soft, smooth, and goes down easily. It does not require any preparation beyond opening the container. For people who struggle to eat enough protein because solid foods feel like too much work, Greek yogurt is a game changer. The versatility is another major advantage. You can eat Greek yogurt plain, which provides pure protein without added sugars. You can mix in fresh fruit for natural sweetness and extra nutrients. You can add nuts or seeds for healthy fats and extra protein. You can use it as a base for smoothies. You can even use it as a substitute for sour cream or mayonnaise in recipes. Now, let me address the different types of Greek yogurt: full fat, low fat, and fat-free. Which is best for leg strength? For most older adults, I recommend low-fat Greek yogurt. The small amount of fat helps with satiety and the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins, but it is not so much fat that it significantly adds calories or slows protein digestion. Full-fat Greek yogurt is fine if you need extra calories. Fat-free is also fine, though it may be less satisfying. One critical point: make sure you are buying plain Greek yogurt, not flavored varieties. Flavored Greek yogurt often contains 15 to 20 grams of added sugar, which undermines the health benefits. If you want sweetness, add your own fruit or a small drizzle of honey. You control the amount of sugar rather than consuming whatever the manufacturer added. How much Greek yogurt should you eat for strong legs? I recommend at least 1 cup per day. Have it for breakfast with berries and nuts. Have it as a snack between meals. Have it before bed to provide your leg muscles with sustained amino acids overnight while you sleep. Many people find that eating Greek yogurt consistently every single day makes a noticeable difference in their leg strength and overall energy levels. Number 2 is salmon, and this fish is absolutely exceptional for building and maintaining leg strength. Salmon provides a unique combination of nutrients that support your leg muscles in ways that few other foods can match. Let me start with protein. A 4-ounce serving of salmon provides about 25 to 30 grams of high-quality, complete protein. This protein contains all the essential amino acids your leg muscles need in optimal ratios. Salmon protein is also exceptionally bioavailable, meaning your body can digest and absorb it very efficiently. But what really sets salmon apart for leg strength is the omega-3 fatty acids. Salmon is one of the richest sources of omega-3s you can eat. A 4-ounce serving provides 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams of EPA and DHA, which are the long-chain omega-3s that have the most powerful effects on muscle health. Here is why omega-3s are so critical for leg strength. As we age, our muscles develop anabolic resistance. This means they become less responsive to the signals that tell them to build new proteins. You can eat plenty of protein, but your aging leg muscles do not respond as strongly as they used to. This is one of the primary reasons for age-related muscle loss. Omega-3 fatty acids help overcome this anabolic resistance. Research has demonstrated that omega-3 supplementation enhances muscle protein synthesis in older adults. The omega-3s make muscle cell membranes more fluid and responsive. They improve insulin sensitivity in muscle cells, which helps muscles take up amino acids more effectively. And they activate signaling pathways within muscle cells that promote protein synthesis. In practical terms, omega-3s make every gram of protein you eat more effective at building and maintaining your leg muscles. They essentially make your old muscles behave more like young muscles in terms of their responsiveness to protein and exercise. Omega-3s also powerfully reduce inflammation throughout your body. Chronic inflammation is one of the primary drivers of age-related muscle loss. When your body is inflamed, it produces cytokines that directly break down muscle proteins. This inflammatory muscle wasting is a major contributor to weak legs in older adults. By reducing inflammation, omega-3s help prevent this accelerated muscle breakdown and create an environment where your leg muscles can maintain their strength. But salmon provides even more benefits for leg strength. It is one of the best food sources of vitamin D. A 4-ounce serving provides 600 to 800 international units of vitamin D. Vitamin D is absolutely crucial for muscle strength and function. It helps muscle cells respond to nerve signals, contract forcefully, and maintain their mass. Low vitamin D levels are strongly associated with muscle weakness, poor balance, increased fall risk, and accelerated muscle loss. Studies have shown that older adults with low vitamin D have weaker leg muscles, slower walking speeds, and more difficulty with activities like climbing stairs or getting up from a chair. By eating salmon regularly, you ensure your leg muscles have the vitamin D they need to function optimally. Salmon provides substantial amounts of several B vitamins, particularly vitamin B12, niacin, and vitamin B6. Vitamin B12 is essential for nerve function. Your leg muscles depend on healthy nerves to receive signals from your brain. Without proper nerve function, your muscles cannot contract at the right time or with the right force. Niacin supports energy metabolism, helping your body convert food into usable energy. Vitamin B6 is involved in protein metabolism and amino acid utilization. Salmon also contains selenium, which acts as an antioxidant and supports thyroid function. It provides potassium, which is necessary for muscle contraction and nerve signaling. And it contains astaxanthin, the compound that gives wild salmon its pink color. Astaxanthin is a powerful antioxidant that has been shown to reduce muscle fatigue and improve recovery after exercise. Now, I specifically recommend wild-caught salmon over farmed salmon. Wild salmon eat a natural diet of small fish and krill, which gives them higher levels of omega-3 fatty acids and vitamin D. Wild salmon also have a better omega-3 to omega-6 ratio and contain fewer contaminants. If you can afford it, wild-caught Alaskan salmon is your best option. If fresh wild salmon is too expensive, canned wild salmon is an excellent and much more affordable alternative. A can costs about $4 to $6 and provides 2 servings. You get all the same protein, omega-3s, and vitamin D at a fraction of the price. The only real difference is texture. How should you prepare salmon? You can bake it, grill it, broil it, or pan-sear it. Season it simply with salt, pepper, lemon, and herbs. Do not overcook it. Salmon is best when it is still slightly translucent in the very center. Overcooked salmon becomes dry and less enjoyable. For canned salmon, you can eat it straight from the can, make salmon salad, create salmon cakes or patties, or add it to pasta dishes or salads. The bones in canned salmon are soft and edible, providing a bonus dose of calcium. How often should you eat salmon for strong legs? I recommend at least twice a week. Each serving provides such a concentrated dose of protein, omega-3s, and vitamin D that even this frequency makes a significant impact on leg muscle health and strength. Number 3 is lentils, and these humble legumes are one of the most underrated foods for building leg strength. Lentils are affordable, versatile, and packed with nutrients that specifically support the muscles in your legs. 1 cup of cooked lentils provides about 18 grams of protein. While this is a plant protein and not quite as complete as animal proteins, Lentils contain decent amounts of all the essential amino acids. The only amino acid they are slightly low in is methionine, but if you eat lentils as part of a varied diet that includes grains or occasional animal proteins, this is not a concern. What makes lentils particularly valuable for leg strength is the combination of protein and other nutrients they provide. Lentils are exceptionally rich in iron, providing about 6 to 7 milligrams per cup. Iron is essential for producing hemoglobin, which carries oxygen in your blood. Your leg muscles need oxygen to function properly and generate force. When you walk, climb stairs, or stand from a chair, your leg muscles are working hard. They need a constant supply of oxygen to produce the energy required for these activities. Without adequate iron, you become anemic. Your blood cannot carry enough oxygen to your working muscles. The result is weakness, fatigue, and poor exercise tolerance. Your legs feel heavy and tired. Activities that should be easy become exhausting. As we age, iron deficiency becomes more common. We may eat less red meat, which is the richest source of easily absorbed iron. We may have digestive issues that interfere with iron absorption. Certain medications can reduce iron absorption. For older adults, getting adequate iron is crucial, and lentils are an excellent source. Lentils are also incredibly rich in magnesium, providing about 70 to 80 milligrams per cup. Magnesium is absolutely critical for muscle function. It is involved in over 300 enzymatic reactions in your body, including many that control muscle contraction and relaxation. Magnesium helps your muscles contract when they need to and relax when they should. Without adequate magnesium, your muscles become tight, crampy, and weak, and many older adults have suboptimal magnesium levels. Magnesium absorption decreases with age. Certain medications deplete magnesium, and many people simply do not consume enough magnesium-rich foods. By eating lentils regularly, you support optimal magnesium levels and help your leg muscles function properly. Lentils provide substantial amounts of potassium, about 730 milligrams per cup. Potassium is essential for muscle contraction and nerve signaling. Every time your leg muscles contract, potassium plays a critical role in generating the electrical signal that triggers that contraction. Adequate potassium helps prevent muscle cramps and supports optimal muscle function. Lentils are also a good source of zinc, which supports protein synthesis. They contain phosphorus, which is important for energy production and bone health, and they provide several B vitamins, particularly folate and thiamine, which support red blood cell production and energy metabolism. Here is another major benefit of lentils for leg strength. They are exceptionally rich in fiber, providing about 15 grams per cup. This fiber supports digestive health and helps regulate blood sugar. Stable blood sugar is important for muscle health because blood sugar crashes can trigger cortisol release, and cortisol is a catabolic hormone that breaks down muscle tissue. By eating fiber-rich foods like lentils, you maintain stable blood sugar and create an environment where your muscles can thrive. The combination of protein, iron, magnesium, potassium, and fiber makes lentils ideal for supporting leg strength. You are getting muscle-building protein along with the minerals your muscles need to contract forcefully and the oxygen transport necessary for sustained muscle function. Lentils are also incredibly affordable and easy to prepare. A 1-pound bag of dried lentils costs about $1 to $2 and provides about 12 servings. Unlike dried beans, lentils do not require overnight soaking. You just rinse them, add them to boiling water or broth, and simmer for 20 to 30 minutes. They are done. How should you use lentils? Make lentil soup by simmering lentils with vegetables, broth, and spices. Add cooked lentils to salads for extra protein and substance. Use them as a base for grain bowls with vegetables and a flavorful sauce. Make lentil curry with coconut milk and Indian spices. Use mashed lentils as a filling for tacos or wraps. You can even make lentil burgers by mashing cooked lentils with breadcrumbs, egg, and seasonings, forming into patties and cooking. These are delicious and provide substantial protein and nutrients for your leg muscles. For maximum benefit for leg strength, I recommend eating lentils 3 to 4 times per week. 1 cup per serving provides 18 grams of protein plus iron, magnesium, potassium, and fiber. This, combined with other protein sources throughout the week, helps ensure your leg muscles have all the nutrients they need to stay strong. Number 4 is eggs. And these nutritional powerhouses are one of the best foods you can eat for maintaining and building leg strength at any age. Eggs provide a unique combination of nutrients that specifically support the muscles, nerves, and bones that keep your legs strong and functional. One large egg provides about 6 grams of high-quality, complete protein. The protein in eggs is considered the gold standard because it contains all the essential amino acids in optimal ratios. Your body can use egg protein extremely efficiently for building and maintaining muscle tissue. Eggs have the highest biological value of any protein source, meaning your body can absorb and use nearly all of the protein they provide. For leg strength, this protein is crucial. Your leg muscles, particularly your quadriceps, glutes, and calves, are some of the largest muscles in your body. They require substantial protein to maintain their mass and function. By eating eggs regularly, you provide your leg muscles with easily absorbed high-quality protein. But what really sets eggs apart is what is contained in the yolk. Many people unfortunately discard the yolk because of outdated concerns about cholesterol, but the yolk is where most of the nutrients are found. The yolk contains choline, which is crucial for nerve function and muscle control. Here is why choline matters so much for leg strength. Your leg muscles do not contract on their own. They contract in response to signals from your brain and spinal cord. These signals travel through nerves to reach your muscles. The neurotransmitter that carries these signals is called acetylcholine, and your body needs choline to produce it. Without adequate choline, the nerve signals to your muscles become weak and inefficient. Your leg muscles do not respond as quickly or as forcefully to commands from your brain. You might notice this as delayed reactions, difficulty coordinating movements, or a general feeling that your legs are not responding the way they should. Choline deficiency can contribute to muscle weakness even when protein intake is adequate. One egg provides about 150 milligrams of choline. Most adults need about 400 to 550 milligrams per day. By eating 2 to 3 eggs per day, you get a substantial portion of your choline needs. Very few foods are rich in choline, so eggs are particularly valuable. Egg yolks also contain leucine, that critical amino acid for stimulating muscle protein synthesis. While the amount per egg is modest, about 0.5 grams, eating multiple eggs provides a meaningful dose. 3 eggs give you about 1.5 grams of leucine, which contributes significantly to the 2.5 to 3 grams needed to maximally stimulate muscle growth in older adults. Eggs provide vitamin D, with 1 egg containing about 40 international units. While this is not a huge amount, every bit helps, especially since vitamin D deficiency is so common in older adults. Vitamin D supports muscle strength, nerve function, and calcium absorption for bone health. Egg yolks contain lutein and zeaxanthin, which are antioxidants that protect eye health. Good vision is critical for safe walking and preventing falls. When you can see clearly, you can navigate obstacles, judge distances, and maintain balance more effectively. By supporting eye health, eggs indirectly support your ability to walk safely and maintain leg strength through continued activity. Eggs also provide several B vitamins, including vitamin B12, riboflavin, and folate. These vitamins support energy metabolism, red blood cell production, and nerve function. They ensure your leg muscles have the energy they need and can receive proper signals from your nervous system. Here is another benefit of eggs for leg strength. They contain healthy fats that support hormone production. Hormones like testosterone and growth hormone, which decline with age, are important for maintaining muscle mass and strength. While eating eggs will not restore your hormone levels to those of a young person, the fats in eggs support optimal hormone production given your age. Eggs are also incredibly versatile and easy to prepare. You can hard-boil them, scramble them, poach them, fry them, or make omelets. They cook in minutes. Even someone with limited cooking skills can prepare eggs successfully. For older adults with reduced energy or appetite, eggs are one of the easiest ways to get high-quality protein. Hard-boiled eggs are particularly convenient. You can boil a dozen eggs at the beginning of the week and have protein-rich snacks ready to grab. Just peel and eat with a sprinkle of salt and pepper. No preparation required. Now, let me address the cholesterol concern because this still holds some people back from eating eggs. For the vast majority of people, dietary cholesterol has minimal impact on blood cholesterol levels. Your liver produces most of the cholesterol in your blood, and it regulates production based on what you eat. When you consume more cholesterol, your liver typically makes less. Multiple large studies have shown that eating eggs, including the yolks, does not increase heart disease risk for most people. Eggs are now considered part of a healthy diet by virtually all major health organizations. So please, eat the whole egg. The yolk is where most of the leg-strengthening nutrients are found. How many eggs should you eat for strong legs? For most healthy adults, eating 2 to 3 eggs per day is perfectly fine and highly beneficial. This provides 12 to 18 grams of protein plus choline, vitamin D, and other nutrients. If you have specific health concerns or your doctor has told you to limit eggs, follow that guidance. But for most people, eggs should be a daily part of your leg-strengthening diet. Number 5 is sweet potatoes, and these orange-fleshed tubers are absolutely exceptional for supporting leg strength. Sweet potatoes provide a unique combination of nutrients that fuel your leg muscles, support their function, and help maintain the energy you need for walking, standing, and climbing stairs. Let me start with carbohydrates. One medium sweet potato provides about 23 to 27 grams of complex carbohydrates. These carbs are essential for leg strength because your muscles run on glycogen, which is made from the carbohydrates you eat. When your muscle glycogen stores are depleted, your muscles become weak and fatigued. You might notice this as heavy, tired legs that just do not want to move. By eating carbohydrate-rich foods like sweet potatoes, you ensure your leg muscles have the fuel they need to generate force. This is particularly important for older adults who may not be eating enough total calories or carbohydrates. Without adequate carbs, your body starts breaking down muscle protein to use for energy, which leads to muscle loss and weakness. But sweet potatoes are not just any carbohydrate. They have a relatively low to moderate glycemic index, which means they do not cause rapid spikes in blood sugar. They release glucose gradually into your bloodstream, providing sustained energy. This steady energy supply is ideal for maintaining leg strength throughout the day. Sweet potatoes are exceptionally rich in potassium. One medium sweet potato provides about 540 milligrams. Potassium is absolutely critical for muscle contraction. Every single time your leg muscles contract, whether you are standing up, taking a step, or climbing a stair, potassium plays a central role in generating the electrical signal that triggers that contraction. When your potassium levels are low, your muscles cannot generate these electrical signals properly. The result is muscle weakness, cramping, and poor coordination. You might feel like your legs are not responding the way they should. By eating potassium-rich foods like sweet potatoes, you ensure your leg muscles can contract forcefully and efficiently. Sweet potatoes are also loaded with beta-carotene, which your body converts into vitamin A. That beautiful orange color is a dead giveaway. One medium sweet potato provides over 400% of your daily vitamin A needs. Vitamin A plays several important roles in muscle health. First, vitamin A supports protein synthesis. It helps regulate the genes involved in building new muscle proteins. Without adequate vitamin A, muscle protein synthesis is impaired, and your muscles cannot maintain their mass and strength effectively. Second, vitamin A supports the health of cell membranes, including muscle cell membranes. Healthy cell membranes are essential for muscles to respond to signals, take up nutrients, and function properly. Vitamin A also supports immune function, which is important because illness and infection can cause rapid muscle loss. Sweet potatoes provide several B vitamins, particularly vitamin B6 and thiamine. Vitamin B6 is involved in amino acid metabolism and protein synthesis. It helps your body actually use the protein you eat to build and maintain muscle. Thiamine supports energy metabolism, helping your body convert carbohydrates into ATP, the energy currency your muscles use. Sweet potatoes are also a good source of manganese, which is involved in bone formation and metabolism. Strong bones are essential for supporting strong muscles. Your leg bones bear the weight of your entire body and provide attachment points for your leg muscles. If your bones are weak, your muscles cannot function optimally, no matter how strong they are. Here is another benefit of sweet potatoes. They contain fiber, about 4 grams per medium potato. This fiber supports digestive health and helps regulate blood sugar. The fiber slows the digestion and absorption of the carbohydrates in sweet potatoes, which prevents blood sugar spikes and provides that sustained energy we talked about earlier. The combination of complex carbohydrates, potassium, vitamin A, B vitamins, and fiber makes sweet potatoes ideal for supporting leg strength. You are getting muscle fuel along with the nutrients your muscles need to contract and the metabolic support to use that fuel efficiently. Sweet potatoes are also incredibly versatile and easy to prepare. You can bake them whole, slice them into wedges and roast them, cube them and add them to soups or stews, or mash them as a side dish. They have a naturally sweet flavor that most people enjoy. For baking, simply scrub the skin, poke a few holes with a fork, and bake at 400 degrees for about 45 to 60 minutes until tender. You can eat the skin, which contains additional fiber and nutrients. Add a little bit of butter, cinnamon, or a drizzle of maple syrup if you want, though sweet potatoes are delicious with just a pinch of salt. How often should you eat sweet potatoes for leg strength? I recommend 3 to 4 times per week. 1 medium sweet potato per serving provides the carbohydrates, potassium, and vitamins your leg muscles need. Sweet potatoes are particularly valuable around times when you are more active. Have them for lunch if you take walks in the afternoon. Have them for dinner if you are active in the evening. The carbohydrates will fuel your muscles and support recovery. Number 6 is almonds, and these nuts are one of the most nutrient-dense foods you can eat for supporting leg strength. Almonds provide a unique combination of protein, healthy fats, and minerals that specifically support muscle function and bone health. A 1-ounce serving of almonds, which is about 23 almonds, provides about 6 grams of protein. While this is not a huge amount, it is a valuable contribution to your daily protein needs. The protein in almonds contains all the essential amino acids, though not in optimal ratios like animal proteins. When eaten as part of a varied diet, almonds contribute meaningfully to muscle maintenance. But what really sets almonds apart for leg strength is the magnesium content. 1 ounce of almonds provides about 75 to 80 milligrams of magnesium. That is roughly 20% of what most adults need per day. Magnesium is absolutely essential for muscle contraction and relaxation. Here is how magnesium works in your muscles. When your brain sends a signal for your leg muscles to contract, calcium floods into the muscle cells. This calcium triggers the contraction. Then, magnesium helps pump the calcium back out of the cells so the muscles can relax. This cycle of contraction and relaxation happens every single time you move your legs. Without adequate magnesium, this cycle does not work properly. Your muscles have trouble relaxing after they contract. They stay tense and tight. You experience cramping, especially in your calves at night. Your muscles feel stiff and unresponsive. Over time, chronic magnesium deficiency leads to muscle weakness and poor function. Many older adults are deficient in magnesium without realizing it. Magnesium absorption decreases with age. Certain medications, particularly diuretics and proton pump inhibitors, deplete magnesium. And many people simply do not consume enough magnesium-rich foods. By eating almonds regularly, you help maintain optimal magnesium levels and support proper muscle function. Almonds are also rich in vitamin E, providing about 7 to 8 milligrams per ounce. That is nearly 50% of your daily needs. Vitamin E is a fat-soluble antioxidant that protects cell membranes from oxidative damage. Your muscle cell membranes are constantly exposed to oxidative stress, especially during physical activity. Vitamin E helps protect these membranes and maintain muscle cell health. Almonds provide calcium, about 75 milligrams per ounce. While this is not as much as dairy products provide, it still contributes to your daily needs. Calcium is essential for muscle contraction and bone health. Strong bones support strong muscles. Your leg bones bear tremendous forces during walking and standing. Adequate calcium helps maintain bone density and strength. Almonds are also a good source of phosphorus, which works with calcium to build strong bones. They provide manganese, which is involved in bone formation and metabolism. And they contain small amounts of zinc, which supports protein synthesis and immune function. Here is another important benefit of almonds. They provide healthy fats, particularly monounsaturated fats. 1 ounce of almonds contains about 14 grams of fat, mostly monounsaturated. These healthy fats support several aspects of health that indirectly affect leg strength. First, dietary fat is necessary for the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins like vitamins D, E, K, and A. All of these vitamins play roles in muscle and bone health. Without adequate dietary fat, you cannot properly absorb these vitamins even if you are consuming them. Second, Healthy fats support hormone production. While eating almonds will not dramatically increase your hormone levels, having adequate dietary fat ensures your body can produce hormones like testosterone and growth hormone at optimal levels for your age. These hormones support muscle maintenance. Third, the healthy fats in almonds provide concentrated energy. Each gram of fat provides 9 calories. For older adults who may have reduced appetites and struggle to consume enough total calories, almonds are an efficient way to increase calorie intake. You need adequate calories to support muscle maintenance. Without enough calories, your body breaks down muscle for energy. Almonds are also incredibly convenient. They require no preparation. They do not need refrigeration. You can keep a bag or container of almonds with you and have protein, healthy fats, and minerals readily available whenever you need a snack. This convenience makes it easy to consume almonds consistently. The fiber in almonds, about 3.5 grams per ounce, supports digestive health and helps regulate blood sugar. Stable blood sugar prevents the metabolic stress that can contribute to muscle breakdown. How should you eat almonds? The simplest way is to eat them raw or dry roasted as a snack. A small handful between meals provides protein, healthy fats, and minerals. You can also add slivered or sliced almonds to salads, oatmeal, yogurt, or stir-fries. Almond butter is another excellent option. 2 tablespoons of almond butter provides similar nutrition to a handful of whole almonds. How many almonds should you eat for leg strength? I recommend about 1 ounce per day, which is roughly a small handful or 23 almonds. This provides 6 grams of protein, 75 milligrams of magnesium, vitamin E, calcium, and healthy fats. You can eat them all at once as a snack or split them up and add them to different meals throughout the day. One caution: almonds are calorie dense. That 1 ounce serving contains about 160 to 170 calories. This is great if you need to increase calorie intake, but if you are trying to lose weight, be mindful of portion sizes. Measure out your serving rather than eating straight from the bag. Number 7 is chicken breast, and this lean protein is one of the most effective and affordable foods for building and maintaining leg strength. Chicken breast provides pure, high-quality protein with minimal fat and calories, making it ideal for maximizing muscle maintenance. A 4-ounce serving of skinless chicken breast provides about 35 grams of pure protein. That is an enormous amount. That is more protein than you get from 5 eggs, 2 cups of Greek yogurt, or a large salmon fillet. Chicken breast is one of the most protein-dense foods available. This protein is complete, containing all the essential amino acids your leg muscles need. It is also exceptionally bioavailable. Your body can digest and absorb chicken protein very efficiently. Very little of the protein goes to waste. Nearly all of it is available for your muscles to use for maintenance and repair. The leanness of chicken breast is a major advantage for older adults who need to maximize protein intake while managing total calorie intake. That 4-ounce serving of chicken breast contains only about 140 to 160 calories and just 3 to 4 grams of fat. You are getting massive amounts of protein with minimal calories. This allows you to eat enough protein to support your leg muscles without consuming excessive calories that could lead to unwanted weight gain. For maintaining and building leg strength, research has shown that older adults need about 25 to 30 grams of protein per meal to maximally stimulate muscle protein synthesis. 1 serving of chicken breast provides this amount easily. With eggs or Greek yogurt, you might need to eat multiple servings to reach this threshold. With chicken breast, 1 moderate serving is sufficient. Chicken breast also provides several nutrients that support leg muscle function. It is a good source of niacin, which is a B vitamin that supports energy metabolism. 1 serving provides over 70% of your daily niacin needs. Niacin helps your body convert food into ATP, the energy currency your muscles use. Chicken breast contains vitamin B6, which is involved in protein metabolism and amino acid utilization. It helps your body actually use the protein you eat to build and maintain muscle tissue. It also provides phosphorus, which is important for energy production and bone health. Chicken breast contains selenium, an antioxidant mineral that supports immune function and thyroid health. Your thyroid regulates your metabolism, including how efficiently your body uses protein to maintain muscle mass. The versatility of chicken breast is another major advantage. It has a mild flavor that adapts to virtually any seasoning or preparation method. You can grill it, bake it, saute it, poach it, stir-fry it, or slow cook it. You can season it with any herb, spice, or sauce. It works in salads, sandwiches, wraps, bowls, pasta dishes, soups, stews, and casseroles. This versatility makes it easy to eat chicken breast regularly without getting bored. You can have grilled chicken one night, chicken stir-fry another night, chicken soup the next. The flavor and presentation are completely different, but you are consistently getting the protein your leg muscles need. Chicken breast is also relatively affordable. While it costs more per pound than chicken thighs or drumsticks, it is still one of the most economical sources of protein per gram. You get exceptional nutrition for a reasonable price. One consideration with chicken breast is that it can be dry and bland if not cooked properly. The key is not to overcook it. Chicken breast is done when it reaches an internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit. If you cook it beyond this, it becomes dry and tough. Using a meat thermometer ensures perfect doneness every time. Marinating chicken breast before cooking adds flavor and helps keep it moist. Even a simple marinade of olive oil, lemon juice, garlic, and herbs makes a huge difference. You can also pound chicken breasts to an even thickness before cooking, which ensures they cook evenly. For meal prep, chicken breast is excellent. You can cook several chicken breasts at once, store them in the refrigerator for up to 4 days, and use them in various meals throughout the week. This ensures you always have high-quality protein ready to go. How much chicken breast should you eat for leg strength? I recommend eating chicken breast 4 to 5 times per week. A 4 to 6 ounce serving per meal provides 35 to 50 grams of protein. This, combined with protein from other sources like eggs, yogurt, and legumes, helps you easily reach your daily protein target of about 1.0 to 1.2 grams per kilogram of body weight, which is what older adults need to maintain muscle mass. So there you have it. 7 foods that build and maintain leg strength even after 80. Greek yogurt for sustained protein delivery. Salmon for omega-3s and vitamin D. Lentils for plant protein, iron, and magnesium. Eggs for complete protein and choline. Sweet potatoes for muscle fuel and potassium. Almonds for magnesium and healthy fats. And chicken breast for pure lean protein. These are not exotic superfoods or expensive supplements. These are real, accessible foods available at any grocery store. Eat them consistently. Eat them in adequate amounts, and your legs will stay strong, functional, and capable of keeping you independent for decades to come. This is Dr. Thomas Reed, reminding you that strong legs at any age are not about genetics or luck. They are about eating the right foods every single day. Your independence depends on your legs. Feed them well.
The attorney's hands trembled as he broke the wax seal. It was June 17, 1854, and the parlor at Belmont Manor in Natchez, Mississippi had never been so silent. 15 people sat in that room, watching James Whitfield unfold a document that would ignite a scandal so explosive it would make headlines from New Orleans to New York, and force a court case that would drag on for 7 brutal years. Margaret Thornton sat in the center chair, draped in black mourning silk, her face a mask of composed grief. She'd buried her husband of 23 years just 3 days earlier. Around her sat their 4 children, her brother-in-law, her sister, 2 family attorneys, and several prominent witnesses from Natchez society, all there to ensure the proper transfer of one of Mississippi's largest cotton fortunes. What none of them knew was that in approximately 4 minutes, Margaret Thornton's entire world would collapse. Because the man they'd just buried, plantation master Robert James Thornton, had done something that no one in that room could have imagined. Something that would violate every social code of the antebellum South. Something that would force them all to confront truths they'd spent lifetimes pretending didn't exist. But before we continue with what happened in that parlor, and why Robert Thornton's final act would tear apart everything his family believed about their lives, make sure you're following The Sealed Room, because we bring you the true stories that history tried to bury, the scandals that powerful families wanted forgotten, and the human dramas hidden beneath the surface of America's past. Drop a comment and tell us what you think drives a man to destroy his own legacy. Is it guilt, love, revenge, or something more complicated than any of those words can capture? Attorney Whitfield cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I must warn you that the contents of this testament are highly irregular. Mr. Thornton insisted I read every word exactly as written, without omission or summary. Margaret's sister, Caroline whispered, "Just get on with it." "James, we've had enough drama." They had no idea. Whitfield began reading the standard opening, the declarations of sound mind, the revocations of previous wills. Margaret's posture relaxed slightly. Her oldest son, Robert Jr., age 22, leaned back in his chair, already mentally calculating what he'd do with Belmont's 3,000 acres. Her daughters, Elizabeth and Anne, both unmarried and in their 20s, exchanged glances that spoke of relief. Their future was secure, their marriage prospects safe. Then Whitfield reached the first bequest, and his voice changed. Became strained. "To my wife, Margaret Elizabeth Thornton, I leave the sum of $1 to be paid within 30 days of my death." The room froze. Margaret's face went white. There must be some mistake. "Mrs. Thornton, please let me continue. $1? James, check the document again." Robert wouldn't. "To my sons, Robert James Thornton Jr. and William Charles Thornton, I leave the sum of $1 each, to be paid within 30 days of my death." Whitfield's voice was barely above a whisper now. "To my daughters, Elizabeth Margaret Thornton and Anne Caroline Thornton, I leave the sum of $1 each, to be paid within 30 days of my death." Robert Jr. surged to his feet. "This is insane. Father had over $400,000 in assets. The plantation alone is worth—" "Please sit down, Mr. Thornton." Whitfield wasn't looking at any of them now. His eyes were fixed on the paper, and his hand holding it had begun to shake visibly. "I must read the primary bequest." The silence in that room was the kind that comes just before a storm breaks. The kind where you can hear your own heartbeat pounding in your ears. The kind where every person present knows, with absolute certainty, that their life is about to change forever. "To Eliza Marie," Whitfield read, his voice cracking on the name, "a woman of approximately 32 years of age, currently held as property at Belmont Manor, I hereby grant immediate and unconditional freedom. Furthermore, I grant to the aforementioned Eliza Marie the entirety of Belmont Plantation, including all 3,100 acres of land, all buildings, all equipment, all livestock, and all crop yields current and future." Someone gasped. Margaret made a sound like she'd been struck in the chest. But Whitfield wasn't finished. "I further grant to Eliza Marie my full ownership stake in Thornton Cotton Factoring Company, my shares in the Natchez Railroad Company, my property holdings in Natchez City proper, including the house at 42 Pearl Street, all bank deposits, all bonds, all securities, all personal property of every kind and description, and all currency in any form." Margaret stood up so fast her chair toppled backward. No, this is forgery. This is— James, you wrote this yourself. "You're trying to steal—" "Mrs. Thornton, I did not write this will." "Your husband came to my office 6 weeks before his death and dictated it to me personally. I advise strongly against these provisions." He was adamant. 6 weeks? Margaret's voice rose to a shriek. 6 weeks he sat in this house, ate at my table, let me plan his future, and he'd already written me out of everything. Elizabeth, the older daughter, had started to cry. Anne sat perfectly still, her face blank with shock. William, the younger son, looked like he might be sick, but Robert Jr.'s face had gone dark red, the veins in his neck standing out. "Who," he said, his voice dangerously quiet, "is Eliza Marie?" And that was the question, wasn't it? The question that would unravel everything. Because everyone in that room knew exactly who Eliza Marie was. They'd just never allowed themselves to think about what she actually meant. Whitfield set down the will and looked at Margaret. What he saw in her face made him flinch. "Mrs. Thornton, perhaps the ladies should—" "Don't you dare." Margaret's voice was ice. "Don't you dare tell me to leave. This is my house. These are my children. And you're going to explain to me how a woman who was property yesterday now owns everything I've spent 23 years building." "I'm not finished reading," Whitfield said quietly. "There's more?" William's voice cracked. "I further declare," Whitfield read, and his hands were shaking so badly now the paper rattled, "that the following children, currently living at Belmont Manor, are my natural offspring and are to be freed immediately upon my death and provided for from the estate. Marcus, age 9. Sarah, age 6. And Thomas, age 3. The room exploded. Robert Jr. started shouting. Elizabeth collapsed into sobs. Margaret stood frozen, her mouth opening and closing without sound. Because what Whitfield had just read wasn't just about an inheritance. It was about 3 children everyone at Belmont had seen, had known about, had carefully pretended not to understand the significance of. 3 children who all had light skin and distinctive features. 3 children who looked unnervingly like the Thornton family. 3 children who were Robert Thornton's sons and daughter, born to the woman who now owned everything, Caroline. Margaret's sister found her voice first. "Margaret, did you know about the children?" But Margaret wasn't listening. She was staring at a point on the far wall, her breathing coming in short, sharp gasps. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely human. "Where is she? Where is this woman who's stolen my life? Mrs. Thornton, Miss Eliza is not responsible for... Where is she?" A voice came from the doorway, quiet but clear. "I'm right here." Every head in the room turned. Standing in the parlor entrance was a woman in a plain gray dress, her posture straight, her expression carefully neutral. Eliza Marie was 32 years old, though she'd never known her exact birthday. She had amber-colored eyes, dark hair pulled back severely, and skin the color of aged honey. She'd been born enslaved on a Virginia plantation, sold south when she was 14, and purchased by Robert Thornton in 1843 for what the records listed as household management duties. For 11 years, she'd lived in a small room behind the kitchen at Belmont. She'd managed the household accounts, supervised the other house servants, raised 3 children in secret, in the shadows, where no one would have to acknowledge what they were or who had fathered them. And now, according to the document James Whitfield held, she owned all of it. Margaret looked at Eliza, and something terrible passed between them. These 2 women who'd lived in the same house for over a decade, who'd both loved the same man in whatever twisted forms love could take in a world built on ownership, who'd both borne his children, who'd both constructed careful performances of their roles, mistress and servant, wife and property, each pretending the other didn't threaten everything she'd built her identity around. "You knew," Margaret whispered. "You knew he was going to do this." Eliza's face remained impassive. "He told me 3 days before he died." 3 days. Margaret's laugh was horrible. "He gave you 3 days warning and me none at all. 11 years you've been in my house. 11 years I've fed you, clothed you, given you shelter. And this is how you repay?" "You never gave me anything, Mrs. Thornton." Eliza's voice was quiet but steady. "Your husband purchased me. Everything I had, every moment of my life belonged to him. To you, I couldn't refuse anything. I couldn't leave. I couldn't protect myself or my children. I wasn't repaying anything because I never owed you anything. I was property." The word hung in the air like poison. Robert Jr. moved toward Eliza, and something in his posture made Whitfield step between them. "Mr. Thornton, I must advise you that any physical intimidation of Miss Eliza would be—" "Miss Eliza?" Robert Jr.'s voice dripped venom. "You're calling her miss? She is a free woman as of 3 days ago," Whitfield said firmly. "Per the legal terms of your father's death and the activation of this will, Miss Eliza is no longer enslaved. She has legal standing, and she is, as of this moment, one of the wealthiest property owners in Adams County." The absurdity of it was too much for some people in the room. One of the witnesses, a banker named Pritchard, started laughing. High, hysterical laughter that sounded like it might turn into screaming. His wife dragged him from the room. Margaret was still staring at Eliza. "Why? I need to understand why. What did you do to make him choose you over his own children?" And Eliza, who'd spent 11 years being careful, being invisible, being whatever she needed to be to survive, finally let something show on her face. Pain, deep, aching pain that had lived in her bones for so long it had become part of her structure. "I didn't make him choose anything. Mrs. Thornton, your husband made his choices every day for 11 years. He chose to come to my room. He chose to father children he knew would be born enslaved. He chose to keep us all trapped in a lie that protected him and destroyed everyone else. And at the end, when he was dying and couldn't lie to himself anymore, he chose to tell the truth. I'm sorry that truth has hurt you, but you're asking the wrong person why." It was the most Eliza had ever said directly to Margaret in 11 years. And it was the moment when everything that had been carefully contained, carefully managed, carefully buried beneath Southern propriety, finally erupted into open warfare. Margaret's brother-in-law, Thomas Thornton, stepped forward. He was Robert's younger brother, a lawyer himself, and he'd been silent until now, watching everything with calculating eyes. "This will is illegitimate. It was extracted under duress from a dying man. It violates every principle of natural law and Christian morality. It will not stand in any court in Mississippi. The will was properly executed, Whitfield said. Mr. Thornton was of sound mind. He had every legal right to dispose of his property as she can't own property. Thomas's voice cut through the room like a knife. The law is clear. A Negro, even a freed Negro, has severely limited property rights in Mississippi. She certainly can't inherit a plantation. She can't own enslaved people. She can't manage business interests. The will is legally impossible. Your brother anticipated these objections, Whitfield said quietly. The will includes trust structures, guardian appointments, legal mechanisms specifically designed to— I don't care what mechanisms he designed. Margaret's voice had regained its strength, though it shook with fury. This is my home, my children's inheritance, their future, and I will burn this entire plantation to the ground before I let that woman take it. Eliza met Margaret's eyes steadily. Then burn it. But it will still be mine when the ashes cool. What happened next would consume 7 years, destroy multiple families, expose secrets that Natchez society had kept hidden for generations, and ultimately force a Mississippi court to confront questions about property, freedom, race, and power that the entire South was desperately trying to avoid answering. But in that moment, in that parlor with Robert Thornton 3 days dead and his will finally read aloud, all anyone could see was the wreckage. Margaret, who'd lost everything except $1 in her fury. 4 children who'd just discovered they were worth less to their father than the children he'd kept hidden. And Eliza, standing in the doorway of a house she suddenly owned, with 3 young children she had to protect, knowing that every person in that room wanted her destroyed. The battle for Belmont Manor was about to begin, and before it was over, it would reveal truths about the antebellum South that history books would spend the next century and a half trying to forget. The hours after the will reading would later be described by household servants as the closest thing to war they'd witnessed without actual gunfire. Margaret Thornton didn't leave. Legally, she couldn't be forced to. The will granted Eliza ownership, but Margaret still had rights as the widow, even if Robert had tried to minimize them. So she stayed, and she made sure everyone knew she was staying. That first night, Margaret gathered her children in the master bedroom, the bedroom she'd shared with Robert for 23 years, and made them swear an oath. Elizabeth would later testify in court about what her mother said. We will fight this abomination with every legal weapon we possess. We will expose that woman for what she is. We will prove your father was manipulated, poisoned against his own blood, and we will take back what's rightfully ours, even if it takes the rest of our lives. But while Margaret was rallying her children upstairs, something else was happening in that small room behind the kitchen where Eliza had lived for 11 years. Eliza sat on the edge of her narrow bed, her 3 children pressed against her. Marcus, at 9, was old enough to understand some of what had happened. Sarah, 6, kept asking why the white lady was screaming. Thomas, just 3, had fallen asleep in his mother's lap, exhausted by the day's chaos. Mama, Marcus whispered, are we really free? Eliza stroked his hair that was softer than hers, lighter brown with reddish tints in the lamplight. Hair that came from his father. The paper says we're free, but what does that mean? And how could Eliza explain to a 9-year-old that freedom was more complicated than a legal document? That they were free in writing, but trapped in a world that would never accept that freedom? That his father's final act of conscience had painted a target on all their backs? She couldn't. So instead she said, it means we're going to fight to stay together, no matter what happens. What had happened between Robert Thornton and Eliza Marie was the story everyone in Natchez had whispered about for years but never spoke aloud in daylight. And now, with the will made public, the whispers were about to become shouts. Robert Thornton had purchased Eliza in 1843 at a private sale in Natchez. The seller was a Virginia planter liquidating assets, and Eliza was listed as household trained, literate, excellent with figures. That literacy alone made her valuable and dangerous. Enslaved people who could read were watched carefully, restricted, often punished for the skill. But Eliza had been taught by a previous owner's wife who believed Christian duty required education, and the skill couldn't be unlearned. Robert paid $2,000 for her, nearly double the standard price. His wife Margaret had been furious about the extravagance. Why do we need another house servant? We have 6 already. And $2,000. Robert, we could have bought 3 field hands for that price. Robert's answer, recorded in Margaret's diary from 1843, she can manage the household accounts. You're always saying you need help with the books. It was true. Margaret did need help. She'd never been good with numbers, had never really wanted to be. Running a plantation the size of Belmont involved tracking hundreds of expenditures, recording crop yields, managing inventories. It was tedious work she was happy to delegate, so Eliza took over the books. And she was brilliant at it. Within 6 months, she'd reorganized Belmont's entire accounting system, caught errors that had been costing them thousands, streamlined the supply ordering. Robert started consulting her on business decisions, asking her opinion on whether to invest in railroad stock, discussing cotton futures prices. Margaret noticed, of course. But she told herself it was fine. It was just business. Eliza was property, a tool Robert used to manage affairs Margaret didn't want to deal with anyway. It meant nothing. Then, in early 1845, Eliza became pregnant. The plantation midwife, an elderly enslaved woman named Aunt Bessie, would later testify that she knew immediately who the father was. That child came out with Mr. Robert's nose plain as day, she said. Wasn't no question. And Miss Margaret, she knew too. She just looked at that baby when he was born, looked at Miss Eliza, then walked out the room and didn't say one word. Marcus was born in June 1845. Margaret didn't acknowledge his existence for the first 3 months of his life. She simply acted as if he didn't exist, as if Eliza hadn't given birth, as if nothing had changed. It was a performance of willful blindness so complete that even the other servants found it unsettling. But Robert acknowledged Marcus. Not publicly, he couldn't, not without destroying his social standing, but privately in small ways that everyone noticed and no one mentioned. He had new quarters built for Eliza, slightly larger, with better windows. He made sure Marcus was never assigned field work, kept close to the main house. He brought books to Eliza's room, children's primers, readers, mathematics texts. He was teaching his enslaved son to read, teaching him the same way he'd taught Robert Jr. By 1848, Sarah was born. 2 years later, in 1850, Thomas. 3 children in 6 years, all bearing unmistakable Thornton features. And through it all, Margaret maintained her fiction. She never acknowledged the children as Robert's, never spoke to Eliza about them, never confronted her husband. Years later, in a letter to her sister Caroline written during the court battle, Margaret finally explained her silence. What was I supposed to do? Leave him? And go where? Live on what? My father's estate was entailed to my brothers. I had 4 children to protect. If I made a scandal, accused Robert publicly, I would have been the one society punished, not him. Men have their indiscretions. Everyone knows this. A wife's duty is to ignore them gracefully. I did what I was supposed to do. I maintained the household. I raised our legitimate children. I performed my role perfectly, and this is how I'm rewarded. But there was another layer to Margaret's silence, one she never quite admitted even to herself. Robert had stopped coming to her bed in 1844. Their youngest daughter, Anne, had been born in 1841, and after that, nothing. For 13 years, Margaret and Robert lived as married strangers. They attended social functions together. They discussed household management. They presented the perfect image of a successful planter family, but there was no intimacy, no connection, no private life together at all, because Robert was spending his private life with Eliza, and that was what made the will so devastating. It wasn't just about money or property. It was about a husband who'd chosen someone else, and had chosen her so completely that he'd given her everything Margaret had believed was hers by right. The legal challenge began within days of the will reading. Thomas Thornton, Robert's brother and a respected attorney in Natchez, took charge of the case. He filed a petition in Adams County Chancery Court arguing that the will was invalid on multiple grounds. First, he claimed Robert had been mentally incompetent when he dictated it. Robert had been sick in his final months with what the doctors called consumption of the lungs, probably tuberculosis. Thomas argued the illness had affected his reasoning. Second, he claimed undue influence. Eliza had been in a position of intimate access to Robert. She'd manipulated him, seduced him, controlled him. A dying man in her thrall couldn't make rational decisions. Third, and most importantly, He argued the will violated Mississippi law. The state had strict regulations about manumission, freeing enslaved people. Even if Robert could legally free Eliza, he couldn't transfer property to her beyond very limited amounts. A freed black person couldn't own a plantation, couldn't inherit a business, couldn't manage enslaved workers. The will was asking Mississippi law to do something it explicitly forbade. Thomas's petition was filed on June 24, 1854, exactly 1 week after the will reading. The judge assigned to the case was Hiram Foster, a distinguished member of the Mississippi Supreme Court who'd agreed to hear this particular case at the circuit level. Because of its unusual legal complexities, what everyone actually knew was that Judge Foster had been friends with Robert Thornton, had done business with him, and probably wanted to make sure the case was handled in a way that protected Natchez society's interests. But Thomas Thornton miscalculated something crucial. He assumed the case would be straightforward, that any Mississippi judge would immediately invalidate a will that gave so much power to a formerly enslaved black woman. He didn't account for the one factor that would complicate everything. Robert Thornton had been extraordinarily thorough. Attorney Whitfield, when he first met with Eliza to explain her legal position, brought a second document that hadn't been read in that parlor, a letter Robert had written to Whitfield, to be opened only if the will was challenged. Eliza sat in Whitfield's office in downtown Natchez, wearing the same gray dress she'd worn to the will reading. Whitfield broke the seal on Robert's letter and began reading aloud. "James, if you're reading this, it means my family is contesting the will. I expected this. I want you to know why I did what I did. And I want you to use this letter in court if necessary." Whitfield glanced at Eliza. She nodded for him to continue. "I purchased Eliza in 1843 with specific intentions. I had met her briefly at a previous sale, had spoken with her and recognized her intelligence. I orchestrated her purchase deliberately. What began as a business decision became something else. Something I never intended, something I tried to resist, and something I ultimately couldn't deny. I fell in love with someone I had no right to love, in a way our world says is impossible." Eliza's breath caught. Robert had never said those words to her, never told her plainly what she'd wondered about for 11 years. "I know what people will think," the letter continued. "That I took advantage of someone I owned, someone who had no power to refuse me. And they're right. That's exactly what I did. In the beginning, that's what it was. Exploitation dressed up in whatever lies I told myself. But over the years, Eliza became the only person I could be honest with. The only one who saw me clearly and didn't require me to perform. Margaret saw the planter, the businessman, the social figure. Eliza saw the man who was terrified of dying with nothing real in his life." Whitfield paused. When he continued, his voice was thick. "I have lived a coward's life, James. I maintained a marriage that died years ago. I fathered children into bondage, my own children, enslaved because I lacked the courage to do what was right. I built wealth on the labor of people I kept in chains while pretending this was God's natural order. And I told myself these lies because the alternative was too painful. But dying has a way of stripping away every comfortable delusion." The letter went on for 3 more pages. Robert detailed his instructions for how Whitfield should structure the trust arrangements to withstand legal challenge. He acknowledged that what he was doing would hurt his legitimate children, but argued they would inherit their whiteness, their education, their social position, privileges his children with Eliza would never have unless he acted. And then, at the end, Robert wrote something that would become the center of the entire case. "I free Eliza not as an act of charity, but as an acknowledgement of theft. I stole 11 years of her life. I stole her children's childhood. I stole their right to exist as human beings rather than property. This will is not generosity. It's inadequate restitution. And if Mississippi law says a man can't restore what he's stolen from someone he's wronged, then Mississippi law is more corrupted than I am." When Whitfield finished reading, Eliza sat in silence for a long moment. Then she said quietly, "He never told me any of this. Not in these words." "Men often find courage in letters they can't find in life," Whitfield said. "Miss Eliza, this letter is powerful evidence. But using it means exposing everything. Your relationship, your children, the intimacy of what existed between you and Mr. Thornton. The Thornton family will argue you seduced him, manipulated him. They'll say terrible things about you in open court. Are you prepared for that?" Eliza thought about Marcus, Sarah, and Thomas. about the children growing up in the in-between space between slavery and freedom, between black and white, between legitimate and illegitimate, about the future she could give them if she won this fight, and the future they'd have if she surrendered. I've been called terrible things my entire life. Mr. Whitfield, what's a few more insults compared to my children's freedom? But she had no idea what was actually coming. Because the Thornton family wasn't just going to insult her, they were going to try to destroy her. And they were going to use every weapon antebellum Mississippi society had to offer. Weapons forged in generations of slavery, rape, denial, and the desperate need to maintain a social order that required some people to be human and others to be property. The first hearing was scheduled for August 1854. Both sides would present their arguments about whether the will should be probated at all. Judge Foster's courtroom was packed with every prominent citizen in Natchez. People stood in the back, crowded the aisles. This wasn't just a legal proceeding. It was a public spectacle. Margaret attended, dressed in her mourning clothes, her children beside her. She'd made sure Elizabeth and Anne looked pale and fragile, perfect victims of their father's betrayal. Robert Jr. sat stone-faced, radiating barely controlled anger. The message was clear. Respectable white family destroyed by enslaved seductress. Eliza sat on the opposite side of the courtroom with Whitfield. She'd worn her plainest dress. No jewelry, hair pulled back severely. She'd been advised to look humble, non-threatening, to perform deference even while fighting for millions of dollars. The performance required of both women in that courtroom said everything about the roles they were trapped in. Margaret had to perform wounded dignity. Eliza had to perform grateful humility. Both performances were lies, and everyone watching knew it. Thomas Thornton opened with a speech that would be reported in newspapers across the South. Your Honor, this case is not merely about one man's will. It's about whether the foundations of our society can withstand attacks from those who would pervert natural law. My brother, in his final illness, was corrupted by a woman who used her position in his household to extract an unnatural influence. She bore his children, a crime against both his marriage and moral order. And now she seeks to profit from her own wrongdoing. Whitfield stood to respond. He was older than Thomas, grayer, with a reputation for careful, methodical argument. Your Honor, the question before this court is simple. Did Robert Thornton have the legal right to dispose of his property as he chose? Mr. Thomas Thornton argues his brother was incompetent. I have 3 physicians prepared to testify that Robert Thornton was of sound mind until hours before his death. He argues undue influence. I have Robert's own letter explaining his reasoning in detail. He argues Mississippi law forbids this transfer. I have trust structures specifically designed to comply with every statute. Judge Foster listened to both sides, asked a few questions, then made a ruling that surprised everyone. This case raises complex legal questions that cannot be resolved in a preliminary hearing. I'm ordering full probate proceedings. Both sides will have the opportunity to present witnesses, evidence, and expert testimony. We will examine Mr. Thornton's mental state, the validity of his relationship with Miss Eliza, the legitimacy of the trust structures, and whether Mississippi law permits what this will attempt to do. He banged his gavel. Court will reconvene in October for full proceedings. It was a victory for Eliza, of sorts. The judge hadn't immediately dismissed the will, but it was also the beginning of something that would consume years of her life. As people filed out of the courtroom, Margaret and Eliza passed each other in the aisle. Margaret stopped, looked at Eliza directly for the first time since the parlor scene. When she spoke, her voice was low enough that only Eliza could hear. You think you've won something, but all you've done is guarantee that everyone will know exactly what you are. And when this is over, when you've been humiliated in public and exposed as a scheming whore, you'll wish you'd taken the dollar and disappeared. Eliza met her eyes. When this is over, Mrs. Thornton, your children will still have their name, their skin, and their place in society. Mine will have their freedom. I'll take that trade. They would never speak directly again, but the battle between them was just beginning. Between August and October 1854, Natchez society divided into camps with the precision of a military deployment. On one side stood the Thornton family and their allies, old money families who saw the will as an existential threat to everything they'd built their world upon. On the other side stood a much smaller, much quieter group, a handful of abolition-sympathetic merchants, several Quaker families, and a few people who simply believed a man should be able to dispose of his property as he wished, regardless of who benefited. But most people fell into a third category, those who watched with horrified fascination, unable to look away from a scandal that forced them to confront questions they'd spent lifetimes avoiding. Because Robert Thornton's will hadn't just exposed one family's secrets. It had ripped open a wound that ran through every plantation, every fine house, every respectable family in the South. The unspoken arrangements, the children who existed in legal limbo, the women who occupied spaces between property and person, between servant and something else entirely. Eliza discovered just how deep that wound ran when she tried to buy supplies in Natchez. She'd gone to Henderson's General Store, a place where Belmont had held accounts for 20 years. She needed fabric, lamp oil, basic household goods. She handed her list to Thomas Henderson, who'd always been polite when she'd come in with orders from Margaret. Henderson looked at the list, then at Eliza, then back at the list. "I'm sorry, but I can't extend credit to you. The Belmont account is closed. Mrs. Margaret Thornton closed it last week." He wouldn't meet her eyes. "And even if it weren't, Miss Eliza, I can't do business with you." "I'm sorry, I truly am. But my other customers have made it clear they won't shop here if I serve you." Eliza felt the stares of the other people in the store. All white, all watching to see what she'd do. "I can pay cash. It's not about payment. It's about—" Henderson trailed off, looking miserable. "My family's reputation. I have daughters to marry off. I can't be seen as supporting what you're doing." What she was doing. As if she'd engineered this. As if she'd written the will herself. Eliza left without the supplies. She tried 2 more stores. Same result. Word had spread with the efficiency of a plague. Anyone who helped Eliza would be socially destroyed. The white establishment of Natchez had closed ranks. That evening, a delegation of 3 women appeared at Belmont. Not the main house, they wouldn't go there. They came to the kitchen house, where Eliza was supervising dinner preparation. These were women of color, free women who'd built lives in Natchez's small free black community. Joanna Price, the oldest, spoke first. "Miss Eliza, we heard what happened in town today. We wanted you to know. We have a network. Merchants who'll deal with us quietly. Suppliers who will deliver to the back door after dark. You're not alone in this." Eliza felt something crack in her chest. For weeks she'd been so focused on the legal battle that she hadn't let herself feel how isolated she'd become. "Why would you help me?" "You don't know me. We know what you are," Joanna said quietly. "You're a woman who got free through circumstances most of us can't imagine. And now you're fighting to stay free while every white person in Natchez tries to push you back into bondage. If you lose this fight, it's not just you who loses. It's every one of us. Because what you're proving is that we can't be trusted with freedom, that we can't manage property, that we're not fully human. So yes, we're going to help you. Because your battle is our battle." It was the first moment Eliza had allowed herself to understand what she actually represented. Not just one woman fighting for an inheritance, but a test case for whether someone like the will. They were attacking Eliza herself, destroying her character so the will. They were attacking Eliza herself, destroying her character so thoroughly that no judge could possibly rule in her favor. The first witness they called was Margaret Thornton. Margaret took the stand wearing black silk, looking every inch the grieving widow. Thomas Thornton, conducting the examination himself, began gently. "Mrs. Thornton, how long were you married to Robert?" 23 years. Her voice trembled perfectly. "And in that time, did you manage his household faithfully?" "I did everything a wife should do. I bore him 4 children. I maintained his home. I supported his business endeavors. I honored my marriage vows even when—" She stopped, dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. "Even when what, Mrs. Thornton?" "Even when I discovered he'd betrayed those vows." "With her?" Margaret's finger pointed directly at Eliza. Whitfield stood. "Objection. This testimony is prejudicial and irrelevant to—" "Overruled," Judge Foster said. "The witness may continue." Margaret's testimony was devastating because it was largely true. She described discovering Robert's relationship with Eliza in 1845 after Marcus was born. She described confronting Robert, who'd admitted the affair but refused to send Eliza away. She described years of humiliation, watching her husband's mistress live in her house, raise his illegitimate children under her own roof. "Did you ever consider leaving your husband?" Thomas asked. "Where would I go? A woman can't simply leave her marriage because she's unhappy. I had children to think of, a reputation to protect. I did what any Christian woman would do. I forgave him. I prayed for him. I hoped he would see reason and end the relationship. Instead, he continued it for 13 years. And then he died and left me with nothing. She broke down crying. It was a masterful performance, and it was working. Eliza could see it in the faces of the jury. 12 white men, all property owners, many of them married. They looked at Margaret with sympathy. They looked at Eliza with disgust. When Whitfield cross-examined, he was gentle but firm. Mrs. Thornton, you testified that you confronted your husband in 1845. What exactly did he say? He said it was none of my concern. Those were his words. None of your concern? Margaret hesitated. He said his relationship with Eliza was his private business. Did he ever promise to end the relationship? No. Did he ever apologize for it? No. In fact, didn't he tell you explicitly that he would continue the relationship and you would have to accept it? Margaret's face hardened. Yes, and you did accept it, didn't you? For 13 years you accepted it. You remained in the marriage. You continued to benefit from the plantation's income. You attended social functions with your husband. To the outside world, you maintained the fiction that everything was fine. I had no choice. You had the same choice as Eliza had, Whitfield said quietly. The difference is you could have left. She couldn't. You chose to stay because the benefits outweighed the humiliation. Eliza stayed because she was property. Objection. Thomas was on his feet. Counsel is badgering the witness. Sustained. Mr. Whitfield, move on. But the point had been made. Margaret had stayed in a marriage she knew was broken because divorce would have destroyed her socially and financially. She'd chosen respectability over dignity. That didn't make her the villain, it made her a victim of the same system that enslaved Eliza, but it also meant her moral high ground was shakier than she wanted to admit. The next several days of testimony were brutal. The Thorntons called servant after servant, asking them to describe Eliza's position in the household. What emerged was a picture of a woman who'd held unusual power for someone enslaved, managing accounts, making decisions, having private conversations with Robert that excluded even his wife. But Whitfield's cross-examinations revealed something else. Respect. Almost every servant, when pressed, admitted that Eliza had been fair, kind even, that she'd helped people, protected them from worse overseers, used her influence with Robert to prevent families from being separated. One woman, an elderly cook named Aunt Ruth, gave testimony that stopped the courtroom cold. She'd worked at Belmont for 30 years and had known everyone involved. Thomas Thornton asked her, "Did you observe the relationship between Miss Eliza and Mr. Robert?" "I saw what there was to see." "Did it seem to you that she had manipulated him? Controlled him?" Aunt Ruth looked at Thomas Thornton with eyes that had seen too much of life to be intimidated by a white lawyer. "Mr. Thomas, you asking me if a woman who was property manipulated the man who owned her? That don't even make sense. How's someone with no power supposed to manipulate someone with all the power? She bore his children. Used them to. She bore his children because he came to her room and she couldn't say no. That ain't manipulation. That's what happens when one person owns another person. Your brother wasn't manipulated. He just finally admitted what he'd been doing. Thomas tried to recover. But she must have used those children to extract sympathy too. Those children looked just like your brother, Mr. Thomas. Everyone could see it. Everyone knew. The only person pretending not to know was Miss Margaret, and even she knew. She just couldn't say it out loud because saying it would mean admitting her husband preferred someone else. The problem wasn't that Miss Eliza manipulated anyone. The problem is that Mr. Robert told the truth about something everyone wanted kept secret. It was the most honest testimony the court had heard, and Thomas Thornton quickly dismissed the witness, realizing she was doing more harm than good to his case. But the Thorntons had one more weapon, and it was the most devastating one of all. They called Dr. Samuel Morrison, the physician who'd treated Robert in his final months. Morrison was elderly, distinguished, and highly respected in Natchez. His testimony was crucial because it addressed Robert's mental state. "Dr. Morrison," Thomas began, "you treated my brother during his final illness. What was his condition?" Mr. Thornton suffered from consumption of the lungs. The disease had progressed significantly by early 1854. He experienced fever, night sweats, severe coughing, and increasing weakness. Did this illness affect his mental capacity? Morrison hesitated. Consumption can affect the mind, particularly in its advanced stages. Fever can cause delirium. The physical suffering can lead to despair, irrationality. In your professional opinion, was my brother capable of sound judgment in the weeks before his death? And here Morrison looked genuinely troubled. I believe he was physically suffering so much that his judgment may have been impaired, yes. Whitfield's cross-examination was critical. Dr. Morrison, you say, may have been impaired. Were you present when Mr. Thornton dictated his will to Mr. Whitfield? No. Did you examine him that specific day? No. Did he ever, in your presence, say anything that suggested he was confused about his affairs, unable to recognize people, or otherwise mentally incompetent? Morrison shook his head slowly. No, Robert was always lucid when I saw him. He spoke clearly about his condition. He understood he was dying. He made rational decisions about his care. So your testimony about impaired judgment is speculation? It's based on my medical understanding of his condition. But you have no direct evidence that Robert Thornton was mentally incompetent when he dictated his will? No, Morrison admitted. I don't. The testimony went back and forth for days. Witnesses for both sides, character assassinations and defenses, financial experts arguing about whether the trust structures were legal. Every intimate detail of Robert and Eliza's relationship dragged into public view, and through it all, Eliza sat in that courtroom, forced to listen as people debated whether she was human enough to own property, whether she'd seduced or been raped, whether her children deserved freedom or should remain enslaved. The psychological toll was immense. At night, back at Belmont, Eliza would sit with Marcus, Sarah, and Thomas, trying to maintain normalcy while their entire world hung in the balance. Marcus, now 10, was old enough to understand some of what was happening. He'd ask questions Eliza couldn't answer. Mama, why do they hate you so much? They don't hate me, baby. They hate what I represent. What do you represent? How could she explain to a 10-year-old that she represented the lie at the heart of Southern society? That she was proof that the children of enslaved women and white men were human beings who deserved rights? That she threatened the entire social order that said some people were property and others were people? She couldn't, so she just held him and said, I represent hope that things can be different. But the person who provided the most crucial testimony wasn't a character witness or a medical expert. It was James Whitfield himself, Robert's attorney, who'd drafted the will and heard Robert's reasoning firsthand. Whitfield took the stand in early November, and his testimony would change everything. Thomas Thornton tried to discredit him. Mr. Whitfield, isn't it true that you stand to earn substantial fees if this will is probated? I'm being compensated for my legal services, yes. So you have a financial incentive to defend this will, regardless of its validity? I have a professional obligation to defend my client's wishes. Robert Thornton came to me 6 weeks before his death and dictated this will over the course of 2 full days. He was more lucid, more purposeful than many clients I've worked with. He knew exactly what he was doing. What exactly did my brother say when he came to you? Whitfield pulled out his notes. He said, I'm dying, James. I've made many mistakes in my life, but I have a chance to correct one of them. I want to free Eliza and provide for our children. I know this will destroy my relationship with my legitimate family. I know it will cause a scandal. But I would rather die honestly than live one more day lying to myself. The courtroom went silent. He said more, Whitfield continued. He said, Margaret will never forgive me. My children will hate my memory. Natchez society will condemn me. I accept all of that, because the alternative is dying knowing that I enslaved my own children, that I kept the woman I loved in bondage, and that I was too much of a coward to face the truth. I've been a coward my whole life, James. Let me at least die brave. Thomas Thornton's face had gone pale. These were his brother's words, documented in Whitfield's notes, impossible to deny, but Thomas tried. My brother was clearly not in his right mind if he said such things. The Robert Thornton I knew would never— The Robert Thornton you knew, Whitfield interrupted, was the performance he gave for Natchez society. The Robert Thornton who dictated this will was the man beneath that performance, and he was exhausted from maintaining the lie. It was the turning point of the trial. Whitfield's testimony, backed by detailed notes and the letter Robert had written, made it impossible to dismiss the will as the product of a confused mind. Robert had known exactly what he was doing. He'd understood the consequences, and he'd done it anyway. Judge Foster called for a recess after Whitfield's testimony. When court reconvened a week later, he looked weary. This case had taken its toll on everyone involved. The final arguments took an entire day. Thomas Thornton argued passionately that the will violated Mississippi law, public policy, and moral order. Whitfield argued that Robert Thornton had every legal right to dispose of his property as he chose, and that the trust structures complied with all relevant statutes. Then Judge Foster asked the question that cut to the heart of everything. Mr. Whitfield, are you truly arguing that Mississippi law should permit a Negro woman to own a plantation with enslaved workers, to control business interests, to exercise the kind of economic power that has always been reserved for white men? And Whitfield, in what would become his most famous legal argument, responded, Your Honor, I'm arguing that Mississippi law already permits free people of color to own property. The legislature has restricted those rights, yes, but not eliminated them. More importantly, I'm arguing that if a white man of property has the legal right to manumit enslaved people he owns and provide for them, then Robert Thornton has exercised that right. The fact that he chose to provide generously rather than minimally doesn't make his actions illegal. It just makes them unusual. But surely the magnitude of this bequest is beyond what the law contemplated. With respect, Your Honor, the law doesn't specify how much a freed person can inherit. It simply restricts their rights once they've inherited. Miss Eliza, if she receives this property, will still face all the legal restrictions that free people of color face in Mississippi. She won't be able to vote, testify in court against whites, or exercise many other rights. But owning property? The law permits that. And if we're going to say the law has a secret cap on how much property a freed person can own, then we're inventing restrictions that don't exist in statute. Judge Foster sat back in his chair. Everyone in the courtroom knew what he was thinking. This wasn't just a legal decision. It was a social one, rule for Eliza, and he'd be saying that Mississippi law permitted a formerly enslaved black woman to become one of the wealthiest people in the state. Rule against her, and he'd have to invent legal reasoning that didn't quite exist in the statutes. I'll issue my ruling in 30 days, he said finally, and then everyone waited. Those 30 days felt like 30 years at Belmont. An uneasy truce had settled over the plantation. Margaret remained in the main house occupying the east wing. Eliza stayed in her quarters behind the kitchen, though legally she now had the right to occupy any part of the property. Neither woman crossed into the other's space. They existed in parallel universes within the same walls, each pretending the other didn't exist, but the enslaved people at Belmont existed in a strange limbo that was even more unsettling. They didn't know who owned them anymore. Was it Margaret as the widow? Was it Eliza according to the contested will? Or were they about to be sold to settle debts if the whole estate collapsed under the weight of legal fees? A man named Samuel, who'd worked the fields at Belmont for 15 years, later described the psychological torment. We didn't know if we should pray for Miss Eliza to win or lose. If she won, we'd be owned by a woman who'd been enslaved herself just months before. If she lost, we'd probably be sold off to pay the lawyers. Either way, our lives weren't our own. But at least Miss Eliza knew what it felt like. That counted for something. In Natchez, the case had consumed every conversation. Dinner parties debated the legal arguments. Church groups discussed the moral implications. The local newspaper ran daily updates. People placed bets on the outcome. The case had stopped being about one family and become about the entire social structure of the South. And beneath all the public debate ran a current of fear. Because if Eliza won, what did that mean for every other white man who'd fathered children with enslaved women? Could they follow Robert Thornton's example? Would there be a wave of deathbed confessions? Wills that legitimized hidden families? Legal transfers that upended the racial hierarchy? The establishment had to stop this. Not just for the Thornton family, but for everyone with secrets to protect. On December 12, 1854, Judge Foster issued his ruling. The courtroom was packed beyond capacity. People stood in the hallways, crowded around the windows, desperate to hear the verdict that would define Mississippi law for years to come. Judge Foster looked exhausted. He'd aged visibly in the months since the trial began. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of a man who knew his decision would satisfy no one. I have spent these 30 days in careful consideration of the law, the evidence, and the principles at stake in this case. What I'm about to say will disappoint both parties, but it represents my best understanding of justice within the constraints of Mississippi law. Eliza felt her heart hammering. Beside her, Whitfield sat perfectly still. First, regarding Mr. Robert Thornton's mental capacity. I find that the evidence overwhelmingly supports the conclusion that Mr. Thornton was of sound mind when he dictated his will. Dr. Morrison's testimony about potential impairment was speculative. Mr. Whitfield's detailed notes demonstrate a man who understood his actions and their consequences. This will was not the product of delirium or diminished capacity. Margaret made a small sound of distress. Her attorney gripped her arm. Second, regarding undue influence. I find no evidence that Miss Eliza coerced or manipulated Mr. Thornton. The relationship between them, while morally troubling to many, does not constitute legal undue influence. Mr. Thornton made his choices freely, as evidenced by his letter and testimony from multiple witnesses. Thomas Thornton's face darkened. He could see where this was heading. However, Judge Foster continued, and that single word made everyone in the courtroom tense. I must address the fundamental legal question. Can Mississippi law permit what this will attempts to do? He paused, looking directly at Eliza. Miss Eliza, under the terms of this will, would become one of the largest property owners in Adams County. She would control enslaved workers. She would manage business interests. She would exercise economic power that has traditionally been reserved for white male citizens. The question is not whether Mr. Thornton had the right to free you. He did. The question is whether he had the right to transfer this magnitude of property to a freed person of color. And on this point I find that Mississippi law is ambiguous. The statutes restrict the rights of free people of color, but they do not explicitly forbid property ownership or inheritance. Whitfield leaned forward. This was better than he'd hoped. Therefore, I am ruling that Robert Thornton's will is valid and should be probated, with modifications. The courtroom erupted. Judge Foster's gavel cracked like gunfire. Order! I will have order! When the room quieted, he continued. Miss Eliza shall receive her freedom, as stipulated in the will. She shall receive custody of her 3 children, Marcus, Sarah, and Thomas, who shall also be freed. These provisions are unambiguous and legal. Eliza felt tears running down her face. Her children, they were free. Whatever else happened, that was permanent. However, Foster said, and his voice grew heavier, I cannot allow the transfer of the entire estate as written. Such a transfer would violate the spirit of Mississippi law regarding property ownership by freed people of color, even if it doesn't violate the letter. Therefore, I am ordering the following distribution. He read from his written ruling. Miss Eliza shall receive Belmont Plantation's North Tract, approximately 800 acres, along with the buildings thereon. She shall receive $50,000 in liquid assets, to be held in trust and administered by a white guardian appointed by this court. She shall receive her personal effects and those of her children. $50,000 was substantial. 800 acres was a fortune, but it was a fraction of what Robert's will had specified. The remainder of the estate, the South Tract of Belmont, the Natchez properties, the business interests, and additional liquid assets shall be divided among Robert Thornton's legitimate heirs, his widow Margaret and their 4 children, in proportions determined by standard inheritance law. Margaret gasped. It wasn't everything, but it was something. Her children would have inheritances. She would have property. Furthermore, Judge Foster continued, I am ordering that the enslaved workers at Belmont be divided between the 2 estates. Miss Eliza shall not own enslaved people. The court finds this morally unconscionable given her recent status. Those workers shall be transferred to the Thornton family estate or sold, with proceeds divided appropriately. Eliza felt the decision like a physical blow. She'd won her freedom and her children's freedom, but the people she'd lived beside for 11 years would remain enslaved. She'd fought so hard, and still, the fundamental injustice continued. This ruling, Foster concluded, attempts to honor Robert Thornton's intentions while respecting the legal and social realities of Mississippi. Both parties have 30 days to appeal to the state Supreme Court if they choose. He banged his gavel. This court is adjourned. The courtroom exploded into chaos. Reporters rushed out to file stories. Spectators argued loudly about whether the ruling was just. Margaret's family surrounded her, debating whether to appeal, and Eliza sat very still, trying to understand what she'd just won and lost simultaneously. Whitfield turned to her. Miss Eliza, this is a victory. You're free. Your children are free. You have property and money. We can appeal for more, but every day we spend appealing is another day my children live in uncertainty. Eliza said quietly. And every day Margaret Thornton spends fighting us is another day she can't rebuild her life. This needs to end. Are you saying you'll accept this ruling? Eliza thought about Marcus, Sarah, and Thomas, about the 800 acres that would be theirs, about the $50,000 that could educate them, establish them, give them futures she'd never imagined possible, about the cost of continuing this battle, not in money, but in humanity. Yes, she said. I'll accept it. On the other side of the courtroom, Margaret was having a similar conversation with her attorneys. Thomas Thornton wanted to appeal, to fight for the full estate. But Margaret, looking across the room at Eliza, seemed to have reached some internal conclusion. No, she said. No more. We have enough to rebuild. My children have inheritances. I have property. And I am so tired of fighting over Robert's corpse. Her voice broke on the last words. Because that's what this had all been. A battle over a dead man's legacy. A fight about who he'd loved more, who deserved what, who would carry his memory forward. The two families left the courtroom separately. They would never speak again, but they would remain connected forever by the man who'd loved them both in different ways, and who destroyed them both trying to make amends for crimes he couldn't undo. The property division took 3 months to finalize. In March 1855, Eliza took possession of her 800 acres, the north tract of Belmont, with its own main house, smaller than the original but substantial. The trust fund was established with a banker named Harrison Wells serving as guardian. Wells was one of the few Natchez businessmen who'd agreed to work with Eliza, partly from principle, partly from the profit opportunity. Margaret and her children took the South Tract and the Natchez properties. The cotton factoring business was sold, with proceeds divided. The enslaved workers were divided by lot, a process that separated families and destroyed lives. Just as it always did, Samuel, the field worker who'd spoken about the psychological torment, was sold to a Louisiana planter. He would eventually escape during the Civil War and make his way north. In a memoir written years later, he described watching Eliza on the day of the division. She was crying while they split us up, crying like her heart was breaking, and I thought she knows. She knows exactly what this feels like. She just doesn't have the power to stop it. That's what freedom meant for her. She could save her own children, but not anybody else's. I've spent years trying to decide if I forgive her for that. I still don't know. Eliza moved into her new house with Marcus, Sarah, and Thomas in April 1855. For the first time in her life, she owned the space she lived in. For the first time, her children slept in beds that belonged to them. For the first time, they could read books openly, play freely, exist without constantly performing subordination. But the freedom was complicated. Natchez society never accepted Eliza. White merchants still refused to deal with her directly. She had to conduct all business through Harrison Wells or other intermediaries. Her children were educated at home because no school would take them. Too black for white schools, too wealthy for the colored school, too ambiguous to fit anywhere. The isolation was profound. The free black community that had supported Eliza during the trial remained friendly, but she existed in a strange social space between worlds, too elevated by wealth and property ownership to fit comfortably with others of her race, too marked by her skin and history to ever be accepted by whites. Marcus, as he grew older, became increasingly bitter about this isolation. On his 16th birthday, in 1861, he asked his mother why they didn't leave Mississippi, go north, where their money could buy them genuine freedom. Eliza looked at the land she'd fought so hard to claim. Your father gave us this. It's yours. If we leave, we're saying they won, that we don't deserve to be here, don't belong here. I won't give them that satisfaction, but history would make the decision for her. The Civil War began 3 months later. Mississippi seceded. Belmont Plantation, both North and South tracts, struggled as the economy collapsed. By 1863, Union forces controlled Natchez. The enslaved people at the Thornton Tract fled to Union lines, leaving Margaret with land she couldn't work. Eliza's tract, having fewer workers and more liquid assets, survived slightly better, but barely. In 1864, Marcus enlisted with the Union Army, one of thousands of black men who fought for the freedom his mother had achieved through a white man's guilt. He survived the war and returned to Belmont in 1866, wearing a Union uniform to the land his father had left him. Margaret saw him return. She was 63 by then, widowed twice, She'd remarried briefly in 1860, but her second husband had died at Vicksburg. She watched Marcus ride up the road in his blue uniform, a free black man who'd fought to destroy the world she'd grown up in. And she felt nothing but exhaustion. They passed each other on the road between the North and South tracks one day in 1867. Both were older, weathered by war and loss. Marcus tipped his hat to her, a gesture of respect he didn't owe. Margaret nodded back. They didn't speak. There was nothing left to say. Margaret died in 1871 in the house she'd fought so hard to keep. Her children inherited what remained of the South Tract, but the plantation economy was dead. They sold the property within 5 years and scattered. Robert Jr. to Texas, Elizabeth to Charleston, Anne to Mobile, William to New Orleans. None of them ever returned to Natchez. Eliza lived until 1889. She saw her children grow, marry, have children of their own. Marcus became a teacher, educated freed people during Reconstruction. Sarah married a minister and moved to Philadelphia. Thomas studied law in Ohio and became one of the first black attorneys in the North. She died owning the land Robert Thornton had given her, though by then it was worth a fraction of its antebellum value. Her will divided the property among her 3 children and her 7 grandchildren. A black family owning 800 acres in Mississippi, an impossibility before the war, a fragile reality afterward. But here's what the history books don't tell you. Here's the part that makes this story more than just a legal curiosity. After Eliza died, her children found a box in her room. Inside were letters, dozens of them. Letters Robert had written to Eliza over the years, hidden away, never shown to anyone. Letters that revealed a man tortured by the contradictions of his life. A man who loved someone he'd enslaved and couldn't reconcile that impossibility. A man who knew he was committing evil while convincing himself he was being kind. One letter, written in 1850, read, "Eliza, I tell myself that what we have is love. That because I care for you, because I value you, because I plan to free you someday, our relationship is different from what other men have with their slaves. But late at night, when I'm honest with myself, I know the truth. You can't refuse me. You can't leave. You can't even tell me what you really think without risking punishment. How can anything built on such foundations be love? And yet I can't stop coming to you. I'm addicted to the fantasy that you want me, even though I know you can't freely want anyone who owns you. I'm a monster pretending to be a man, and the worst part is that I'll keep being a monster because the alternative is admitting what I've done to you. And I'm too much of a coward for that." Another letter. From 1853, "I've decided to change my will, to give you and our children everything. Margaret will hate me for it. My legitimate children will curse my memory. But I need to believe that one act of honesty can redeem a lifetime of lies. I need to believe that freeing you, providing for you, makes up for enslaving you in the first place. I know it doesn't. I know there's no redemption for what I've done. But I have to try, even if it destroys everyone I love in the process." Those letters reveal the truth that the trial never addressed. Robert Thornton's will wasn't an act of love. It was an act of confession, a desperate attempt by a dying man to acknowledge his crimes and pretend that acknowledgement was the same as absolution. He freed Eliza and their children not because it was right, but because he couldn't face dying with the lie intact. He gave them property not as a gift, but as payment for what he'd stolen, their freedom, their autonomy, their humanity. And in doing so, he forced everyone around him to confront truths they'd spent lifetimes denying. But here's the question that haunts this story. Did it matter? Did Robert Thornton's final act change anything? His legitimate children were emotionally destroyed. His widow spent years fighting over scraps of what she'd thought was hers. Eliza won property but lost the community of enslaved people she'd lived among. The enslaved workers at Belmont were sold and scattered, their families destroyed by the property division. And Mississippi law. The ruling in Eliza's case didn't change the fundamental structures of slavery. It didn't prevent other families from keeping their mixed-race children enslaved. It didn't challenge the system that made cases like this possible. If anything, it reinforced it, by allowing just enough exception to prove that the system was fair, while changing nothing about its fundamental brutality. So what does this story mean? What are we supposed to learn from a plantation master who left his fortune to a woman he'd enslaved, and in doing so, destroyed 2 families in the name of redemption he never really achieved? Maybe the lesson is this. There are some crimes you can't make amends for. Some wrongs that can't be righted by good intentions or deathbed confessions. Robert Thornton spent 13 years committing daily violations against Eliza's humanity, against his own children's freedom, against every principle he claimed to believe in. And then he tried to fix it all with a legal document. But you can't unenslave someone. You can't give back the years you stole. You can't undo the trauma of being property, of raising your children as property, of living every day in a situation where your body, your will, your very self belongs to someone else. Freedom given as a gift from an owner isn't the same as freedom claimed as a right. Property inherited through a will isn't the same as property earned through your own labor. And a deathbed confession doesn't absolve a lifetime of choosing comfort over courage. The case of Robert Thornton and Eliza Marie forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. The antebellum South wasn't just a system of obvious villains and innocent victims. It was a system that corrupted everyone it touched. Masters who convinced themselves they were benevolent, wives who pretended not to see, children raised to accept brutality as normal, and enslaved people forced to survive by whatever means available, even if that meant collaborating with their own oppression. Robert Thornton's will didn't fix that system. It just revealed how completely broken it was, and maybe that's the real legacy of this case. Not that one man tried to do right at the end of his life, but that the system he lived in made doing right impossible. You couldn't be a good person and a slaveholder. You couldn't love someone and own them. You couldn't build a fortune on stolen labor and stolen lives and then pretend a generous inheritance made up for it. Robert Thornton died trying to believe he could. Eliza lived knowing he couldn't. Margaret spent years fighting over the remains of a lie. And their children, all of them, legitimate and illegitimate, white and black, paid the price for trying to exist in a world built on contradictions that couldn't be sustained. The North Tract of Belmont still exists. It's private property now, owned by descendants of Eliza and Robert through Marcus's line. The main house has been restored. It's beautiful, like something out of a plantation fantasy. All white columns and sweeping porches. But if you stand in that house where Eliza once lived, you can still feel the weight of all the impossible choices that were made there. All the people who tried to be good within a system designed to make goodness impossible. All the lives destroyed by people who thought they were being kind. The sealed room has brought you this story because it matters. Because these contradictions, these attempts to redeem irredeemable wrongs, these systems that corrupted everyone they touched, they didn't end with slavery. The patterns persist. The excuses evolve. The fundamental question remains, can you make amends for participating in evil? Or are some prices too high to ever be paid? What do you think? Was Robert Thornton's will an act of courage or cowardice? Was Eliza's acceptance of the judge's compromise pragmatic or a betrayal of those left enslaved? Could any decision made within that system be called just? Share your thoughts in the comments. These aren't easy questions, and they don't have comfortable answers. And if this story made you think, made you uncomfortable, made you question the simple narratives we tell ourselves about history, then subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Because history isn't just dates and dead people. It's about understanding how we got here, what we inherited, and what we're still trying to make right. The past isn't past. It's just waiting for us to be brave enough to look at it honestly. And sometimes the most terrifying stories are the ones where everyone involved thought they were doing the right thing.
He served 4 terms as mayor of Burlington, Vermont, 8 terms in the U.S. House, and was elected to the Senate in 2006.
This photo of a young Bernie Sanders being arrested in 1963 on the south side of Chicago in the midst of the civil rights movement.
I'm very proud of the fact that I'm the longest serving independent in the history of the United States. I caucus with the Democrats and always have.
Some people would be like, Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat, but he's speaking for the progressive wing of the party right now.
Billionaires should not be able to buy elections. And by the way, that's not just a progressive perspective. Conservatives understand that too.
Bernie Sanders drawing crowds of tens of thousands in his full-throated fight against oligarchy.
Trying to help Democrats find their footing among working-class Americans and reclaim power next November.
This is What Now with Trevor Noah.
Take a look and see it. My wife is going to yell at me. I'm being totally disheveled.
Yeah, that's funny.
I want to be half as good looking as Trevor. I don't want him to dominate the whole thing.
They account for age. It's like golf. We have a handicap. How long have you been in town?
Oh, about a half hour.
Oh, wow. Okay. How long are you staying in town?
Oh, about a day.
Okay. And
We're doing an event with Mamdani tomorrow night.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh, that's really exciting.
And presumably we're doing a parade in the morning if it doesn't rain, so we'll see.
It said it was going to rain today and then it didn't, so I hope that's a good sign.
Good.
I mean, like every day it's switching around, you know?
So you do these things, what, 5 days a week?
I try and do as many as I can when we can, you know? So it depends on when people are around, when we can, you know?
Right. So you kind of enjoy this stuff?
I love it because I love that we get to spend time, you know?
Well, that's the revolution. And it's, people are tired of seeing 7-second sound bites.
Exactly.
And I'm amazed. I mean, podcasts have exploded, haven't they?
Yeah. So I think it's nice for a book, for a conversation, for politics, funny enough.
For anything. I mean, how the hell do you understand anything in a few minutes? You know?
All good, all settled, all everything. Then we jump into it. Senator Bernie Sanders, welcome to the show.
Great to be with you.
Do you take requests that are going to be in New York just so you can get back to New York?
Not really. No. We have some important engagements tomorrow. We're going to be working to see that Mr. Mamdani becomes the next mayor of this great city, and we'll be working with him tomorrow.
That's exciting. That's actually really exciting, and I feel like it ties into everything that you're here to talk about today because, you know, I was reading through your new book that's coming out, and I was reading about your life, and I was just thinking to myself, you know, there's one part of the book where you make your dedications and you dedicate the book to your grandchildren. And there's another part of the book where you talk about the teachers that you've spoken to and the struggles that they face in America today. You know, just the cost of living, the cost of teaching, the cost of being. And as I was reading through my notes and everything, I went, wow, Bernie Sanders, 83 years old. And I was looking for time markers in and around what 83 means. And I was like, Social Security is 90 years old. And I don't know why I felt like that was a particularly significant thing, because I felt like you are somebody who has lived long enough to see America through different stages and through different phases. And so maybe that's where I'd like to start as we move through this journey, getting into the fight against oligarchy and what you're trying to get people on board with now. How far do you think America is off from the promise it's given to its people?
I think you have a president who is way, way off, who is, in my view, the most dangerous president in American history, taking us in the wrong direction in every area. On the other hand, I think you got a whole lot of people who would love to see a very, very different America than we have today. So what Trump is saying, and this is, I think, an important political point, he says the system is broken.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's right. System is broken. Problem is his solutions will make a bad situation worse. And from a political point of view, the Democrats say, well, you know, we're going to tinker around the edges on this, do a little bit over here, but basically we're doing okay.
Yeah.
That's wrong. So I think you have millions of people who understand that in the richest country in the history of the world, we should be doing a hell of a lot better than we are doing today.
You know, it's interesting you just said that, because I was talking to the team, and, you know, my friend and I were walking, chatting about this episode. And one of the things that struck us was exactly what you said, is Trump always identifies that there is a problem, right? His solutions oftentimes seem absurd, and they are, but he identifies that there is a problem.
Exactly right. And not only him. If you talk to his people in education, they say the system is broken. You talk to people who work on healthcare, they say the system is broken. So they tap the anger and the frustration. People say, yeah, the system is broken.
Yeah.
Then you hear their solutions. Half the time they're totally crazy and will make the situation worse. But it is important, and what I try to do in the book is to lay it on the table. What the hell is going on in America right now? Well, you tell me, is the system working?
Why do you think you're comfortable doing that when so many of your fellow senators and Congress people aren't? Because I think of AOC. I don't know if you ever saw, this was right after the election. AOC did a poll, I think it was on Instagram.
Yep.
And she said, how many of you voted for me and voted for Donald Trump?
Right.
Which seemed crazy.
No, it did not seem crazy.
And a lot of people said, I voted for you and I voted for Donald Trump. And the main thing they said was, I voted for both of you because although you're very different, you both acknowledge that this thing doesn't work.
That's exactly right. And the people are right. Look, I mean, I think one of the things I try to do in the book is to raise issues that you're not going to see on corporate media. and you're certainly not going to hear discussed very much in that U.S. House or U.S. Senate. Politicians don't talk about it. And that is, okay, who has the wealth and who has the power? Simple question, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever talk about it? Do we ever hear much discussion about it? We don't. But the reality is that today in America, and we spend a lot of time talking about this in the book, is we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of the United States, okay? Now, you tell me if it's not crazy. I think it's crazy that you have one guy, Elon Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households.
Bottom 52%?
Yes. Is that insane? I think it is. But here's another point. Who determines what we should get outraged about? All right? So some kid with a gun walks into a shop down here and shoots somebody. We're all outraged. And we should be, okay? Crime is a serious problem. But if the heads of the fossil fuel industry lie to us day after day and are jeopardizing the well-being of billions of people on this planet, should we get outraged or should we give them an award for being great humanitarians? In other words, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get exactly what you're saying.
They control the culture, what we're supposed to respond to. So to me, you lay it right on the table. It is insane that one person owns more wealth than the bottom 52%. Top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. CEOs make 350 times what their workers make. So you just put that on the table. Should we be discussing that day in and day out? I think we should.
Some people say we're going after the wrong people, though. You know, I've heard so many people when I have these conversations with them, they go, why are you getting angry that Elon made money? I mean, Elon's made electric cars and Elon has made this fantastic space internet and Elon has made so much money for the American public and Elon hires people and Elon has factories. And why are you hating on him, Bernie? Why are you hating on the guy who's bringing ingenuity and he's bringing money? Like why? He's
now
making
you're
the money.
Good. That is exactly right. And millions of people share that view. So should we be quote unquote punishing Elon? No. But should we be living in a society which allows so few to have so much wealth and so much power? And it gets to a whole other issue, which we try to raise in the book.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody wants to make money, right? You want to make money, I want to make, everybody wants to live comfortably. Elon Musk wants to live comfortably. Is enough enough? When is enough enough? How much do you need? And how far are you willing to go to destroy the environment, all right, to get more, or to do things like recently, Trump's big, beautiful bill, $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%, massive cuts to Medicaid, nutrition, and education. And these guys will go further. In other words, they do not look at economics as something, well, I made it. I got $3 billion, man. I couldn't spend that in 1,000 years. How lucky am I? It's not what they think. They want more and more and more wealth and more power. And that has got to be stopped.
When you look at the way the system is built right now, I know it's easy for a lot of people to say, we hate oligarchs. And then other people say, oh, well, America doesn't have oligarchs. They go, America has a democracy. And America just has some very rich people who have made some important things that make the world go round. So we shouldn't call them oligarchs. We should call them business people. And that's what America's founded on. It's founded on business. How do you respond when somebody says, well, Bernie, you're just trying to interrupt a very natural thing that is capitalism and it's the greatest system in the world?
Well, you're in a hyper-capitalist situation. When we talk about oligarchy, you're talking about a small number of people with incredible wealth and power.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what is their power about? Their power is not only that they control to a significant degree the entire economy. So today, not only do you have more income and wealth inequality that we've ever had, you have more concentration of ownership. Okay? That means fewer and fewer large corporations own and control what is produced, what their workers make, what you pay at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Okay. And then on top of that, these corporations themselves are owned by huge Wall Street firms. So you have companies like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. These three corporations combined are the dominant stockholders in 95% of American corporations. Got that? So
they're the dominant?
Yes. Add the three together. You go to Google, look up any corporation you want to, almost any. You will find Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock, major stockholders. I know, you're looking at me in a quizzical way here. It's true. Check it out. So what it is, here, give you an example. I was the chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee. Now I'm the ranking member. So we hear from and reach out to workers all over this country who are involved in labor struggles. Okay?
Yeah.
They call, Bernie, we're on strike. Can you give us support? So we get on the phone and we call up the guy who's nominally the head of the company. He says, you're talking to the wrong guy, Bernie. Somebody else owns us. And you find that somebody else owns somebody else. That's what a conglomerate is about. Somebody owns something, but it's owned several times over.
Yeah.
All right. It's a relatively small number of people who control the economy. That's called oligarchy. But it's not just that. How do you get the information? You're in the information business, right? Or the entertainment bit. That's what you do for a living, correct? So who owns the media? You tell me.
It's a few companies now.
That's right.
Yeah, and everything's getting consolidated. It's becoming smaller and smaller. And it's fewer and fewer people.
You got it.
Yeah.
All right. So what my understanding is, you have 6 large international conglomerates, media conglomerates, that control about 90% of what the American people see, hear, and read. All right. So look, take a look. Talk about oligarchy. Mr. Musk, is that all he does is make electric vehicles? Not quite. He owns Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what about Mr. Bezos? Well, he owns the Washington Post, which is a very influential newspaper, and he owns Twitch. Oh, what about the Ellison family? Well, they just bought Paramount, which happens to own CBS movie. All right. And then you got Mr. Zuckerberg, of course, who owns Meta, which controls Facebook and Instagram. So you got 4 of the wealthiest guys in America owning us, just those. Not to mention Rupert Murdoch, obviously owns Fox, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, right-wing newspapers all over the world. You check out who owns newspapers in the United States, billionaires by and large. So you add up income and wealth inequality, concentration of ownership, control over the media. And let me throw out another one. We talked about democracy. Well, Trevor, do we live in a democracy?
People would say yes.
And the answer is yes and no. We have elections, right? So who plays the influential role in elections? All right, let's go back just to the last election. Mr. Musk, the wealthiest guy on earth, spent $270 million to help elect Donald Trump, right? $270 million, that's true.
Yeah.
And his reward, these guys don't make investments without getting something in return. True? I mean, they don't do it out of the goodness of their heart. So forget all the tax breaks and other breaks that he got. He got to run the government for 3 or 4 months and impose his right-wing extremist ideology on the American people. I'll give you another example. There was this so-called big, beautiful bill. What happens if a Republican were to stand up and say, you know what, I looked at this bill, it ain't a good bill. And it happened. There was a guy named Tom Tillis. That name ring a bell to you? He's a senator from North Carolina, not the world's most famous senator, just kind of a typical conservative Republican. He made the mistake of actually reading the bill. And he discovered that several 100,000 people in North Carolina were going to lose their health insurance. He says, you know what, I can't support that. You know what happened to him? Literally within hours, Trump was on social media ripping the hell out of this guy. Billionaires were saying, we are going to, we got a primary opponent against you. And I think in a day, he said, forget it, I'm out of here. I'm not running for re-election. So right now, what oligarchy is about is not only controlling the economy, controlling the media, it is also controlling the political process.
Yeah.
And it's not just Republicans. Kamala Harris had some 80 billionaires contributing to her campaign. And I think that resulted in her running a much more conservative campaign than she should have run. It was an election that she should have won, in my view. She lost it because of conservative influence from the billionaires who told her not to speak up for working families. That's called oligarchy. Does that sound like an oligarchy to you?
It sounds like an oligarchy. The only thing that comes to my mind is that I think of an ecosystem. Any ecosystem, goes out of balance when one species is sort of allowed to thrive by itself without a natural predator of some sort. So it's a weed or a plant that moves, and then all of a sudden it just proliferates or propagates over and over. You get what I'm saying? It can be a rabbit that goes from one island to another, and all of a sudden it can just breed to infinity and wipe things out. I wonder if America can get out of this place, because as you just said, there's something really interesting to what you just said. The Republicans have very openly said, especially under Trump, we're pro-business and we're with these people. Democrats say they're on the side of the people, but then a lot of the time their actions don't seem to match up. It seems like
Trevor, let's not be naive. No. I don't think anyone in America believes that Democrats are on the side of working class people. I mean, there's some rhetoric occasionally, but most working people don't know it. And in fact, the dynamics of American politics is over the last 40 or 50 years, the Democratic Party, which once was the party of the American working class, is now, a corporate party, which has done, in fairness, and I always say this, we have made significant advances in civil rights, in women's rights, in gay rights, and at least in environmental consciousness. Democrats deserve a lot of credit for that. But in terms of representing the needs of the working class, if they represented the needs of the working class, you would not have this massive income and wealth inequality. And equally important, today, I talked about the rich getting richer and all that stuff.
Yeah.
What's going on for you tell me, what's going on for the working class in America today? How are they doing?
Earning less than ever before.
That's right.
Income's not matching up with inflation.
You got it.
Yeah.
So here's a startling fact. We put it in the book. And that is, over the last 50 or so years, real inflation accounted for wages, weekly wages, for the average American worker is lower today than it was 50 years ago.
Lower today than it was 50 years ago.
Think about the explosion in technology, right? Workers are far more productive. They're producing a lot more. And yet during that entire period, despite increases in worker productivity, real inflation accounted for wages are lower. Meanwhile, during that same period, there was a $75 trillion transfer of wealth that went from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So you add all of that stuff up, it's not hard to, I think people instinctively understand it. The very rich are doing phenomenally well. Massive transfer of wealth, working families are struggle. 60% of people in America today live paycheck to paycheck. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, highest rate of senior poverty of almost any major country on earth. That is where we are as a nation today.
In the book, you tell a story about being at Trump's inauguration.
No,
and
you're reminding me of that, right?
You wrote it in the book.
I know.
And you talk about looking around at the people who are gathered there. And obviously, there's everyone, who works in the government, senators, etc. But you notice there's an outsized collection of the richest people in the world. Like the way you describe it, it sounds less like an inauguration, more like a board meeting,
That's true.
It seems like, I want to know if you think this is the worst it's been. Was it growing to this? Because it surely didn't just happen overnight.
No, of course not.
What do you think was the first domino? If we were to take a step back and go, okay, Bernie, when do you think you remember seeing the first domino where you went, oh man, this is not how it's supposed to go?
I don't know if I know the answer to that, but I will tell you. I mean, again, going back to the inaugural,
you
had the three wealthiest guys, Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg, sitting right behind Trump. And right behind them were another, I think, 15 billionaires who Trump had nominated to head up major federal agencies. Okay? That's the reality. This is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. When did this begin? Did it just start under Trump? Of course not. But I think the brazenness, what you got to give Trump credit for, in the past, money always played an important role. No secret there. But he's right out open. I don't give a damn. The whole world knows it. I got the richest people in the world sitting right beside me. And they're going to generously give to my inauguration fund, and oh my goodness, they're gonna give me gifts, and oh my goodness,
my presidential library,
right, and the guy from Qatar, whatever is, decided to give us a $400 million plane. Just a generous person, so nice to me, and on to go. He's made billions of dollars from crypto, et cetera, et cetera. When did it begin? I think, I'm not an expert on this, I think early 1970s, when Democrats were saying, hey, Republicans get all this corporate money, why don't we start getting some of that money as well? And in politics, the truth is, see, there's an old Woody Guthrie song, which is, which side are you on? So if you're taking money from billionaires and large corporations, at the end of the day, you may say nice things, you may occasionally do good things, but you're not going to be on the side of the working class. And the results are pretty clear.
So when you're in Washington, D.C., and you're surrounded by all of these people, I always wonder sort of like what the inner conversations are, because I read articles, and obviously, I'm on the outside, and so I'm trying to understand what's happening. And I remember one of the articles I read that really got me was, it was talking about the upcoming midterms and then thinking forward to the next election. And I'm sure you've seen this, but it was AI related tech investors and the likes of Zuckerberg and you name it, and they are putting together these massive super PACs.
Yes.
And their only goal is to go after politicians who suggest any type of regulations against AI, and they go, we're going to destroy you before you get in. And then some politicians have commented either on or off the record saying, well, I don't want to cross them because I don't think this AI thing is that big a deal in what I'm doing anyway, so I'm just not going to cross them.
But it's not just, that's true. But that's what I'm talking about. So do we live in a democracy? Yeah. But if you vote away, if I'm a crypto guy or I'm an AI guy or I'm a fossil fuel guy, you can run for office, but I'm going to put huge amounts of money in a super PAC as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, and I'm going to beat you. Now, will I beat you every single time? No. But you know what? If I put tens and tens of millions of dollars into your opponent, Trevor, I will beat you most of the time. And that's called a corrupt political system, and that's what we're living under.
So where do we begin? In the book you lay out all these facts, and I won't lie. When I was reading through some of the numbers, I was like, Bernie, this is insane. The numbers are so overwhelming.
Yes, they are.
It's impossible. It just seems like this monumental task. And then you talk about, which I think is important, all the people who are coming out to support. Right. You've got 30,000 people coming to your rallies at a time when the media tells people that no one wants to be engaged in politics.
You got it.
The media says no one cares about politics anymore. No one wants to read it. But they're coming out to your rallies. People are showing up. People are showing up for Mamdani. People are showing up for certain politicians who are saying a certain thing. And I wonder what the first steps are. Like, maybe that's what we should be talking about is, you go through the book, and I love how you take us through some of the historical fights, for instance, that once seemed unwinnable.
Yeah.
If you were to start with one thing today, where do you think we start? Because it seems like a cycle right now. It's like they have the money so they can put the ads out. The ads get their people in. When their people are in, they make the laws to favor them. So then how do you break it? Because it seems like a chicken and the egg cycle.
Look, I wish I could tell you there was a magical solution. But you mentioned, the Mamdani campaign is a very good example. It seems to me like a microcosm of what we're looking at. I'll give you an example. So this guy, who no one had ever heard of, starts off at 1% of the polls right here in New York City, 2%. Yeah. He suddenly starts raising issues that are on everyone's mind. Nobody can afford housing in New York City, right? Working class people can't do that. Transportation is expensive. Childcare is off the charts. Working class people have a hard time getting decent quality food for their kids at a price they can pay, right? Among other issues. He starts raising these issues, gets more and more support. Comes into the primary. He generates, as I understand it, he gets 50,000 volunteers. 50,000 volunteers. That is insane. Totally insane. All right. So to everybody's shock and surprise, he beats a former governor, right, Mr. Cuomo?
Right.
Everyone beats all right. You would think, now in terms of politics, let's just talk about politics. Democratic Party with leadership would say, whoa, here we are. Our people are demoralized. Trump was elected. We got a young guy, a smart guy. He has 50,000 volunteers raising small dollar donors. This could not be better. Oh my God, we're off and running. There's a revolution. Thank God. Well, not quite. The four major Democratic leaders in the state of Vermont as of today, no one's supporting him. Now, doesn't that sound a little bit weird when the Democratic Party, according to the polls today, is at the lowest point that has been in decades. One candidate generates enormous enthusiasm, pulls off a major upset, but they don't support him. Why is that? And what does this have to do with oligarchy? Meanwhile, at the same time, you have people, and this is, this to me is kind of new. Money always played a role in politics, no question. But you got people like, Bill Ackman, is that the same guy?
Yeah.
Guy there, he says, we are oligarchs, we are billionaires, and we are now going to spend as much money as it takes to defeat Mr. Mamdani. Really? That's called democracy? I mean, and they're out in the open about it. It's not like he's putting money underneath.
Yeah.
Front pages of the newspaper. So who the hell who runs the city? And then what you're really looking at, and don't want to take this too far a stretch. You got a president of the United States. He gets into sometimes squabbles with Mr. Putin. But the idea of, in Russia, there are elections. You know that? Putin always gets 80-90% of the vote.
He does very well.
Only his people can run for office. So Saudi Arabia, where you will remember Trump made his very first trip, that's where he went, to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. These are zillionaires, some of the wealthiest people in the world, running autocratic governments. So what is true, in my view, is coming back here to the United States, many of these big tech guys, they don't believe in democracy. Read what they say. It's not just that they want to even support this or that opponent. At the end of the day, they think democracy is an impediment to their God-given right to make as much money as they want.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at right now. Scary stuff.
So I can't help but wonder where America goes from here, because New York is like the perfect example. Everyone was shocked at how Mamdani rose. His ascendancy was nothing short of spectacular. Andrew Cuomo seems like it's a done deal. The next thing you know, Mamdani has it. Andrew Cuomo is dropping out, and then he's not dropping out, and then nobody's supporting Mamdani. I won't lie to you. It felt reminiscent, and it feels reminiscent of your campaign in 2016.
2020, more like 20.
Yeah, 20.
Well, 20.
But also, going back. But when I think of your campaign where everyone assumed Hillary was winning, and people went, well, this is the next line in the succession. This is how it's going to go.
She was the anointed one.
The anointed one, right. This senator from Vermont comes along, Bernie Sanders. People go, oh, it's silly summer. It happens. It'll go.
Right, exactly.
The people on the ground start swelling up. And the people say, I think this Bernie guy could be the one. But then the Democratic Party are the ones that stand in the way. And I then ask a question that I think a lot of people are asking on the ground, and that is the Democratic Party still the vehicle for liberalism in America?
Well, I don't like the word liberalism, but I would for progressivism.
Oh, progressivism, okay.
Better word. And the answer is, to be God honest with you, I don't know. We are supporting candidates who are running as independents and as progressive Democrats right now. What I will tell you, Trevor, is that around the world, what's going on here around the world, there are similar political situations that there are here in the United States. Yeah. So centrist parties like the Democratic Party are in decline in Germany, in France, in the UK. Right-wing extremist parties like Trump's MAGA movement are on ascendancy, with some exceptions. That's the trend. And the reason is that all over the world, in the global economy, working people, rural people, are feeling left behind while the rich get richer. And right-wing extremists like Trump have something to say to them. Centrist parties do not. So I think where the Democratic leadership is right now is way, way, way out of touch with where working families and the majority of the people are. So either they get replaced, either there is a movement that says, thank you for what you've done, you're gone now. We need a new party that represents working people, or else they hang on so tightly that they force the creation of another party, which is not easy in the United States. No, it's easier in the UK and other countries. But the current leadership of the Democratic Party is, as I mentioned, New York State is a perfect example, where there should be enthusiasm and excitement. there is fear that working class people, that ordinary people are going to get involved and threaten the existence of the leadership here, their power.
When I read about like the history of the world, I sometimes worry that this is the natural conclusion, right? It feels like globalization was the thing, and the corporations got rich, and money gets centralized. A few people get everything, and then that leads to strife and turmoil. That strife and turmoil leads to populism. That populism, oftentimes, if we look at history, then leads to some of the worst periods, and that's when people like Bernie Sanders actually get listened to. That's when people are most likely. How do you think people break through in this moment? How do we break through before it's too late? Like, how do we break through before it's world wars and before it's massive recessions and before people are literally scrounging for scraps?
Let me go back. I should have said this a moment ago in response to your good question about the Democratic Party. I think the Democratic leadership is way out of touch. The dilemma that we face right now is, I think there's got to be, for the moment at least, something like a united front between progressives like myself and Democrats in order to defeat Trump. Okay, so we're fighting two fights. We're fighting to either open up the Democratic Party to become a working class party or start a new party, but at the same time, it is absolutely imperative that we keep our eyes on Trump, who is clearly moving this country into an authoritarian society. Okay, so we got two fights on our hands, and that's the political moment that I find myself in.
How are they out of touch? I don't understand that. So let's use the Mamdani example. For me, it seems like a simple one, right? Andrew Cuomo gets trounced. Like, he gets trounced in a way where on the night he can go home. He doesn't have to delay anything. Right. Generally, that's a trouncing in politics. To your point, in my head, in many people's heads, you'd go, okay, it's obvious. And this seems like the popular route to go down, which is what politics is supposed to be, as in like popular of the people. The people are choosing what they would like, right? How do they not see that? What do they say to you when you're talking to them? What do they not see that people see?
It's not a question of not seeing. These are not dumb people. Right? And that's the first, people don't understand. They understand everything.
Yeah.
These are not dumb people. They have power, and they want to keep their power. And they are what Mamdani has done, and what I have done in past presidential election, is to threaten that power. So if your power base is that you can raise a whole lot of money from wealthy people, you go to nice cocktail parties, you walk out with $100,000, you can hire a consultant, the consultant puts 30-second ads on television, that's your world. And then somebody else comes along, a Mamdani or somebody else, and mobilizes tens of thousands of people, doesn't ask the rich for campaign contributions. That is a real threat to your existence. Okay? That is the bottom line. And the pity of it is these folks are not evil people, the Democratic leaders that I know. They are certainly not dumb people, but they are more interested in clinging to power than to allow to support a grassroots mobilization which has the potential to transform America. They become an impediment to that process.
It's funny, when you were saying that, I was thinking about the entertainment industry. And I look at the shifts that are happening in the entertainment industry. They mirror a lot of what you're saying. For so long, Hollywood had a centralized idea of who said what and who got to say it. A few people decided who was in a movie, who was on TV, and who got famous.
That's right. That's right.
And they did this for so long, and they squeezed so hard that from the cracks of that little squeeze of theirs, from the crevices of their fist, new media started emerging, new talents, new voices, and so in the world of podcasts, it was the Joe Rogans. In the world of streaming, it's like the Kai Cenats, etc. And you see this happening everywhere. And they have now lost the ability to define. And funny enough, they've come around. So now if you want to promote a movie, you have to go on, a streamer's platform. If you want to get somebody pushing your content, you have to go on YouTube now. You have to go. So the power is slowly moving in that way to the people, but it seems like Hollywood sort of understands it. And I don't know if they'll change, but it seems like they understand it. When you talk to Democrats who are establishment and they go, this is the way it is there anything you say to them that convinces them? Is there any moment where you've seen them go, Bernie, you're right?
Well, you do see that, actually. polling, they're not oblivious to polls. And what polls show is that people like myself, A, are popular, but more importantly, that the ideas that we are talking about resonate extraordinarily strongly among working people. So I ask you, the United States, the richest country on earth, is the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people. How many Democrats do you think are talking about the need for a Medicare for all? Well, I introduced the bill in the Senate. We got, I think, 15 co-sponsors out of 47. Why would you not be prepared to take on the insurance companies and move to a cost-effective, quality healthcare system guaranteeing healthcare to all people? Well, it's the power of the insurance companies. For years, we've been fighting to lower the outrageous cost of prescription drugs. You know what the American people do? They hate the drug companies probably more than anything in the world. They really do. They're getting ripped off every day. They know it. Have the Democrats, they've done a little bit, in fairness, but have they gone anywhere near as far as they should? Here's something. And I'm talking about basic necessities like healthcare, medicine. What about education? Psychologists tell us that 0 through 4 are the most significant years of human development for intellectually and emotionally. Yeah. In the richest country on earth, don't you think we would have the best child care system in the world?
You'd hope so.
Well, you tell me. I don't know if you have any kids or not, but...
No, I don't, but I have friends who do, and it's pretty obvious that it's not. It's far from it.
It's outrageously expensive.
Yeah.
And the workers themselves get paid, starvation wages. Here's something that's, again, quite remarkable and showing the direction in which the country is going. You ask me, because I am going to be 84, what the changes that I've seen in my life.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, young man, graduated James Madison High School here in Brooklyn, New York. And I went my first year of college to Brooklyn College. Do you know what tuition was back there?
Oh, I feel like you're going to shock me.
I'm not going to shock you. It was, if it wasn't then or a few years before, it was tuition free.
Oh, that shocked me.
Does it shock you really?
Yeah, that really shocks me. I thought you were going to say like maybe a few $1,000s or something.
City University of New York.
You just said tuition was free, Bernie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shocks me.
Yes. Are you shocked by that?
That's shocking to me. That it was free?
Free.
Yeah.
University of California, one of the great university systems in the world.
That's shocking to me.
That was, I don't know the exact year, 60 years ago, 70 years ago. It was tuition free. Yeah, you're looking at me like you're in a state of shock here, right? Because at that point, people said, okay, you're working class kids. We want them to get the best education they can. We're a growing nation. We need, the best educated workforce. Sure, no big deal. That's what we're going to have. In fact, City College, before it was the City University, was tuition free for a very, very long time. And it was one of the great universities in the world. It wasn't some dumpy place. In Vermont, we had state colleges that if you were a Vermonter, tuition free, and again, all over the country. So we have regressed in saying that if, some 19-year-old kid goes to college today, doesn't have any money, leave school $50,000, $70,000 in debt, go to medical school, come out $500,000 in debt. All right, all that I'm saying here is that the entire system, broadly defined, economic and political, is working phenomenally well for the people on top. It is screwing working class families who are struggling and in many ways are in desperate shape.
Yeah, and what's sad about that is all of the information that comes out, as you said, is oftentimes coming out from media that's attached to those people.
Yes.
So they'll say the stock market is up.
That's right.
They'll say GDP is better than ever before. They'll say it's up and to the right. And the weirdest thing for me, for people to understand, and it took me, it's not like I studied economics, I had to go and read and learn, was to realize GDP is one of the strangest measures of how well a place is doing, because we can be in this room right now. If Elon Musk walks in, the GDP of this room is doing insanely well.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
The three of us together
the three of us together.
People around. Yeah.
We are the wealthiest people that have ever lived.
Elon leaves, not so much.
Exactly. All of a sudden it goes down. And I think that's what a lot of people don't seem to understand. And I wonder, if that is part of the problem, is people are being sold the success of the idea of an American corporation or company as if it's their own, but it's not really attached to them.
The answer is yes and no. I think that's part of it. Oh, we all can. You work hard, you're going to make the American dream someday.
Yeah,
You will become a billionaire as well. I think people believe that less now than they used to. But here's what I think Trumpism does very well from their perspective. Trump is a demagogue. What does that mean? It means that he is smart enough, and he is nobody's fool, to recognize that people are hurting, all right? That the system is not working. So if you're in the average person and you can't afford to pay your rent or send your kid to college and you're hurting, you want an explanation. Why is that, right? It's kind of natural. You want to, why is the world the way it is? I mean, everybody really searches for an answer. Trump has an answer. And his answer as a demagogue is the answer that demagogues have always given. And that is, you place the blame on powerless minorities, right? In the 30s in Germany, it was the Jews were the cause of mass unemployment and so forth and so on. Gypsies. In America, there were problems in our schools. It was the gay people who were the problems, who caused the problems. For many years in this country, if you're a white working class person, well, the reason you're not making more money as a black's taking your job. Nothing new about it.
In the UK, they blamed people from, they were like, oh, it's the Polish.
Pakistan.
And they said it's Pakistan and it's India. And it's always moved a generation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You pick and choose. I mean, they must sit around and say, who do we blame today?
Yeah.
And it works because people are hurting. And then you have the entire media structure saying, well, it's the fault of the undocumented people. In this country, it's the undocumented now. So we're going to throw them all out. And we're going to make life miserable for them. All right, thank God, my life is going to improve. That is what not only oligarchies, but it's what demagogues do, and that is Trumpism in spades. That's what he's doing. So what he's doing. Rather than I was at his state, I wasn't only at his inauguration, I was at his State of the Union speech. Guy gets up there, gives one of the longest State of the Union speeches in history. Did he have one word to say about the healthcare crisis in America? No. Did he have one word to say about the housing crisis in America? No. One word to say about the high cost of prescription drugs? No. One word to say about how college is unaffordable? No. What did he spend his time thinking about? He spent probably 10 minutes on blaming, on describing how so whether this is true or not, who the hell knows? But his description was a transgender athlete in a volleyball game smashed a ball into a young woman's face and hurt her. We heard that, right? One of the great crises is what happened on a volleyball court to one young woman. Okay? And the rest was terrible crimes. And they were committed by undocumented people against young women. Okay? Because we know, and then the verbiage starts, they're not really human. Trevor, they're really not. They're subhuman people. I mean, and it's almost the language. They're poisoning, quote unquote, poisoning the blood of America. These are people who don't share human values. They're savages, I think is the word to describe.
Yeah.
Well, that terminology sound familiar? We've heard it before.
Yeah.
All right. When you demonize a person and you make that person less than human, there's no telling what you could do to that person. And then that is, if you go after those people, that is improving life for everybody else. So that's the big lie. That's what demagoguery is about. That's the move to authoritarianism. And that is what I stay up nights worrying about.
You know, when I was reading through the book, one of the things I hope really gets to people is something that oftentimes isn't front page because it's boring, and yet it's front page in everybody's lives. And it's how the consolidation of power comes to cost you at home in your life, you know? And you talk through like food, for instance, in America, and how all the meat is basically 4 companies?
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I just want you to walk me through that, because what you do really well in the book is you break down why this is a problem. Because some people would go, well, Bernie, I don't know what your issue is. It's consolidation. And what it does is it enables a company to work more efficiently. They love that it's more efficient. Right. And it means we can expand our capability and we can get out there and lower prices for all Americans. what's so wrong with only having 4 major companies that control all the meat in and around America?
Well, what's wrong is that in capitalist terms, there is minimal amount of competition. And if you think these guys are not, working with each other to keep prices artificially high, they are. So what the theory of capitalism is, some new upstart comes in, produces the product at a lower rate. People are going to go, forces prices to go down. It's a good theory, and occasionally it works. But right now, whether it's big tech or major industry after major industry, that is not the case. They are controlled by large conglomerates who can control prices to a large degree and how they treat their workers.
It's not just that, it's also terrifying for diseases. Because, if you look at like some of the biggest diseases that have gone through the US, like in the food, it's oftentimes because it goes through one plant, it goes through one company. It's not one area that gets affected. Like the baby food was an example of that. I remember when there was a baby food shortage, I read through the story and I was like, what is going on here? How can there be a baby food shortage in the United States? Come to find out, there's basically almost like one company that's running the baby food. And if their plant gets one contamination, every single mother in the United States now doesn't get baby food. And then you can't bring more baby food into the country because they've lobbied correctly to make it so that you can't import baby food. It feels like every time you read about these things, it feels like it's a never-ending story of impossible mountains to climb. And then I found myself thinking, I was like, where does Bernie get the energy? Genuinely, I was like, you're 83 years old, and not once have I ever seen you be like, well, that's all, folks. I guess we tried. No. I genuinely want to know from you, like on a personal level, like what keeps you hoping, and then what keeps you pushing? What do you see that many people don't when they give up?
I will tell you what I see, and it's part of this fighting oligarchy tour, some of which I did with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Greg Azar from Texas, others. I am extraordinarily fortunate as someone who has been to every state in this country, and I say this not to be rhetorical or to be overly romantic here, but I have met so many unbelievably wonderful people. And I have worked with local unions where you have blacks and whites and Latinos standing together, taking on corporate greed. I have talked to young people who have a vision for this country that is so different than the one of today, which is based on greed and selfishness. They want a very different America. So talking to a lot of young people, talking to working people, it really does inspire me. If you go to a rally as we had, I describe it in the book. If you go to a rural area in California, Folsom, California. Have you heard of Folsom, California?
I've never heard of Folsom, California, no.
All right. How I had heard of Folsom, many of your viewers will have heard of it. That's where Johnny Cash did a song, Folsom Blues. So there's a prison, big prison there. That's all I had heard of Folsom. It's a rural area controlled by Republicans in the Congress. We had 30,000 people coming out. It was an insane thing. I mean, people was all over the place. Into LA, there were 36,000 people. Denver, 34,000 or something like that. And you see that energy of people saying, you know what, we want real change. How can you not walk away from that and say, whoa, man, we can do it. We can do it. And then I talk to kids, and that also inspires me. So the advantage that I have as somebody who's been to every state in the country, and I've had the opportunity to talk to, in this particular tour, we've been now to over 20 states. We did 35 events. I've talked to over 300,000 people. That inspires me. That gives me the energy to keep going.
Don't go anywhere, because we got more What Now after this. You said something a while ago that has stuck with me for years, actually. And it was in and around one of the elections. You were talking about how people should campaign. And you said, and I'll paraphrase you, forgive me, but you said something to the effect of, we need to stop focusing so much on basically selling it as a race issue and selling it more as a living wage issue, as a survivability issue, and I remember at the time some people didn't get what you were saying. People were like, no, but this is a race thing, and it's funny because it took me back to some of the things that happened in and around the civil rights movement, whether it was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., etc., who said basically that, oh, poor doesn't know a color. Poor. Do you think that that's been some of the problem in the way politics, especially in the Democratic Party? It feels like a lot of the Democrats who go out there will spend a lot of time being like, black people, come on, you're good, you're black, and Latinos, but they don't seem to go into the heart of what issues
That's not an accident. Okay, so you have, what's his name? I can't remember his name now. To answer your question, what you're talking about is identity politics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we are so proud that for the first time, we have a judge from this state who is black, Latino, Asian, you name it. Really? We have a woman this, we have a gay that. That is, look, all of us want to see parts of our society have good representation in Congress. And we're making some progress. Donald Trump has surrounding him a whole lot of women. There are right-wing women governors all over this country, right? Are we all very proud? Oh, man, thank God we got a woman in politics who does not believe in women's right to control her own body, who, is terrible to workers and so on, but we're proud that she's a woman. The issue is, and this is what I meant earlier, Democrats have retreated from class issues, from economic issues, from a desire to take on big money, to, oh, isn't it wonderful? We have a woman here, and we have a gay person here, and we have a black person here, and a Latino person over there. And King, you'll remember, now, when you hear how old I am, I was in Washington for the March on Washington, King's March on Washington. I heard Dr. King speak. You know what that march was called? It was called, if my memory is correct, Jobs and Freedom. Jobs and Freedom. Jobs actually went first. King understood that exactly as you described it. What good, and this is what he said. He said, what does it matter if a restaurant, which was segregated, is opened up if you don't have enough money to afford the damn hamburger, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you got open housing. That's great. You can't afford the rent. So for a myriad of reasons, some of which we have discussed, the Democrats have chosen to say, isn't it great? We have a woman this, we have a gay that, black that, rather than saying, hey, we got an economy that works for all of us, not just the few. That all of our people are earning a living wage. All of our people have health care. All of our kids, regardless of color, are able to get a good quality education. That together we're taking on climate change and creating jobs to save the planet for all of us. So to some degree, look, it goes without saying, there has been discrimination, as everybody knows, bigotry all over the place. And we got to fight that every day. We got to open up the process to all of our people. But it's not just that somebody is a woman candidate or a gay candidate. What do they stand for?
What do you think people misunderstand about class and classism? I asked this because I remember one day reading a book. I forget who the author was, but it was a really poignant line. And it basically said, I cannot wait for America to get over racism because racism is the first stage. And then they will discover that classism is what they've been fighting all along.
Good. That's right. Because today, when we talk about the working class of America, who do you think we're talking about? Disproportionately. I mean, there are millions and millions and millions of whites in the American working class. Disproportionately, it's black, it's Latino, and women, as a matter of fact. The class issue, though, you see, is if you're the head of a large corporation, the likelihood is you have a good education, you have gay friends, maybe your wife or your girlfriend has had an abortion, right? You're tolerant on all of those issues. You don't stay up nights worrying about black people getting a job. But what do you worry about? What you worry about is that you may have to start paying your fair share of taxes, that you may have to start paying your workers a living wage, and you will fight that. So I find that many of these quote-unquote great liberal corporate types, we struggle with them to make sure that they respect unions or they allow unions to be formed, etc. But at the end of the day, in my view, Trevor, if we're going to transform America, which is the question on everybody's mind, how do we do it? It has to be a mass movement of people. It has to be a growth in the trade union movement. And, that is the way forward, and that's what we're working on.
Do you think democratic socialism is the dirty word that it once was in America today?
No, it's actually quite popular among young people, and I think despite the fact that no one quite knows what it means. But, I think what increasingly people do know is that you have countries, for example, in Scandinavia.
Yeah.
You got Norway, Denmark, Sweden. If you go to those countries, the most right-wing politician would not for a minute suggest that healthcare is not a human right.
Yeah. A lot of the time, their right-wing politics is more about the politics of other, but it doesn't question the classist ideals that the country holds.
It doesn't question what they call their social welfare system.
Yeah. Right. They believe that's the bedrock.
Right. And nobody questions that. You're right. And the right wing will play off, against immigrants and so forth. But in those countries, healthcare is a human right. Higher education is often free. Childcare is often high quality, free. Workers earn quite good wages. Unions are much stronger than they are in the United States. And I think a lot of young people especially are looking around there and say, how does that happen? You go to Germany, you graduate college, you're not in debt. And in this country, you're $50,000, $80,000 in debt. So I think without even getting into the essence of what socialism means, which to me means democracy, by the way, not just the right to vote every 2 or 4 years, but having a say on the job.
Yeah.
Wouldn't life be a lot better if you weren't just a cog in the machine? And we're seeing, by the way, one of the nice things we are seeing in America, in Vermont, pretty strong about worker-owned companies, where workers themselves own the companies, select their own leadership. And what all of the studies show is that people feel much better about their job. The absenteeism is less, productivity is up. People are good. It's our company. Pretty good.
Could there ever be laws written to sort of entrench those types of ideas? And I know even saying that right now sounds crazy to most people, but the other day I was thinking about sports, and I was going, I know you're an avid basketball player.
Avid might be too strong, but I played a lot of basketball.
I've seen you shoot, Bernie. I've seen you shoot.
Okay.
You drain them. Like I remember when it was in the primaries, you would go to the gyms beforehand,
I did.
and you were just like, I found myself thinking about how sports and everyone who watches sports seems to understand in a basic concept of fairness. And this is what I mean. Shaquille O'Neal comes into the NBA. The man is completely dominant. You throw him the ball, he puts it in the hoop. You throw him the ball, he puts it in the hoop. You can't do anything to him. He stands under that rim and he puts the ball in the hoop. And then they change the rules of the game. They say, you know what? You can't stand in the paint in this little section for longer than, 3 seconds, I think it is? Yeah. And they go, you have to keep moving. Why? Because otherwise Shaq can just do this forever and it's not fair.
Right.
And I look at this in every sport. In fact, golf. Golf might be my favorite sport. I don't play it. I don't like playing it. But I love the rules of golf because golf, contrary to the people who play it, is one of the most egalitarian, fair sports that has ever been created. It's the only sport where you can come in as a terrible golfer and you can beat the best golfer in the world because the handicap system acknowledges that your position coming into the game should be accounted for in order to get you to a level playing field as somebody else. Like, that always blows my mind. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I wonder if politics can get to that place. Is it a crazy thought that I have that you could write laws that say people should own a piece of companies if they work in it? Or
look, it is not a crazy idea, and there are countries around the world to some degree already doing that. Look, is it a crazy idea? 1948, right? A few years ago. In Great Britain, a Labour government said healthcare, 1948, healthcare is a human right. I don't care if you're rich, you're poor, you're young or old, you go to the doctor, you don't take out your wallet. In the early 70s, Canada said the same thing all over the world. That could be a law signed tomorrow by the President of the United States. And think, Trevor, for a moment, what that would mean. We got 500,000 people go bankrupt every year because of medical bills. People die because they don't get to a doctor on time.
Yeah.
Do you know how transformative that would mean if people go to the doctor when they wanted to, if they weren't worried about going into a hospital and not coming out bankrupt? A lot of people have cancer, getting cancer treatment today. They're going to go bankrupt. Do you know that? That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. What would that mean? If we made sure that every parent in America knew that his or her kids would people get all the education they wanted, great schools. What would that mean?
Yeah.
Just do that. Forget anything else. Not to mention having wages which were livable. Is this a radical idea? It is not a radical idea. Okay? Well, what the system tells you, and that's what drives me crazy, and I try to get into it in the book. The system tells you this is communist, this is, this is impossible to do. Why? What's crazy is not that everybody has health care. It's crazy that Elon Musk owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of households. That's crazy. That's how we got to rethink things.
How crazy is it to think of the possibility that another political party is what will help America? Because you know what it's like from the inside. Is it absolutely out there? Or
No,
is it...
it's not. It may well happen. The two major parties are deeply, deeply flawed and in many ways out of touch with ordinary people. Republican Party has become right-wing extremist. Democratic Party is corporatist, tinkering around the edges. And there's a hunger for real change. If the Democratic Party can't deliver, I think there is a real possibility that there will be a third party. Problem is that in this country, to start a third party, being on the ballot in 50 states, to overcome all of the regulations, anti-third party efforts in states is very difficult. But it's certainly a possibility.
You don't think it's impossible? And what
is it? No, it is not impossible by any means. It could happen. It could happen.
So when you look at the Democratic Party today, what would you change if you could change something tomorrow? What would you say to all of your colleagues who have been with you, where they say, Bernie, we are on your side, but we just don't agree? What's the one thing you would change?
Well, what I would make it clear is that we are prepared to take on powerful special interests in the corporate world and the oligarchs. And that means a strong progressive tax system, which says to Mr. Musk and to the corporate world that they're going to have to start paying their fair share of taxes. Okay, that's number one. And by the way, widely popular. People understand the need for that. You need campaign finance reform. If you want to run for office, we need public funding of elections and ending these super PACs, Citizens United. You need health care for all, educational opportunities.
Let's pause and go back on that one. That's a really interesting idea. Public funding for elections. Let's get into that.
Okay.
Let's break it down. Why is that so important? What do you think it provides us?
It provides people who don't have a lot of money and who are standing up for the working class to run for office and to get elected. Under the present circumstance, you want to run for governor, I'm going to run for governor. I have a super PAC behind me that's prepared to give me $50, $100 million. I will beat you 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay? But if the laws are that in order to get on the ballot, I need to have at least X thousands of small contributions, right? And if I do that, I will get public funding for my elections, can only spend a certain amount. That's the rule. I will beat you. In other words, it's a equal playing field. If I can demonstrate that I have strength, can get on the ballot.
It's like salary caps in a way.
Yeah. Right. That's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what they do in the Major League Baseball, right?
Yeah, Major League Baseball, basketball, football.
So
in
the
in
Yankees
the UK.
can have 10 times more money than the Red Sox, right? You want to beat me? Good. Let's do it. Fair fight. $10 million each. That's it. It's unfair if I have $100 million because I'll always beat you.
Do you worry though that those types of systems are limited by how well the government is running at that time? And this is what I mean. I love that idea and I've always been pro it. But then sometimes I go, oh man, if the people running have to get their campaigns funded by the government, and then the government is in the hands of somebody like a Donald Trump, who then pulls every lever, as we've seen. I mean, Donald Trump has made me think a president is way more powerful than we were ever told they were. When Biden was in power, when Obama was in power, they always said, oh, there's only so much a president can do.
Right.
And then Trump goes, no, there's everything a president can do. This man has spare keys that open doors I didn't even know existed,
Right.
And so I wonder now, in that system, do you ever worry that then it means the government is in control of who can get into a race? How do we find the balance?
Well, look, there's always manipulation and illegal activity, but everything being equal, and it exists. It exists here in New York City. you have public funding of elections. It exists in other states, not in a whole lot, but it does exist. Bottom line is, if you can demonstrate, I mean, each state and community will do it differently. But if you can demonstrate you have a certain amount of support by getting X numbers of small contributions, so you're not a flake, hey, give me $9 million, I'd like to work for the mayor of New York City. You got to show support. I think that can be administered fairly. And I think that's the direction we've got to go.
Public funding, the next one you were going to say was?
Well, I mean, it essentially make the American people know that our goal is a vibrant democracy, making it easier for people to vote, not harder, and making it clear to people that government can act in ways to improve their lives. So it's what we would call a progressive agenda, whether it's healthcare, education, a fair tax system, dealing with many of the crises that we face, climate change, etc. But what I think people don't see is an agenda that they can nod their heads to and say, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I want to support candidates who will move us in that direction.
We're going to continue this conversation right after this short break. One of the things that people always use against you is they'll say, well, Bernie, you say all these things, but your bill doesn't get support. Or Bernie, you say this, but you can't bring the Democrats along. And I was wondering about this the other day, because we have these blips in these moments where some of the most progressive politicians come out and they always bring up your name. So whether it was AOC or now you have Mamdani, they'll say, oh, Bernie inspired me and I'm now doing this because of Bernie. And it made me wonder, to borrow from basketball, is like, when you came into the game, were you trying to be Michael Jordan who wins all the rings? Or do you think you were trying to be like Allen Iverson who changes how the game is perceived?
The latter. More Iverson. Look, what I've always believed is it's not a question of great leaders. It's a question of large numbers of people participating at the grassroots level. And Trevor, that is in fact how change always takes place, right? It's not one person. It's the leaders follow the people. If you had millions of people saying, you know what, you're running for office, you damn well better give me healthcare as a human right, and I want that in the first month of your presidency. You know what? Millions of people say, you'll have it. If people are dormant and not active, they won't. So our job is to create that kind of movement around an agenda that speaks to the needs of working class people and an agenda that is really prepared to take on the oligarchs.
I was wondering about when I was looking through your history, and I see all these pictures of you at rallies, at gatherings, like throughout time, being arrested, you name it. There's one thought that came to my head. I was like, man, I wonder if part of the problem, and not the only problem, but just like one of the problems that, progressive politics has in a way, is that progressives are very distracted. And what I mean by that is, if I look at, when I do comedy shows around the country and I go to what people will call a red state. I mean, to be honest with you, I've seen states have everyone in them, but they'll go red states. I'll find oftentimes people are more conservative. They go to church. They're in like tight-knit communities. They're in groups that bring them together around ideas. And oftentimes those ideas then spill into politics or they overlap somewhere, and it feels like progressives have less and less of that. They're watching their own TV, they're listening to their own music, there's no more big gatherings, no one's going to church. And I wonder how much of that you think affects good movements, I
think you're right. There was a time, well, let me just tell you what I'm trying to do in my own state. We have had, we're a small state. We only have 630,000 people. I have had, and we pay for this out of campaign funds, I think a dozen events. You know what they are? They are foul shooting contests, and we give away free basketballs. Okay? And we have given away, well over 1,000 basketballs. Good basketballs, I should say. Why do I do that? Well, number one, I want kids to play ball and be active, right? Boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what else we do? When we do those events, the whole community often comes out. So there'll be 100, 200 people coming out in the town, right? And people are getting together. We have had now two. We're going to do this more often. We had a walk in Morrisville, Vermont, small town. Do you know how many people took a walk, a couple of mile walk on a beautiful rail trail? 600 people. 600 people just went out for a nice walk. We had some music. We had some discussion. We went out for a walk. We do dances. I'm a United States senator that sponsors dances. And we have hundreds of people coming out dancing. Why do I do all these things? They're non-political. All right. There's no political, no partisanship, no nothing.
Yeah.
It is to bring people together in a time when we desperately need community. And what worries me very much, we didn't even get into it, and it's a huge issue, is AI and robotics.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these guys are almost prepared to replace humanity, if you like. And I worry very much that at this particular moment, for so many reasons, we need each other. We need each other. We got to come together. And when we come together, you know what? You talk to people. And again, I go to most of the rallies we've had have been in conservative areas. People understand the healthcare crisis, and they understand the education crisis, and they understand the importance of us being there for each other.
Yeah.
So,
you know what I've never understood when you talk about the AI and robotics thing is I don't understand if I'm maybe too stupid to get it, or if the people who run these corporations have a different idea of what the world would be. Because I don't understand the end goal. They want to build a factory full of robots, and the robots will do the work. The robots will pack the boxes, and then a robot will deliver the thing. And then a robot will be cleaning a house, and then a robot will be reading an email, a robot will be responding to that email, and then an AI will be advertising, and then an AI will be responding to a social media post, and AI. And then I go like, well, if all of this is just like a loop of the machines, when are people getting the money to buy your product?
Well, that's one of the issues.
Do you know what I mean? When are people actually involved in the equation?
I often use, and to be honest with you, it's an issue that needs an enormous amount of study, and I haven't had the time to get into it as deeply as I should. But this is what is pretty clear to me. Number one, robotics and artificial intelligence are going to replace millions and millions of workers in this country. Now, the contra-argument is, well, Bernie, you're just a Luddite. The blacksmith went out of business, right? But you had an automobile mechanic replacing him, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's an evolution. That's the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. I don't think so.
No, it's funny you say that, because we had Mustafa Suleyman on, who founded DeepMind, one of the first AIs that, beat the champion at AlphaGo and AlphaFold for the proteins. He said that on the podcast. He said, I don't know why everyone's lying about this. There will be a mass displacement of jobs.
Now, so that's number one, and that's kind of easily understood. All right, a robot is going to do the job in a factory, not a worker. You want you're a young person and you want an entry-level job, AI is there, and you're not going to get that. That I think we can understand. What else? What are even the greater threats of AI? Again, something easily understood is that AI requires an enormous amount of energy, electricity, and water. Okay, and you're seeing these data centers being fought in community after community. People's electric bills are going to go up for the privilege of losing their jobs. All right, so you got what that does to the environment is, and a lot of young people are conscious about that. Then you got the other issue. You ask me why, and it's not just your point is you're not going to have anybody making money to buy the products.
Yeah, I don't get why they're doing it.
That's a good point, but I worry even more about human action. I'll give you an example. In the my office is in the Dirksen office building in the Senate, and it just happened to me the other day. I go down to the cafeteria every now and then, and it's quite a good cafeteria, and the people behind the cash registers are really nice people, and I enjoy seeing them. I know them. I've known them for years. Well, guess what? What do you think is happening?
They're being replaced.
You got it.
Cashless registers.
You got it. Hey, you know what? I miss that. I know their families.
Yeah.
I know a woman there who's been there for years. Her grandson died. I heard about that. That's a human interaction. I used to in Burlington Airport. I used to drive out, say hello to the person, pay my fee and all that stuff. What does it mean really deeply? You go to a restaurant, a robot comes up to you, says, what's your order? Thank you. Gets cooked well, comes back. What do we lose without having that human interaction. Is that something that we should be thinking about? So you go to a nursing home and you'll have robots turning you over, changing a bed. Is that the same as having a smiling face and another human being there talking to you? So I worry very much. And these guys, like Musk and Altman and all these guys, that's not their things. They are not what I would call terribly sociable people. They are into it, the point you raised, efficiency.
Yeah, well, this is all about efficiency.
Right, great. It reminds me very much of that well-known saying, the operation was a success. Unfortunately, the patient died. You can have the most efficient operation in the world, but humans will become more and more alienated and more in pain. And already in America, we have a major mental health crisis. Everybody knows that kids are struggling. COVID was part of that, but it's more than that. So the goal is not just economics, is how do you create a human society? Not easy, but those are the questions we got to ask.
Yeah, I think in many ways, it oftentimes for me means we've forgotten the purpose of something. You know, like I remember watching you in one of the debates. This was when I was at the Daily Show. We'd watch all of it, obviously. But I remember turning to my team. This was when I was first in America, and I said, how does anyone know what's real or not? Because we had a fact checker in the building. But I remember going, what is the point of this? And they said, well, it's so that American people can watch. And I said, yes, but one politician can stand up there, say whatever the number they want. And if you're at home, you don't know which number is right or not. There's no, you know what I mean? And I was like, what is the purpose of a debate? And then you extend that further and I go, business is an example. Even when people talk about capitalism, I say, capital. I go, but yes, if you go back and even read it, what was its purpose?
Good. All right.
Do you know what I mean?
Good. Now you're asking a deep question.
Yeah.
All right. So you start off with, what is the goal of human life? Now you're getting pretty deep, right?
Exactly.
All right. Is it to make, for the Trumps of the world, you can lie, you can cheat, and you steal, and the goal is money and power, right? That's what it is. Money and power. That's what these oligarchs love. I don't know that most people are there. People want to be comfortable, but I think people want to live long, happy, and productive lives. Now, what the hell does that mean? But, that's what I kind of think. But that's the kind of discussion that we have. Do you want this ultra-efficient society, which, by the way, will make the Musks of the world even richer than they are right now and cost working people their jobs? Is that really? Who determined that that's the goal? Really? So.
Yeah, we've made it the only measure that defines how people are successful.
Exactly. You have this insanity, which drives me crazy, and I mentioned in the book, is you're a billionaire, you made your money, no matter how you made it. Maybe you stole it, corrupt, whatever it may be, or you made it honestly, and you are a wonderful human being. And you are, think about this, a kindergarten teacher making, you've been a teacher for 30 years, you're making $50,000 a year. You know what you are? In the Trump world, you're a loser.
Damn.
Imagine spending 30 years working with kids, you're making $50,000. Meanwhile, you've enriched the lives probably of hundreds and hundreds of children, right?
Yeah.
I think that's important.
Yeah. It's funny you say that. I remember talking to someone who was pro crypto, and remember when NFTs were big? They were touted as the next new thing. Oh, NFT this, and it was the little monkeys, and everyone was, do you have a monkey? I have a monkey, and everyone was like running around. And I was talking to somebody about NFTs, and I said, you know what? I actually don't think NFTs are terrible, but it's interesting that you'll have that idea for digital art, but you won't have it for everything else in life. Because I always thought it would be great if teachers had NFTs. Like, why shouldn't teachers get a tiny fraction from every child that goes on to do something in their lives? Because they've invested in you. They've gone on to do something. Shouldn't they get some sort of, I always think it's crazy to what you just said, how many teachers go through their lives impacting. I wouldn't be here without my teachers. And then I go, like, who are they? Where are they? Why do we not think about those people and giving back? But then I'm more than willing to pay a subscription to an app or to a service and, to Jeff Bezos and Amazon Prime. I'll go like, yeah, of course I should pay him. But if you said to me, Trevor, pay your teacher a subscription, I'd be like, I don't know. That seems a bit crazy. But it shouldn't be.
But now you're back to very basic questions. Really deep stuff. Who does more important work? Some guy who gets up 4 o'clock in the morning, looks at the stock market, sees what's going on in Japan, starts selling and trading stuff. You can make $5 million in a day, right? Doing all that crap.
Yeah.
Or somebody who is a primary care doctor who's out in the countryside helping, keep young kids healthy and alive.
Yeah.
We have got to, this gets back to a value system. So in the midst of everything else,
Yeah.
the value system is backward. Teachers teachers, primary care doctors, these are some of the most important people in our country.
Society stops functioning without them.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
They enrich us. So we got to, there's so much to rethink, but that's the kind of debate and discussion that we need to have, which is hardly ever having. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to at least raise some of these issues with you.
Before I let you go, there's one thing I wanted to ask you because I think it's really important. Bernie Sanders, the man, was once Bernie Sanders, the boy. And when I look at the images of you, and I've gone back and seen like footage of you on like a kid's show talking about, these ideas and these ideals and see you trying to inspire young people. I'd love for you to talk to young men who are disillusioned, young men out there who are isolated, young men who feel like the whole system has failed them and they're angry and they feel like nothing works. What would you say to them that isn't, just a platitude? Because some people would just say to them like, oh, be your best self and do your thing. What would you say to them that they could do today in their communities and in their systems to try and make the world better because they feel so angry about what they're not getting?
People have a right to be angry. All right. The system is broken. Let me throw out my umpteenth fact here. Everything being equal, the younger generation will have a lower standard of living than their parents.
Damn.
Buy their own home, if they're lucky, at a later age than their parents. People have a right to be angry. Young people have a right to be angry. Nothing wrong with being angry. But know who you're taking your anger out on. Be smart. Okay? Okay, just don't lash out at anybody and everybody. And also understand what makes you happy and what makes you feeling fulfilled. And my personal experience is that, I always got to fight it. If I isolate myself, I'm not out with people. Sometimes you got to force, oh God, do I really? You probably do that, right?
Yeah.
Do I got to do the show today? Oh, please, give me an excuse. Mom, write me a note, right? I mean, it happens to everybody.
Yeah.
But, ultimately, when you're out there on the playing field, doing what you do, and you're with, at the end of the day, we are human beings.
Yeah, we
I
are.
need you. You know what? You need me. We need each other.
Yeah.
That's the bloody world. And each of us sitting back, looking at the, bloody computer all day long and AI and all that stuff, it ain't going to do it. I don't think. I'm not anti-technology, but, we got to work together to figure out what makes us feel better as human beings. That's what I would say.
Yeah. To that last point, I was talking to my younger brother about this. Obviously, we play video games. I've loved it my whole life. And my brother said to me, do you think video games is the problem for young men? They stay at a video game screen all day. And I said, no. You know what? I find the difference is, funny enough, to your point, it's the way the money has started to work. Back in the day, you bought a video game, you owned the video game, you played the video game, and it was done. Now, they give you the video game for free, and then they loop you in. And they start draining your money and and you see kids playing Fortnite, you see kids playing Call of Duty, and they just keep draining that money slowly, and they keep you hooked in an addictive cycle. And the worst thing, I'm so glad you brought up the point about walking together, going to community spaces and listening to music, shooting basketballs together, is because that's the thing they rob you of. They've made it so that you cannot afford to be part of a community. And if we don't find ways to get back to the idea of a park in Brooklyn, the idea of like a little rec center, the idea of a basketball court that's free for people to go and play together in.
Look, when I was a kid, I did play a lot of basketball. You know where I played?
Aha, I got you.
You got me. I did. I admit it. I was on a very good team. We won the borough championship. We played after school in a after school program. A city of New York after school. You know what you cost? Nothing.
Yeah.
All right. Right now, you want your kids to be a basketball player. You know what you do? It's all kind of private thing. Cost $1,000 a season or more or whatever. Every bloody thing is commercialized.
Yes.
Everything.
Yeah.
And that's what we got to take on.
Well, Bernie, thank you for spending your time with us. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here.
And let me just say this. Thank you for what you do you allow your listeners and your viewers the opportunity to hear a serious discussion about serious issues. So keep up the great work, and thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching the episode. If you enjoyed it, pass it on to a friend. If you didn't enjoy it, pass it on to your friend still. Let them suffer for a change. And don't forget to engage with us in the comments. If you want to suggest a guest, maybe there's questions you want, maybe there's ideas that you have, you can chat to us. We will read through the comments and we'll get into it. Either way, I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you for hanging out with us on What Now? And remember, we do this for you, so we would like to hear from you. Till next time, thank you.
No, dico una c'era. Io penso che ho già. Già, ecco come.
देखो ये बड़ा बड़ा पे
No, c'era.
बड़ा चेहरे बड़े थी
Molto amore si sa, non è che. देख बदन में सारी चोट लाल करना थी
मैं को मरे तो
तू कहाँ पे था
मैं कौन मारे मुझे
ओह
मुझे कपड़े ही में चीर दे तो
कपड़े दिखे जैसे
हाँ
ना
हाथ दिक्कत
हाँ Sorry, non ho tutto preso.
नाम को अपना भी दो
Deve proprio insieme. Deve proprio insieme. No, è stato un aperitivo mentre ecco. Allora, che hanno fatto? क्या रहता है
मम्मा
बस तू ना उठा रहा ना खाना बोल ना मेरा खाना वरना क्या नहीं उठा आगे रहा
आज जा चुका ना
आज क्या नहीं उठाया आज तू ध्यान तो उठाया नहीं
नहीं उठा तू तो काम पे चला गया
मैं बड़े वाले काम पे चला गया हाँ बुलाया ना बस
बियाह खा दो चलो आज करो
ना बस जमी होंडे में शाम पीने में दुकान पर चाहिए था $50 रुपया माँ को लाने खड़ा location permission No, boss. Papa.
Papa Sunday. Open your head.
खुदा नागर क्यों पूछना हाँ जी सर वालेकुम सलाम ठीक है सर लोकेशन पे आ जाए मैं ओके सर ओके ओके
होते थे बच्चे।
you